Chapter 110. Chapter 110. Sword shadows and blade lights collide. This blade move! Suro had almost had the black water lotus when she suddenly noticed the dazzling cold blade. It seemed it could split the heaven and the earth, and it was slashing directly toward her. This blade light made everyone shiver. Suro's expression paled immediately. At the same time, she judged that the blade was aiming for her arm. If she continued reaching for the black water lotus, her entire arm would be chopped off. Her armor, the black water lotus. Suro picked the former without hesitation. She retracted her hand as she retreated rapidly. Just as she drew back her hand, the gleaming cold blade light swept past where her arm had been. Swoosh! Chopping through the air, the blade light gradually faded away. However, a huge crack, dozens of meters long and half a meter wide, emerged across the surface of Quiet Moon Lake. It looked as if the lake had been split in half. Then, the water on both sides of the crack began flooding into the center. Whoosh! A nimble and unrestrained figure in cyan appeared abruptly and picked up the desired black water lotus with a simple stretch of his hand. Only later did people look at his gently smiling face. The whole Quiet Moon Lake turned still immediately. The high-rise water curtain had descended, and now all the people around Quiet Moon Lake could see the figure in cyan holding the black water lotus. Meanwhile, they also saw the huge crack that nearly tore the lake in two. Everyone looked awed at that moment. "Fourth sister, are you all right?" Jian Wushuang came to Suro. "I'm fine." Suro shook her head, but her face stiffened. "Is that him?" Jian Wushuang looked at him, too. The unrestrained man in cyan was the top expert he had paid so much attention to, Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng ranked 22nd on the Earthly Dragon list, much higher than Gu Tao. There was no doubt his strength was more extraordinary. No one there, including Gu Tao, Ling Mubai, and the other experts on Earthly Dragon list, was confident enough to take on that glorious, yet extremely dreadful, blade move. Not without getting hurt anyway. "Xiao Meng," Gu Tao gazed at Xiao Meng and said with a grim face, "You've never comprehended essence of the water drop, and someone like you would never help others fight for the black water lotus. So the 7 black water lotus seeds should mean nothing to you." "You are right." Xiao Meng lifted his head a bit and glanced at Gu Tao, saying with a smile, "The 7 black lotus seeds do indeed mean nothing to me, so?" As he spoke, Xiao Meng reached out and picked off the 7 seeds in the center of the lotus, then released his grip in front of the astonished crowd. The 7 black lotus seeds dropped into the lake down below. All the gold core warriors there were speechless. Getting the black water lotus using overpowering strength, then throwing away the most precious part, the lotus seeds, into the water, Xiao Meng obviously had no interest in the 7 seeds. "The seeds are of no use to me, but I can benefit a lot from the black water lotus. So I'll be taking the lotus. Anyone got a problem?" Xiao Meng said, as he looking around. Hearing what Xiao Meng said, everyone was elated. He only wants the lotus instead of the seeds? Gu Tao, Ling Mubai, and other experts on the Earthly Dragon list were surprised. The seeds of the black water lotus were helpful for comprehending essence of the water drop, but the flower itself could hardly be put to use. So the flower could not attract any of the gold core warriors there. "Xiao Meng, you may leave now, since you have the black water lotus," Gu Tao said bluntly. "Right, you can leave. We will not stop you," said Ling Mubai and other experts on Earthly Dragon list. Xiao Meng nodded and turned around slowly under everyone's gaze, but suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, 2 figures blocked his way. They were Jian Wushuang and Suro. Jian Wushuang stared at Xiao Meng and spoke to him, half smiling. However, his calm and cold words made the atmosphere tense up again. "Sorry, I also have no interest in the seeds, but I have to take the black water lotus." What Jian Wushuang said startled everyone around Quiet Moon Lake. What's that boy trying to do? Who is he? How dare he stop Xiao Meng? Someone in the initial gold core realm dares to stop Xiao Meng? And he even said he wanted the black water lotus too? Does he want to die? A majority of the Gold Corps warriors there thought Jian Wushuang was insane, while those who had fought with Jian Wushuang in the water curtain were wearing a strange expression. This boy, Gu Tao frowned and took a look at Jian Wushuang, whom he had just encountered. Although Jian Wushuang was just in the initial Gold Corps realm, his strength was way beyond his realm. Jian Wushuang was calm, no matter how people stared at him. He didn't know why Xiaomeng also wanted the Black Water Lotus, but he knew he had to win it back for Su Rou. Initial Gold Corps realm? Xiaomeng raised his head and took a look at Jian Wushuang without saying anything, but he suddenly unsheathed the saber on his back. Swoosh! Blade light burst out again, still cold and dazzling. The overwhelming blade light slashed forward with irresistible force. Everybody stared at the blade light in astonishment. It was this blade flash that had nearly split the whole Quiet Moon Lake in half. What a dreadful blade light! Even Gu Tao, Ling Mubai, and other experts could not help feeling frightened the moment they saw it. While the blade light slashed towards him, Jian Wushuang still looked calm as ever. But, in the next second, he drew his sword out from the sheath. Supreme Gold Corps, a power that was 100 times stronger than the initial Gold Corps realm, exploded in an instant. Formless sword wave, 10th move. Boom! The air was instantly split wherever that terrifying sword shadow directly passed. Right away, all the Gold Corps warriors around felt like a majestic, huge mountain was pressing down on them from the sword, and the heavy load made them unable to breathe. The heaven and the earth was overshadowed by the majestic sword shadow. The sword shadow slashed forward at an incredible speed, splitting the water in the lake as it passed. Swoosh! Swoosh! In a blink of an eye, two enormous waves were lifted on both sides of the sword shadow. The next moment, the mighty sword shadow crashed with the cold, shining blade light. It seemed like two different worlds collided. The heavens split and the earth cracked. Chapter 111. Chapter 111. Jian Wushuang versus Xiaomeng. Bang! A thundering explosion was heard. The fierce collision caused the still water on Quiet Moon Lake to splash upward by several feet high instantly, together with the endless shower droplets and snowflakes. The risen water was like a tsunami, gurgling and rushing towards the surrounding areas directly and violently. Step back immediately. A large number of warriors of the Gold Corps realm on the lake were shocked, and they were seen to step back immediately one by one. After the waves finally subsided, the present warriors of the Gold Corps realm that had been drenched looked at the lake again, and this shocked them. The center of Quiet Moon Lake had become a depression of several meters depth, like a sinkhole. In the center of the sinkhole, two figures were battling over a distance of tens of meters. Around them, within 100 meters, there was not even a single figure. Everyone had been knocked back by that fierce collision. It was silent. The whole Quiet Moon Lake turned to silent immediately. In this silence, many eyes turned towards Jian Wushuang. Isn't it amazing that he was able to block that? He blocked that saber from Xiaomeng. What's more, he didn't even step back. Is he evenly matched with Xiaomeng? Everybody was shocked. They couldn't believe that just an initial Gold Corps realm like him was able to block the saber from Xiaomeng and be his match. Gradually, the center of the depression was filled with water. Xiaomeng still appeared to be relaxed, but at this moment, he was quite astonished. Interesting. Xiaomeng looked at Jian Wushuang with a subtle smile. It seems that if I want to take away the Black Water Lotus today, I have to work harder. I'm also determined to win the Black Water Lotus, so if you want to get it, you have to get through me. But I'm sure that you can't get through me, said Jian Wushuang coldly. You are so confident? In his eyes, Xiaomeng showed great interest. Then he glanced at the surroundings and said while shaking his head, "There are too many people here. If we fight with each other here, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for us to show our real strength. How about having the competition over there?" Xiaomeng pointed to a lofty mountain nearby and laughed. Jian Wushuang took a look of the mountain and nodded slightly. Okay. Haha, then follow me. Xiaomeng laughed, and they rushed toward the mountain directly. Lao Si, you stay here, Jian Wushuang warned Su Rou. Don't worry, I promise to get the black water lotus back. Then Jian Wushuang also rushed to the mountain directly. Be careful, Su Rou reminded him, but Jian Wushuang was already out of her sight. On the quiet Moon Lake, a large number of warriors of the Gold Core realm were still in shock. Who is that guy? Is he only at the level of initial Gold Core realm? It's too amazing. The power of that confrontation was too intense. There is no doubt that Xiaomeng possesses great strength. After all, he's established. But it's incredible that an initial Gold Core realm with a sword is evenly matched with Xiaomeng. Many warriors of the Gold Core realm were talking about that. Suddenly, Gu Tao, who stood on the water before, dived into the lake. Many people around were aware of this. Gosh, black water lotus seeds. Damn it, vie for it quickly. Black water lotus seeds in the water. Vie for it quickly. A large number of warriors of the Gold Core realm on the surface of water responded immediately. A crowd of warriors dived into the lake subsequently. Remember, Xiaomeng won the black water lotus just now, but he threw 7 lotus seeds into lake casually. Although it had been a while, 7 lotus seeds must be in the water. As black water lotus seeds had a unique fragrance, it was not difficult to find them. Soon, the first black water lotus seed was found. Immediately, a fierce slaughter erupted after the seed was found. When almost every warrior dived into lake water to search for the black lotus seeds on the lake, there was a girl in black named Su Rou staring at that lofty mountain with her dark eyes. Lao San. There was a little worry in the eyes of Su Rou. She wasn't worried about whether Jian Wushuang could bring the black water lotus back to her or not, but worried for the safety of Jian Wushuang. After all, the man that Jian Wushuang was fighting with was Xiaomeng, who was ranked the 22nd on the Earthly Dragon list. And Xiaomeng had become famous on the Earth Dragon list for so many years, and during these years, he seldom fought with others, which was the reason why he was still ranked around the 20s. But as for his real strength, who knew? I hope Lao San can really match up with Xiaomeng. Even if he can't, as long as he survives, it will be fine. With a cold expression, Su Rou glanced at the lake underfoot, and the next moment, she also dived into the water directly to participate in the competition for black water lotus seeds. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures rapidly darted in the jungle one after another. After a while, both of them appeared at the top of the mountain where boulders were found everywhere. It could be called a boulder's forest. At a distance of about 10 meters, Jian Wushuang and Xiaomeng stood on different boulders, staring at each other. Until now, I don't know your name, Xiaomeng said. Swordsman from Dragon Palace, Jian Wushuang answered. Disciple of Dragon Palace? Xiaomeng raised his brow. Well, as expected. Only the legendary disciples of Dragon Palace are able to block me while at initial Gold Core realm. But you should know that I didn't try my best just now, said Xiaomeng. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded, and then he added, coincidentally, I didn't do my best, either. Haha, this is much more interesting, Xiaomeng grinned. Then he took out the black water lotus and put it into the interspatial ring in front of Jian Wushuang. After that, Xiaomeng threw it aside casually. The interspatial ring flew in a streak, like a concealed weapons given its rapid speed. It hit a tree at the edge of mountaintop. Due to the force of the throw, it became deeply embedded in the trunk. The black water lotus is in the interspatial ring. After the battle, the winner can take it away, said Xiaomeng. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded, with a strong battle intent rising in his eyes. The similar desire to battle sparkled in the eyes of Xiaomeng. His blood had been still for a long time, but it started to boil at this moment. Chapter 112. Chapter 112. End of the battle. Haha, watch out. Xiaomeng roared and brought his leg crashing down. The huge rock underneath him instantly scattered into pieces. He crossed over the huge rocks at lightning speed like a ghost and showed up in front of Jian Wushuang in a blink of an eye. Then he quickly unsheathed his saber. The untouchable, astonishing knife essence fiercely gushed out, leaving Jian Wushuang almost breathless. And then, swoosh. A shining stroke covered the bright sky suddenly, slashing toward Jian Wushuang immediately. The air was cut apart. The blade flash hadn't even arrived, yet a lethal wind overwhelmed him. Jian Wushuang turned solemn as he realized that the essence in that single stroke of Xiao Meng was already at the 10th level of the Dragon Gate. Just come on, Jian Wushuang shouted, brandishing the triple-kill sword from his hand. In a moment, the Earth Sword essence reached its extreme, and the 10th move of Formless Sword Wave burst out. Meanwhile, his power of the Supreme Golden Pill Realm climbed to the peak too. Bang! After a tremendous sound, Jian Wushuang felt that his arm was pushed down and his hand was numb. The huge rock under him had cracked because of the impact of the two terrible forces. If I battle him head-on, I will lose. Jian Wushuang suddenly became clearly aware of this. Haha, as an initial completion of the Golden Pill Realm, you're actually weaker than me. Xiao Meng sneered at him. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. Despite my Supreme Golden Pill Realm being in defiance of the natural order, which is even stronger than the normal fulfillment of the Golden Pill Realm, Xiao Meng is at the level of top fulfillment of the Golden Pill Realm, and his force of spiritual power is at the peak of Golden Pill Realm. Based on power, he's stronger than me. A newly broken through initial completion of the Golden Pill Realm, whose power was stronger than the normal fulfillment of the Golden Pill Realm. This was already incredible and would frighten many people. Jian Wushuang was well aware of this. After all, Xiao Meng had reached the peak of fulfillment of the Golden Pill Realm. Jian Wushuang needed to reach at least the top initial completion of the Golden Pill Realm to compete him with power. It's tough to fight against him directly, but I can defeat him with my swordsmanship and sword essence. Jian Wushuang's eyes became colder, and he lifted his long sword. Turning into a viper suddenly, the sword circumvented Xiao Meng's saber and weirdly stabbed towards Xiao Meng's chest. Gale Essence Realm? Xiao Meng felt surprised. His left hand gathered his mighty spiritual power and slapped quickly at the approaching sword shadow. It didn't entirely stop the attack of Jian Wushuang, but deflected his sword essence. The sword shadow passed beside Xiao Meng and failed to connect. Take my stroke? Xiao Meng growled. His hand clenched the saber and chopped it down with anger in an unbelievably domineering fashion. Jian Wushuang used a backhand stroke to withstand it. Bang! The huge rock under Jian Wushuang thoroughly scattered into pieces, as if concealed weapons had bombarded the surrounding rock. Moreover, Jian Wushuang was pushed back by this stroke. Without thinking, Jian Wushuang charged forward, and there was a raspy sound of wind, and the temperature rapidly rose. Sword skill of Blood and Fire, 6th move. Swoosh! The sharp and rapid sword light cleaved down and seemed to tear the world apart. Before it was the Earth Sword Essence, just now it was the Sword Essence of Gale, and now it's the Sword Essence of Raging Fire. All with deep comprehension? Even Xiao Meng couldn't help being frightened after watching Jian Wushuang use these moves, including his Sword Essence of Raging Fire. I've known that the disciples of Dragon Palace are the eccentric geniuses, but never realized that they're such geniuses to comprehend 3 sword essences at the same time, and all to this high level. Xiao Meng was in shock. However, he parried with his saber and easily resisted the sword skill of Blood and Fire. Any of the 3 sword essences I've comprehended can't compare with your Gusty Wind Essence Realm, but it's enough to overcome you if I use them well. Jian Wushuang said. Haha, then just give a try. Xiao Meng laughed, looking amused. Boom! The terrifying roar continued, and the battle arrived at a key moment. At the same time, while Jian Wushuang was fighting with Xiao Meng, the battle for the Black Water Lotus Seeds at the Quiet Moon Lake was approaching the end as well. The warriors stood on the lake, and there were the dead bodies floating all around, at least more than 100. The blood dyed the Quiet Moon Lake red, which made it look like a scene of demonic hell. Seeing this, most of the surviving warriors of the Golden Pill Realm were terrified. Their desire for Black Water Lotus Seeds was reduced. How tragic! This bloody battle couldn't be more violent. The majority of warriors of the Golden Pill Realm were dead. Even 2 members on the Earth Dragon list were killed. The 2 dead warriors on the list turned out to be Ling Mubai and Fire Lion. Fire Lion was undoubtedly killed by Gu Tao, while it was Su Ro who killed Ling Mubai. This girl, Gu Tao stood on the lake, looking at the black-robed girl in front of him with fear. The black-robed girl looked quite young, just about 15 or 16 years old, and her cultivation of spiritual power only reached the profound gold core realm. But this young girl suddenly erupted with an amazing power, killing Ling Mubai in a flash and grabbing a blackwater lotus seed. At this moment, the quiet moon lake returned to peace. The other warriors all escaped as soon as they carried off the black water lotus seeds, except Gu Tao and Su Ro, who rather stayed behind. Aware that the seeds were held by Gu Tao and Su Ro, none of the warriors of the Golden Pill realm around would dare to take any action. Without doubt, Gu Tao's strength was the best amongst them. The fact that he had killed Fire Lion clearly proved his strength, ranking 39 on the Earth Dragon list. It was only a fantasy to be able to seize the black water lotus seed from him. Even if the warriors of the Golden Pill realm fought together, Gu Tao could just run away if he was losing. But Su Ro, although she looked quite weak, had killed Ling Mubai, which is extremely frightening. Even Gu Tao didn't dare to fight against Su Ro. 7 black water lotus seeds, and I only attained 2. This girl kept the left one, but I can't look down on her. Gu Tao shook his head and gave up thoughts of grabbing the black water lotus seed from Su Ro. The warriors of the Golden Pill realm around didn't have the courage to start a battle with her, either. Therefore, this severe battle finally came to an end. Chapter 113. Chapter 113, Spotlight. The fight for the black water lotus seeds was over. The 7 seeds had their owners. The face of those people who couldn't get it looked bleak. Damn, I almost got it. I paid such a high price to hire you for these black water lotus seeds, but none of you succeeded. Why did I hire you? You all are good for nothing. Fortunately, although I didn't get any black water lotus seeds, at least I am still alive, which is better than those who died. It's tragic. Too many people died. If I had rushed to the forefront, I am afraid that I would have been one of the corpses. The different survivors felt various emotions, ranging from anger, annoyance, and some secretly grateful. Anyway, this fight was over. The warriors of the Golden Pill realm here could relax. But at this moment, bang! Suddenly, a terrible deafening roar came from nearby. Everyone immediately turned around and looked over. At the peak of the nearby majestic mountain, 2 different terrifying spiritual powers were colliding furiously. The world was roaring and the earth was trembling. The ruptured gravel rolled down from the peak of the mountain like raindrops. Smash! It seemed like an apocalypse. The warriors of the Golden Pill realm standing near the quiet moon lake were shocked, and then the crowd stirred immediately. It's Xiaomang and that black-robed swordsman whose level was at the initial completion of the Golden Pill realm. They are still fighting? How long has this been? There is still no winner between them? Come on, let's go and watch. Haha, the contest between 2 powerhouses. Hurry up. Hurry. All the people became excited with fiery eyes, and they moved to that majestic mountain. Third brother, Su Ro said and stared at that mountain. She then moved toward it quickly without any hesitation. Xiaomang and that boy of the initial completion of the Golden Pill realm, they could fight for such a long time? Gu Tao thought. A gleam of a surprise entered his eyes. He clenched his teeth, rushing over. At the quiet moon lake, all those warriors, no matter how they arrived, alone or hired, were crazy about this fight which was happening at the mountain peak. Those hired guns ignored the wishes of their employers. At that moment, a large number of warriors of the Golden Pill realm were swarming towards the peak of the mountain like bees. But after they appeared on the top of the mountain, all of them were shocked by the scene before their eyes. The ground there had crumbled into potholes, littered with piles of rubble and a series of giant sword scars or knife marks which demonstrated the overwhelming spiritual power. The original stone forest here was already gone, just leaving some stark rocks. Suddenly, a dazzlingly cold blade flashed towards Jian Wushuang with fury. As the blade flashed his target, Jia Wushuang dodged the attack by swerving his body. Then the blade chopped into the stone below his feet. Shwa! The human height rock was split into two parts, just like tofu after contact with the blade. Immediately, the rock shattered apart. Pong! After splitting the rock, the blade didn't stop. It kept moving towards the ground with the same force. In a moment, a horrible deep chasm emerged, 3 or 4 meters across with rubble flying everywhere. Oh God! The spectators were stunned. Chew! At the sound, a sword shadow pierced the void, moving quickly towards Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng evaded immediately. Thus, the long sword of Jian Wushuang stabbed into the stone wall behind Xiao Meng with a buzzing sound. The central stone of that wall was smashed into pieces directly by this attack. At the same time, a spiral hole which was 1 meter deep appeared on that wall. This hole covered the entire surface of the stone wall, which made people feel like the half of the stone disappeared entirely. The visiting warriors of the Golden Pill Realm went silent after seeing this. Even the strongest warriors in the crowd, Gu Tao, when he saw what had happened here, swallowed unintentionally. God, what a terrifying power! Can anyone resist their attack? Gu Tao thought. Was it possible that someone could smash the gigantic rock with one slash and produce such a deep crack in the ground, or impale the large rock with a thrust while destroying all those stones and obliterating the other half? That was unbelievable. Are they just at the Golden Pill Realm? Warriors of the Golden Pill Realm? It's impossible. Everyone kept their eyes wide with the very strange expression, especially those guys whose cultivation was already at the profound Gold Core Realm or the exceptional Gold Core Realm. Remember, one of the two guys was just at the initial completion of the Golden Pill Realm, which was lower than anyone else here. The wind's roaring. Xiao Meng was hidden in the wind, but reappeared anywhere randomly. At the same time, Jian Wushuang kept dodging flexibly, avoiding the attacks. The spectators could only hear the horrible, violent thuds over and over again, and watch the destruction of the rocks. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang stopped moving, staring at Xiao Meng with his gleaming eyes. Xiao Meng's expression became serious at that moment. He didn't care about this battle at the beginning. After all, he was confident about his strength, not to mention that his realm was at the consummation of the Golden Pill while Jian Wushuang was just at the initial completion of the Golden Pill realm. But during their fight, he found out that this initial completion guy was scarier than he thought. Xiao Meng, is that your actual strength? Jian Wushuang asked with a loud voice. You are really great. You deserve to be the 22nd in the Earth Dragon list. But I will win that black water lotus. The temperature rose immediately, and then a substantial red blast formed followed by Jian Wushuang's sword shadow. The flames which covered the sky arrived at the same time. Xiao Meng brandished his saber quickly, and then the flames were split up. Seeing that, a gleaming light flashed from Jian Wushuang's eyes. Then a dim shadow of the giant sword chopped again. But this time, what had changed was the inconceivable and capricious formless swordsmanship. The perfect transformation of the 3 sword essences, including Gusty Wind Sword Essence, the Earth Sword Essence, and the Raging Fire Sword Essence, displayed the real strength of Jian Wushuang. He's too strong. Who's he? I have never known this black-robed swordsman. How can his strength be so marvelous? He grasps 3 sword essences with such deep insight at the same time. Oh my God! Though Xiao Meng is strong, he's just good at the essence of Gusty Wind, while his opponent simultaneously grasps 3 essences. If these 3 sword essences can be transformed perfectly, it would be flawless. Many warriors were in awe. Comprehending 3 sword essences at the same time was an inconceivable matter in their eyes, but Jian Wushuang did it. Chapter 114. Chapter 114. Victory and Defeat. Humans, the terrifying, unbridled sword shadows. Sometimes they were majestic, and sometimes they were ethereal, while sometimes they were violent. The 3 sword essences fused into a perfect transformation. It was so unusual that nobody could deal with it, not even Xiao Meng. Although Xiao Meng was ranked 22nd on the Earth Dragon list due to his amazing saber play, he could only break through the 10th level of Dragon Gate with his Gale Sword Essence. However, With the perfect transformation of the three sword essences, Jian Wushuang was able to break through the 11th level. Although there was only one level between the 10th and the 11th levels, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. If it was not because Xiao Meng was able to generate greater power than Jian Wushuang, he would have been defeated a long time ago. Look, Xiao Meng is going to be defeated. It's true. The black-dressed swordsman is too terrifying as he can transform the three sword essences perfectly. It is not because Xiao Meng is not strong enough. It is because the black-robed swordsman is too marvelous to control three sword essences at the same time. And what's more, he can understand them so well. It is my first time seeing such a thing. The warriors of the Gold Core realm there were all amazed at the result. In the battlefield, Xiao Meng was going to be defeated. Xiao Meng, just give up? Came the voice of Jian Wushuang. Haha, give up? That will never happen in my life. There was a crazy look in Xiao Meng's eyes. Abruptly, the aura around Xiao Meng strengthened. His power improved immediately as he lashed out with his saber. He's putting up a desperate fight. It is unbelievable that Xiao Meng is forced to such desperation. The crowd around exclaimed. Seeing the angry blade flash with his surging power, Jian Wushuang's pupil shrank and he switched from offense to defense. Then he showed his reincarnation sword skill. Bang, 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 bang. The continuing impacts generated airwaves. The waves spread to the surroundings, which caused flying debris. Some of the debris hit the warriors of the Gold Core realm, and the strong winds roared, blowing on the Golden Pill warriors' clothes. It's useless. With a growl, Jian Wushuang lashed out with his triple-kill sword. The sword edge slammed onto Xiao Meng's saber. An overpowering spiritual power erupted and Xiao Meng was repulsed immediately and finally, he was slammed onto a great stone behind. Bang! The great stone was broken apart instantly. With blood spewing from his mouth, Xiao Meng walked slowly from the hollow stone. He looked up and stared at Jian Wushuang. Though there was still strong battle intent in his eyes, he clasped his hands together and the spiritual power around him faded away. He was defeated. Though Xiao Meng was reluctant to do so, he had to acknowledge that he was defeated. Jian Wushuang was able to transform the three sword essences perfectly, but it put him under too much pressure, so he had to struggle. But this kind of struggle consumed too much spiritual power, so after just a while, his spiritual power had been used up. Unlike Xiao Meng, the aura around Jian Wushuang was still strong, and it seemed that his spiritual power hadn't been consumed at all after the fierce battle. Actually, Jian Wushuang's spiritual power had been mostly consumed, but it meant little to him. You know, when he had just reached transforming Sea Realm before, the ultimate spiritual Sea possessed tremendous spiritual power. Though now he had broken through and reached Supreme Gold Core Realm, the ultimate spiritual Sea was transformed to the Gold Core power and was no longer so large. It was still stronger than the ordinary Gold Core. At least it was 10 times that of ordinary warriors of the Gold Core realm. So after a fierce battle, Jian Wushuang's battle strength was still at its peak. Look, Xiao Meng is defeated. Although he tried his best, he was defeated. The warriors of the Gold Core realm around could tell that Xiao Meng had consumed all his spiritual power, so they couldn't help sighing and felt sorry for Xiao Meng. Though they felt sorry for Xiao Meng, they felt admiration for him. Yes, it was admiration. It was obvious that Xiao Meng had consumed all his spiritual power and wasn't able to fight anymore, but in his eyes, his battle intent never weakened, and he also kept clasping the saber, while the saber essence around him was still strong. The battle was over, but the battle intent remained. Xiao Meng. Jian Wushuang walked to Xiao Meng, and he also showed his admiration for Xiao Meng when he looked at him. However, he told Xiao Meng, in this battle, you are defeated. Defeated? Xiao Meng smiled sadly, then he closed his eyes and kept silent. I want to know why you are so eager to get the black water lotus and even risk your life to fight with me? Jian Wushuang asked. He was curious. Based on what he knew, the seeds were the most important part of the black water lotus, while the black lotus themselves were not very useful. However, in order to get the black lotus, Xiao Meng risked his life to fight with him. The Black Lotus. Xiao Meng reopened his eyes and shook his head. Then he said, Swordsman, do you know how long since I reached exceptional gold core realm? Jin Wushuang was astonished and said directly, I have seen your information in the Earth Dragon list. You have long been famous and was listed in the Earth Dragon list 7 years ago. Yes, I was listed in the Earthly Dragon list 7 years ago, but I have reached the Golden Pill Grandmaster for 15 years. Xiao Meng said in a low voice. 15 years? Jin Wushuang was startled. For 15 years, he had been stuck at exceptional gold core realm. 15 years ago, when I reached the exceptional gold core realm, I met a bottleneck and I found that I wasn't able to make breakthrough anymore even though I tried whatever I could. Xiao Meng smiled bitterly. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly. He also knew that in the way of cultivation, it would be harder and harder to make breakthroughs. For many people, once they met the bottleneck, it was normal for them to stop making further breakthroughs for a long time. What's more, it was nothing new for most of them to stop forever. The exceptional gold core realm and yin-yang void realm were so wide that it was very difficult to cross this bottleneck. Even for such a genius like Xiao Meng, it took him 15 years to be constrained under this bottleneck without making any breakthrough. I'm eager to make a breakthrough and became a legendary yin-yang void realm strongman, but I have hit this bottleneck for too long. I am desperate. However, not long ago, I met an alchemist. The master was well versed in this area, and I happened to do him a favor before, so he promised to refine a bottleneck-breaking pill for me as long as I could gather enough materials. Xiao Meng said. The bottleneck-breaking elixir? The warriors of the gold core realm around were all astonished. The bottleneck-breaking pill will provide me the chance to cross the bottleneck and make the breakthrough. Though it is not very likely to happen, it's the only hope for me. From that time, I tried whatever I could to gather the materials needed in refining the pill. Xiao Meng continued. I went to many places to gather the materials for a long time, and I have gathered most of them. The only thing that I haven't gathered is the Black Lotus. After hearing this, all the warrior of the gold core realm around were clear about his intentions. It turned out that Xiao Meng needed the Black Lotus to refine the bottleneck-breaking pill. No wonder he chose to risk his life for the Black Lotus. After hearing this, Jin Wushuang looked strange. He moved his hand, and a black elixir pill appeared on his hand. Is this the bottleneck-breaking pill you mentioned? Chapter 115. Chapter 115. Blood Feather Tower arrives. Amazing. Seeing the black pill that Jin Wushuang took out, everyone around was amazed. Bottleneck-breaking pill? Xiao Meng was looking at Jin Wushuang in amazement as well. How could you have it? Don't forget who I am. Jin Wushuang was a bit speechless. The bottleneck-breaking pill, an extremely high-grade pill, was not only quite rare and precious. In the whole Tianzong dynasty, alchemists qualified to refine the bottleneck-breaking pill were very rare. The bottleneck-breaking pill was too difficult to refine, so it was almost extravagant for the average person to have one. But Jin Wushuang was from Dragon Palace, whose secret pavilion collected thousands of treasures. It had all the things that one desired. The bottleneck-breaking pill was almost impossible to find, but in Dragon Palace, it would only take 5,000 points to get one. Previously, to break through the bottleneck of his primordial gold core, he purchased 3 bottleneck-breaking pills at the secret pavilion. He used 2 of them himself, but there was still one left, the one in his hand. But if Jin Wushuang had known that Xiao Meng fought so hard for the Black Water Lotus just to refine the bottleneck-breaking pill, he would have given it to Xiao Meng. It was unnecessary to fight so fiercely. You are a good man. I'll give you this bottleneck-breaking pill. Jin Wushuang passed the bottleneck-breaking pill to Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng hesitated somewhat, but he finally accepted it. He looked directly into Jin Wushuang's eyes and said, "Thanks a lot." Jin Wushuang arched an eyebrow and shifted to the front of that big tree. He raised his hand and broke the trunk into pieces, causing the interspatial ring embedded deeply in the trunk to fall into his hand. Black Water Lotus. Looking at the interspatial ring, Jin Wushuang smiled. "Third brother," said Su Ro, appearing beside Jian Wushuang. Phew, I was lucky and succeeded, commented Jian Wushuang before passing the interspatial ring to her. Su Rou took it. After binding it, she sensed the black water lotus in the interspatial ring at once, then a smile appeared on her face. Thanks a lot, third brother, Su Rou thanked him. Then she extended her hand with a black water lotus seed in it. Black water lotus seed? Jian Wushuang looked at Su Rou, surprised. He ran to the mountaintop for a fierce fight with Xiao Meng, while at Quiet Moon Lake, those gold core warriors would certainly have fought for the 7 black lotus seeds frantically. The competition was bound to be quite fierce. But Jian Wushuang hadn't expected that Su Rou could seize a black water lotus seed from that group of experts. Third brother, this black water lotus seed is for you. I know you still want to grasp sword essence of the water drop. This black lotus seed should be able to help you, Su Rou said. Don't you want it? You also comprehend essence of the water drop. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but ask. The black water lotus is enough for me. This black water lotus seed is of little use to me, Su Rou said. That's great. Jian Wushuang didn't refuse. He reached out and accepted the black water lotus seed. The battle for the black water lotus is finally over, Jian Wushuang commented while he looked around. Over. It was over. The 7 black water lotus seeds had found owners, and even the black water lotus was eventually taken by Jian Wushuang after a fierce fight. Indeed, the fighting had completely come to an end. Although it was over, the fight today would become a topic that people loved to talk about. It was destined to spread throughout the Tianzong dynasty soon. Meanwhile, the earthly dragon list would certainly alter its rankings. People would also have a deep impression of the name of Swordsman and remember the ultimate fight on the mountain near Quiet Moon Lake today. A man in the initial gold core realm, who grasped 3 different sword essences at the same time, defeated Xiao Meng. Such a brilliant record was enough to make the world praise him, making it easy for him to be ranked on the earthly dragon list. However, while people around were still talking about the fight between Swordsman and Xiao Meng, an unremarkable skinny man appeared in the crowd. The skinny man only reached the initial gold core realm. He also participated in the fight for the black water lotus, but only had a mediocre performance. Thus, nobody would notice him. But at this moment, the man was ruthlessly gazing in the direction of Jian Wushuang. A black-robed swordsman. He is only in the initial gold core realm, yet he has grasped 3 different sword essences with an extremely high level of comprehension. Yes, he is Jian Wushuang, the target of the Scarlet Kill Command, Jian Wushuang. After confirmation, the skinny man immediately went to deliver the message. Soon, night fell. Though the moonlight was bright and clear, its light could not reach into the endless mountain range, so it was still dark in there. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of dark figures hastily swept through the woods like ghosts. It wasn't long before they reached a forest near Quiet Moon Lake and stopped. All these men were dressed in black robes, wearing masks on their faces. There were 12 of them in total, among whom 10 wore gold masks, while the other 2 wore purple masks. 10 assassins with gold masks and 2 assassins with purple masks. This was the battle formation arranged by Blood Feather Tower this time. The target is right in front of us. One of the purple-masked assassins spoke in a low voice. Blood Shadow Team 1 and Team 2, you move first. Make sure to find the right opportunity and kill him with 1 hit. Don't make the 2 of us get involved. The 2 purple-masked assassins had some scruples, so they wouldn't move if the circumstances permitted. The 10 gold-masked assassins stood there, cold as ice. Among them, the leader of the gold-masked assassins laughed and said, "He is just a disciple of Dragon Palace, in the initial gold core realm. His perception of the realms is higher than an average person. But so what? Blood Shadow Team 1 and Team 2 are moving at the same time, which is already giving him face. As for you 2, please just watch. Darkblader, you'd better not look down on the target." According to the information we received from today's fight over the Black Water Lotus, he defeated Xiao Meng, who was ranked 22nd on the Earthly Dragon list. Do not forget that Xiao Meng's ranking on the Earthly Dragon list is above you. The purple-masked assassin said in a low voice. So what? The gold-masked assassin, Darkblader, still dismissed it and said, I'm an assassin, so direct slaughter is not my forte. But once I find a chance, even those who rank in the top 10 on the earthly dragon list will die, let alone someone ranked 22nd. Darkblader was full of confidence. But he was indeed qualified to say this. Darkblader. He ranked 41st on the earthly dragon list. Although his ranking was below 40, his real identity was an assassin of Bloodfeather Tower. As an assassin, when found the right opportunity, he was an extremely terrifying assassin. Anyway, be careful. Don't forget that he is the target of a Scarlet Kill command, ordered personally by Sir Grerob. This time, we must kill him no matter what. If we fail, we will all be executed. The purple-masked assassin had a serious expression. Remember, don't give him a chance. Kill him in one hit, and then leave immediately. Go. Once the purple-masked assassin finished speaking, the 10 gold-masked assassins immediately set out. Chapter 116. Chapter 116. A Perfect Assassination. Near Quiet Moon Lake, a charcoal fire was burning brightly and the area was filled with noise. It was near nightfall when the fight for the Black Water Lotus finished. Therefore, most of the warriors were still here. A number of warriors in the Gold Core realm gathered together in 2s or 3s, busy talking about the magnificent battle between Jian Wushuang and Xiao Meng. Who is the black-robed swordsman? How does a warrior in the initial Gold Core realm have such terrifying battle strength? His name seems to be Swordsman. It is said that he is a disciple of Dragon Palace. A disciple of Dragon Palace? So that is why he is powerful. Those warriors of the Gold Core realm glanced, from time to time, towards the black-robed adolescent who was practicing his sword skills. The black-robed adolescent brandished his long sword, slowly practicing his sword skills. Seeing one slash followed by another one, people suffered from a delusion that his sword chopping into a pall of cotton instead of the air. Extremely weird. The experts with relatively sharp eyes immediately recognized what was happening. Essence of the water drop. It's essence of the water drop. Swordsman comprehended essence of the water drop. He had already comprehended the sword essences of Gale, Earth, and Raging Fire sword before. Now, he has comprehended sword essence of the water drop. He has comprehended 4 different essences. Everyone looked at Jian Wushuang with surprise. Exceptional genius. Monster. 4 different sword essences at the same time. Quite brave, isn't he? After a round of loud exclamation, everyone present was astonished. The expressions of the experts from the earthly dragon list were also complex. A man who comprehending 4 essences at the same time should be regarded as crazy rather than courageous. Jian Wushuang actually dared to do it. But it was not impossible for him to comprehend 4 essences at the same time after the awakening of Sword Soul. The 2 assassin teams, called Blood Shadow, were hiding on the top of a big tree near Jian Wushuang while he was practicing. The leader, Darkblader, stared at Jian Wushuang with his dark eyes. Sword essence of the water drop, Darkblader was also surprised. After all, he was informed that Jian Wushuang had comprehended 3 different sword essences, Gale, Earth, and Raging Fire. It's very brave for Jian Wushuang to comprehend 4 sword essences at the same time, Darkblader mocked. He's concentrating right now as he practices his swordsmanship. The possibility of a sneak attack succeeding is very low if I attack now. The best time would be the instant he puts his sword away after finishing his practice. At that moment, his attention and concentration will wander. Those golden-masked assassins were waiting silently. The sword light was fleeting like a wave, soft but tough. One move after another. They looked slow, but every move contained a mighty power. The sword light suddenly stabbed toward the void and engendered a stream of a substantial wave. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and slightly smiled. It's indeed the Black Water Lotus seed which induced such a bloody fight. I easily comprehended sword essence of the water drop soon after swallowing it. and my comprehension has even reached the 4th level of the Dragon Gate. To normal warriors of the Gold Core realm, comprehension that reached the 4th level of the Dragon Gate was very high. Even Jian Wushuang barely squeaked through the 4th level by earnestly cultivating for 3 months before joining Dragon Palace. But now his comprehension and sword essence of the water drop easily reached this level because of the black water lotus seed. Exhaling a breath, Jian Wushuang put away his sword without realizing the hidden peril that surrounded him. At the same time he was putting away his sword. Now is our chance. The hidden dark blader silently floated down, like a phantom, towards Jian Wushuang. At this time, Jian Wushuang's expression relaxed. Third brother, Su Rou, who had been watching Jian Wushuang, walked toward him and said, "Congratulations! You have comprehended another sword essence." After congratulating Jian Wushuang on his breakthrough, she suddenly sensed a hint of crisis from her heart. Even the target, Jian Wushuang, didn't sense it, but Su Rou sensed it. Third brother, watch out! Su Rou shouted suddenly. What? Jian Wushuang became alarmed, and all his pores opened in an instant. A sense of unprecedented crisis filled Jian Wushuang. Then a black light emerged silently behind Jian Wushuang with a cold and dark luster. It was so fast that Jian Wushuang did not have time to respond. Comprehend 4 sword essences. So what? Defeated Xiaomang. So what? You finished your practice just now. Your previous concentration of sense and spirit are wandering. Right now is when you are the most vulnerable. With the darkness as cover, this is the perfect opportunity to assassinate you. It will be a perfect assassination. Even experts ranked in the top 10 on the earthly dragon list would not be able to escape. You will die. Darkblader smiled coldly. At this time, he could see the image of Jian Wushuang being killed by him. However, a swift gust of wind rushed forward, followed by 2 streams of wind passed through the space and appeared in front of him. His black light, which nearly stabbed into Jian Wushuang, was parried by the wind. How could that be? Darkblader was surprised. He had been confident in this assassination. Jian Wushuang was not able to react and was going to die. The truth was that Jian Wushuang didn't react. However, Su Rou made it. Su Rou not only perceived, but even parried this killing attack. He realized that terrifying burst of power came from Su Rou. This woman. Darkblader looked at Su Rou in shock. How could she react? Such a perfect assassination. Only an expert in the Yin-Yang Void Realm should have been able to respond, so how did she react in time? That cold and dark black light was parried by 2 jets of wind. However, the power of the black light was much stronger, so the wind was easily destroyed. Subsequently, the black light still stabbed toward Jian Wushuang. Thanks to the wind hindering the black light for a while, Jian Wushuang was able to swerve drastically. Watching as this black light approached his body to within less than half a centimeter, his pores immediately opened and cold sweat ran down his back. But in the next moment, an endless anger erupted. Blood Feather Tower. Seeing this gold-masked figure, killing intent poured out from Jian Wushuang's eyes. Go to hell. Boom. After a swift and violent explosion of sword essence, a foggy sword shadow which was extremely aggressive headed for Darkblader. Not good. Darkblader felt a sense of fear in his heart. He was well versed in assassination. He was much weaker in direct combat. Then he quickly parried with the black light. Bang! The terrifying foggy sword shadow pounded on the black light, which was a cold black dagger. But the terrifying power of the attack caused the black dagger to slide out of Darkblader's hand. Many figures rushed towards Jian Wushuang as he attacked Darkblader again, trying to kill him directly. Chapter 117. Chapter 117, Blood Shadow Team. Many ghostly figures rushed towards Jian Wushuang from all directions, with the black sharp edges in their hands aimed at his vital parts, stabbing out at tricky angles. These ghostly figures were the other 9 members of the Blood Shadow Team. Although the gold-masked assassins of the 2 teams were not as good as the Darkblader in terms of strength, they were still top-ranked assassins. Most of them had enough strength to assassinate experts on the earthly dragon list. Go to hell. With a heavy outburst, a powerful sword essence was released, and Jian Wushuang lashed out with his triple-kill sword. Sword light passed by silently, but suddenly there were many strange waves rippling in the air. These waves contained terrible impact force, directly spreading out in all directions. Bang, 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 bang. After 9 consecutive loud noises, the 9 gold-masked assassins that had rushed in were all expelled directly and relentlessly. They were knocked several meters away before they finally managed to regain their balance. There was a little shock in the eyes of gold-masked assassins. As gold-masked assassins, especially assassins in the Blood Shadow team, each of them had reached the peak of the exceptional gold core realm. Although they were not as powerful as the experts on the earthly dragon list, they were not far away from them. If it was an assassination, each of them had the strength to assassinate experts on the earthly dragon list. But now, all 9 people were pushed back by Jian Wushuang with only one move. What was this strength? As for the Darkblader, who was the first one knocked back by Jian Wushuang, his dark eyes squinted suddenly, not looking at Jian Wushuang, but Su Rou. He was very clear on how perfect the assassination attempt was just now. Jian Wushuang should have definitely died. But this perfect assassination failed, because of Su Rou. "This woman is weird," said Darkblader in a low voice. Everything happened too fast. Starting with the first attack from Darkblader, then the 9 gold-masked assassins who were repelled by Jian Wushuang with only one move. In fact, all this happened in a split second. However, many of the warriors beside Quiet Moon Lake did not realize what happened until it was already over. What happened? What a terrifying atmosphere. What's wrong? Swordsman, it's Swordsman. Are those gold-masked men from Bloodfeather Tower? It's Bloodfeather Tower, all right. They are gold-masked assassins from Bloodfeather Tower. What's more, there are 10 gold-masked assassins in total, and all of them have come for Swordsman. Do people in Bloodfeather Tower want to kill Swordsman? There was quite a commotion around the whole Quiet Moon Lake. All the warriors immediately looked there, but they were shocked by what they saw. But there was nothing they could do. Bloodfeather Tower was synonymous with terrible in the Tianzong dynasty. Faced with the top assassin organization in Tianzong dynasty, everyone was afraid. Normally, the people that Bloodfeather Tower wanted to kill would have no chance of surviving. Bloodfeather Tower. There was a heavy killing intent in Jian Wushuang's eyes, but his heart shrank when he looked at all these gold-masked assassins. He knew that since assassins from Bloodfeather Tower were here, it meant that his identity had been exposed. According to the assassination style of Bloodfeather Tower, since they had attacked, they must be prepared. Although the 10 gold-masked assassins in front of him could threaten him, he was sure that this was not all Bloodfeather Tower had prepared. Bloodfeather Tower, how dare you try to assassinate a disciple of Dragon Palace? Are you not afraid that Dragon Palace will seek revenge? Jian Wushuang shouted, and his voice spread out over the area. A disciple of Dragon Palace? Is Swordsman really a disciple of Dragon Palace? Just play a joke. He is just an initial completion of the Golden Pill realm with so powerful battle strength that only the eccentric genius of Dragon Palace can do it. All the surrounding warriors were scared, and no one dared to intervene. Bloodfeather Tower? Xiao Meng, who was sitting cross-legged under a big tree, also saw the scene that was occurring beside Quiet Moon Lake. His brows slightly wrinkled, but he immediately shook his head slowly after that. Normally, he might help Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang had given him a bottleneck-breaking pill today, so he felt a great amount of gratitude towards Jian Wushuang that he would not forget. However, his spiritual power had been exhausted in the fight earlier, and he had not recovered enough yet to be able to offer any help. Therefore, Jian Wushuang could only fend for himself. Of course, Jian Wushuang never thought that someone would come to help him. His purpose was to merely to spread his identity. That way, regardless of whether he lived or died today, Bloodfeather Tower would suffer the crazy revenge of Dragon Palace later. Dragon Palace put a lot of emphasis on protecting their disciples. Whoever bullied the disciples of Dragon Palace would not have a good ending unless Dragon Palace never knew about it. And Jin Wushuang had shocked the whole Dragon Palace by passing through the 11th level of the Dragon Gate. Now, the two palace masters and the temple masters of Dragon Palace thought that Jin Wushuang was an extremely rare genius. Once such a genius was killed, Dragon Palace would feel so much pain that their revenge would be much more malicious. Jin Wushuang, Darkblader said, "Today, don't talk about the Dragon Palace. Even the gods can't help you. You will die. Nobody can save you. Come on, kill him." As his voice faded, Darkblader took the lead, and the 9 gold-masked assassins followed. "You?" Jin Wushuang smirked, and his figure turned ghostly. "Chu!" A sword shadow appeared silently in front of one of the gold-masked assassins. Without any time for him to respond, in just a blink, this gold-masked assassin was directly killed by the sword edge which passed through his neck, followed by another ghostly image of Jin Wushuang. Shua! The same silent sword swept past the throat of another gold-masked assassin. What happened? The rest of the gold-masked assassins were shocked. "This is..." Darkblader also glowered. 2 gold-masked assassins were instantly killed in just a moment, but they did not even see the Jin Wushuang's figure. Fast. He was too fast. Not only the speed of his body, but also the speed of his sword. Formless sword arts, 6th move. The 2 purple-masked assassins, standing side by side on a tree in the forest, gazed intently. Such a large error in the intelligence report. Jin Wushuang is much stronger than reported, and the woman beside him is also weird. She was able to respond to that perfect assassination attempt by Darkblader, murmured a purple-masked assassin. "It is too late to talk about that. Now that we have taken action, there is no way out. It is obvious that Darkblader cannot kill Jin Wushuang, so it's up to you," murmured the other purple-masked assassin. "If I join in the fight, he will definitely die." The first purple-masked assassin nodded slightly, then his figure direct rushed out. Chapter 118. Chapter 118. Exerting the utmost strength. Die! The long sword in Jin Wushuang's hand silently appeared in front of the 3rd gold-masked assassin, and he was directly killed without putting up any resistance. How could that be? How is he so fast? The remaining gold-masked assassins were horrified. They didn't know that Jin Wushuang's comprehension in Sword Essence of Gale was so high that he could execute the 6th move of the Formless Sword Arts. The Formless Sword Arts were known as the top sword skill in the Tianzong dynasty. How could it not be terrifyingly powerful? The 6th move truly was extremely powerful. The 6th move could not be executed in the fight against Xiaomeng because his comprehension of the Essence of Gale was deeper. Xiaomeng was also stronger than Jin Wushuang, so this move could not threaten Xiaomeng. However, when Jiang Wushuang used it against these gold-masked assassins, who were not on the earthly dragon list, the Formless Sword Arts could massacre them. These gold-masked assassins had no chance to fight back against the speed released by Jin Wushuang's sword. The 4th one, Jin Wushuang's sword slashed out again. Covering a distance of more than 10 meters instantaneously, the sword pierced the 4th gold-masked assassin's throat. However, after he killed the 4th gold-masked assassin, what? Jin Wushuang lifted his head quickly as a black figure appeared in his sight. The black figure had arrived in front of him in an instant from a distance of more than 10 meters. This speed! Jin Wushuang was surprised upon seeing the black figure's palm that was thrusting towards his head. Jin Wushuang was shocked by the power contained in this palm attack. He would instantly die without question if this blow landed on his head. At this critical moment, the triple kill sword in Jin Wushuang's hand directly stabbed through the voice toward the center of the incoming palm. Bang! The sword edge of the triple kill sword collided with that palm. However, the triple kill sword failed to pierce the palm, and the palm suppressed Jin Wushuang with irresistible and terrifying power. Jin Wushuang felt a mighty force being transmitted through his arm, Then he sprayed a jet of blood out of his mouth as his body fiercely shot backward, like a bullet. Bang! Jin Wushuang's figure was knocked back on the ground by more than 10 meters, with the ground cracking as his figure was continued rolling. It did not stop until his body rolled into Quiet Moon Lake. The whole Quiet Moon Lake immediately became still. Everyone looked, their mouths agape, at the black-robed figure hovering in the void. There was a man in a black robe and purple mask, but the most important part was that he was standing in the air. His identity was instantly clear. Purple-masked assassin. Yin-Yang Void Realm. A purple-masked assassin from Blood Feather Tower came to kill Jin Wushuang himself. Swordsman is going to die. He is done. Everybody was shocked. There were few experts of the Yin-Yang Void Realm in the Tianzong dynasty. It was very unlikely to meet one of these experts. The purple-masked assassin from Blood Feather Tower was exceedingly more powerful than normal experts of the Yin-Yang Void Realm. Nobody present thought that Jin Wushuang, merely in the initial Gold Core Realm, could still be alive after the attack from the purple-masked assassin. Third brother. Seeing Jin Wushuang slowly sinking into Quiet Moon Lake, Su Ro's beautiful expression grew hideous and her killing intent burst out. You will die. Staring at the purple-masked assassin, a blast of air surged from Su Ro's body. Su Ro had released this wind several times, but this time was the strongest. This terrifying wind astonished the purple-masked assassin, and he instantly looked at Su Ro. This girl, seeing the increasingly terrifying wind that was released by Su Ro, the purple-masked assassin's mouth twitched. He felt that Su Ro was incredibly dangerous. Su Ro coldly stared at the purple-masked assassin and a cold voice emerged from her. Asshole. Go die. The huge sword was slashed out. Swoosh. The great sword was outclassing over, and it was easy to pass through the void so that there was an awkward windbreak in the air. The sturdy sword edge also swept from the ground and crashed. The ground suddenly cracked. A large crack that is more than 2 meters wide. An enormous power soared into the sky with an overwhelming aura. Gathering his look, he became careful. The purple-masked killer clenching his right hand, the spiritual power burst out. Without hesitation, a fist was shaken with angry, and when it came out, a crisp explosion from his body also rang through the world. Bang! After the collision between them, the purple-masked assassin groaned and his body immediately flew backwards, crashing into a large tree that was tens of meters away. Crack! Apparently, the tree could not bear the terrifying force, so it directly splintered. This stream of power. Looking at his still tingling palms, the purple-masked assassin looked at Su Ro in a different way. The girl is from that place? I cannot kill her. After exerting her strongest move, the aura of Su Ro's body had already begun to diminish. There was also sweat on her beautiful face. Obviously, she did not have enough force to attack again. However, while clenching her jaw, Su Ro still stared at the purple-masked assassin. I don't dare to kill you. The purple-masked assassin shook his head. Without any thoughts of tangling with Su Ro, his figure flew out and appeared over Quiet Moon Lake. As for Su Ro, all she could do was watch him. Third brother. Staring at the lake surface, Su Ro began trembling. Jin Wushuang had disappeared, and the surface of the lake was placid. In Quiet Moon Lake, Jin Wushuang was surrounded with endless lake water as his eyes opened. Wah! A load of blood surged from his mouth. Compared with Gold Core Realm warriors, experts of the Yin-Yang Void Realm were much stronger. A mere palm attack was enough to seriously injure him. He even felt like his internal organs had been completely rearranged. He was in extreme pain. It was all he could do to face that attack one time. If it came again, he would definitely die. I was sure that they would not send only 10 gold-masked assassins since Blood Feather Tower wants to kill me. And I was right. But it was beyond my expectation that Blood Feather Tower would send a purple-masked assassin to kill a warrior in the initial Gold Core realm. Although Jin Wushuang was seriously injured, the battle intent in his eyes was still powerful. This time, I will use my full strength. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and his eyes blinked with a vestige of insanity. Soul-devouring. Secret skill. Quiet Moon Lake quaked. Jian Wushuang's body seemed to be a black hole that could devour everything as a stream of natural power from all things of the universe rushed into his body at an amazing speed. With the natural power being injected, Jian Wushuang's aura began to soar. It had been 1 year. Now Jian Wushuang was executing the soul-devouring secret skill again. He was in a desperate fight. Chapter 119. Chapter 119. Boom, boom, boom. 2 meters above Quiet Moon Lake, a purple-masked assassin was floating and looking down with cold eyes. Is he dead? The lake was quiet, but Jian Wushuang had already sunk into it. However, suddenly, in the center of Quiet Moon Lake, a huge whirlpool took shape and began rapidly expanding to swallow the whole lake, which made the Great Lake crazily stir. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of stirring water was spread through the area like a windstorm generating in the center of the lake. What happened? What on earth happened? What's the whirlpool? Standing beside Quiet Moon Lake, a great many warriors of the Gold Core realm were astonished. Look at the ground. When that sudden cry sounded, those warriors looked down at the ground right away. However, what they saw made their hair stand on end. At this moment, the vibrant earth was turning into a bleak one at an amazingly fast speed. The original deep green was gradually changing into a dry yellow. On top of that, there were even cracks slowly appearing on the ground. Dull. Silent. Everyone was frightened. While watching what was happening around Quiet Moon Lake, the purple-masked assassin above the lake became dour, and then his eyes flashed with killing intent. Whatever he is doing, I will kill him. The purple-masked assassin reached out his right hand and heavily slapped toward the center of the whirlpool. A magnificent spiritual power was released. In an instant, a massive palm, totally generated by spiritual power, appeared on the lake. The palm seemed to arrive from ancient times, exuding a very horrible smell. Hum. The purple-masked assassin hummed as his massive palm, like a small mountain, dove toward the core of the whirlpool, slowly exerting its power. Warriors beside the Quiet Moon Lake couldn't help holding their breath when they saw that massive palm. But at that moment, whoosh! Suddenly, a cold sword light rose from Quiet Moon Lake as it slowly magnified in their eyes, rushing upward. Immediately, the whole area became thoroughly dark. Only that sword light remained in the vast and extremely dark void. The sword light was ice-cold, dazzling, and destructive. After abruptly rising from the bottom of Quiet Moon Lake, the sword light rushed toward the sky and instantly struck against the massive palm. The sword light pierced into the center of the palm. Bang! An ear-splitting boom reverberated through the void. 2 kinds of horrible strength directly struck against each other, which immediately generated many tangible airflows. Then, those airflows were transformed into a blast wave that swept out in a destructive manner. It was just like a star exploding. The horrible blast wave crazily rushed out in all directions. At that moment, the wave blew every warrior of the Gold Core realm who stood by Quiet Moon Lake hither and thither. Worse still, some of them directly spit blood and retreated. The mass of trees growing by the lake was also swept away by the blast wave, many of which were instantly uprooted, while some of them directly broke at the base of their trunks. The heaven and earth were in ruin, and it seemed to be the end of the world. How did this happen? That purple-masked assassin was totally astonished, looking at the soaring sword light in amazement. It seemed to be all-conquering as it directly pierced into the center of the massive palm. A terrible piercing force violently radiated from the sword light. Within just a moment, the massive palm which he displayed with all his strength was directly split. After that, the sword edge swept out, shredding the palm into pieces. Swoosh! Even after splitting the massive palm, the sword light still rushed toward the sky with rolling sword essence. And then, following that, bang! A massive spray of water abruptly gushed out from the bottom of Quiet Moon Lake, and then a black figure directly rushed upward with an arrogant sword essence and an incredibly terrifying aura. In the next moment, he had already appeared in front of the purple-masked assassin. "Old bastard, you enjoyed it, didn't you?" Jian Wushuang calmly looked at the purple-masked assassin. Although the assassin's appearance could not be seen clearly, Jian Wushuang could infer that he was an old guy by his figure and voice. "You!" The purple-masked assassin had not completely recovered from his astonishment. "Now it's my turn." Jian Wushuang's cold grin resembled that of a blade. Jian Wushuang didn't show his sword arts. Instead, he sheathed his triple-kill sword. Then, just using his fists, he began directly punching towards the purple-masked assassin's face. Boom! The outburst of terrifying power made a fearsome wind sound when Jian Wushuang waved his fist through the air. After all, Jian Wushuang was currently using the soul-devouring secret skill. By devouring nature and absorbing the natural power in the area for hundreds of meters, his spiritual power was pushed to the peak of the exceptional gold core realm. But he possessed a supreme gold core, which was 100 times stronger than an expert in the same realm. After a complete outburst, his strength settled at the peak of the exceptional gold core realm. The strength that radiated out was much more terrifying than the average yin-yang void realm. "You must want to go to the hell." Seeing Jian Wushuang directly use his fist, without any sword skills, the purple-masked killer raged and used his fist, releasing the peak of his strength. At that moment, two fists were rushing towards a head-on collision. Crack! Only the sound of bones cracking was heard. Then, in the next moment, the purple-masked assassin uttered a grievous cry. "My arm!" Staring with extreme rage in his eyes, the purple-masked assassin was aware that the bones in his right arm were completely shattered. His right arm had been disabled in this head-on, fist-to-fist battle. "It is you that will go to the hell." Jian Wushuang thundered again, and then immediately kicked towards him. The purple-masked assassin was unable to make any response, heavily falling on the ground and instantly creating a 1-meter depth hole with his falling force. Afterwards, the killer simply laid in the hole while blood leaked from his mouth. It was uncertain whether he was dead or not. Dull. All the warriors around Quiet Moon Lake were dull. What did they just witness? A warriors of the Gold Core realm defeating a supreme expert in the real yin-yang void realm, even beating him until he was almost dead in an instant. Furthermore, he didn't use his sword. With a distorted face and bloodshot eyes, Jian Wushuang was dying to thoroughly kill the purple-masked assassin who lay in the deep hole with an unknown lifespan remaining. However, a frightening aura swept through the area, indicating that there was another purple-masked assassin. All the warriors in the area stared with wide eyes when they saw it. Another purple-masked assassin? Chapter 120. Chapter 120. The Line Between Death and Life. Choo! A cold black light rushed toward Jian Wushuang as a terrifying aura directly locked onto him. Naturally, it was from the second purple-masked assassin. This purple-masked assassin had been hiding in the dark. He did not intend to show himself, but he never expected that things would go this way. Two teams of the Blood Shadow had joined the fight. Jian Wushuang killed 4 of them in only a moment, but the Blood Shadow teams had not even managed to touch his shadow. Then the first purple-masked assassin had fought against Jian Wushuang in person. The result was that he was defeated and sprawled out in a huge hole near Jian Wushuang. It was even uncertain whether he was alive or dead. He had no choice but to show himself. One more? Get lost. Jian Wushuang roared and angrily hacked his triple-kill sword toward the second purple-masked assassin with a steam of scorching and fiery sword essence of raging fire. Sword skill of blood and fire, the 6th move. That cold black light also rushed toward the second purple-masked assassin. Bang! Jian Wushuang could not help stumbling back several steps, as did the purple-masked assassin. The strength of the second purple-masked assassin is much stronger than that of the first one, Jian Wushuang thought secretly. Warriors of the Gold Core realm had differences between strong and weak, so did warriors of the Yin-Yang Void realm. The same situation was true for those purple-masked assassins. The second purple-masked assassin's strength was much stronger than that of the first purple-masked assassin who was pulverized by Jian Wushuang. Go to hell. Again, that purple-masked assassin stabbed out ferociously with his black dagger. It seemed that the stab could pierce through the heavens, and a cacophony resounded through the void. Ridiculous. With a sneer, Jian Wushuang waved his triple-kill sword and slashed out directly with a strong burst of sword essence of Gale. But the speed of his sword was faster than that of the black dagger in the purple-masked assassin's hand. Clang! The sparks made by the clashing of the two blades was very showy in the night sky. Jian Wushuang moved his wrist, and the long sword flexibly bypassed the black dagger. Then, while radiating sword essence of earth, he hacked out his sword. Obviously, the purple-masked assassin was battle-hardened. Without any panic, he waved his black dagger forward angrily. Bang! With another low and deep sound, the heavy and vast sword essence of earth released a huge amount of power. In addition, the power released from the soul-devouring secret skill, executed by Jian Wushuang, far exceeded that of common warriors in the Yin-Yang Void realm. As these two huge powers contained in the Jian Wushuang's sword move crashed against that black dagger, the purple-masked assassin became nervous. However, in the place where two sword edges clashed, a wave-like essence spread out. This wave was the impact force from the clash between the two blades. And, although it was not worth mentioning to Jian Wushuang and that purple-masked assassin, the blast wave generated right in front of the purple-masked assassin, so it naturally reached his face first. Bang! As soon as the blast wave struck that assassin's purple mask, this wicked and frightening purple mask cracked directly in front of everyone. When the mask cracked and broke away from his face, a pretty and refined face appeared, but this face was hideous at this moment. It's you. When Jian Wushuang saw this face, a sharp light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Most warriors of the Gold Core realm near Quiet Moon Lake also saw this face, and some of them recognized him with a single glance. It's him. Lin Yun. It's Lord Lin Yun. Is it really Lord Lin Yun? Lin Yun, the governor of Blizzard City? Many warriors of the Gold Core realm who recognized his face felt it was unbelievable. Lin Yun, it's you. Jian Wushuang was surprised too. He happened to have met Lin Yun once at the Golden Dragon subsidiary palace in Moonheart City. At that time, Lin Yun gave people the impression of gentleness, elegance, and courtesy. With such a good reputation, he seemed to be a good person, 100%. Nearly everyone who knew Lin Yun respected him very much. But who could have thought that such a good person was a purple-masked assassin from Bloodfeather Tower? You hid so deeply, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. At this moment, Lin Yun's face was hideous instead of gentle. Damn it! Lin Yun cursed secretly in his heart. The reason why he did not show himself before was that he was afraid of exposing his identity. He did not intend to appear and help kill Jian Wushuang unless he had no choice. But he had never thought the battle strength which Jian Wushuang released would be so strong. Now, his identity was exposed in front of so many people. Regardless of whether he killed Jian Wushuang or not today, he no longer had a place to return to in the Tianzong dynasty. Because, regardless of the risks, Dragon Palace would kill him. Now that my identity has been exposed, I just need to focus on killing him first. Lin Yun's eyes were full of killing intent. Then, a moment later, a lavender long spear appeared in his hand. This long spear was his real weapon. He only used the black dagger to hide his identity. Go to hell. Lin Yun instantly made his move, his body appearing in front of Jian Wushuang in the blink of an eye, as he directly thrust out his lavender long spear. Without any sound, this stab was just like a flickering serpent's tongue. Jian Wushuang only felt his body was locked in place. When this silent spear stabbed towards him, he had no way to avoid it at all. Essence of the Water Drop. Has Lin Yun's comprehension in Essence of the Water Drop reached such a high level? Jin Wushuang was frightened. Just now, when Lin Yun used that black dagger to attack, he employed Essence of Gale. Although his comprehension was rather high, Jin Wushuang could handle it. But now Lin Yun was using the long spear with Essence of the Water Drop, which was terrible. This spear can absolutely pass the 11th level of the Dragon Gate easily. It was even close to the 12th level. Jin Wushuang instantly executed the Reincarnation Sword Art in an attempt to block this move. Although he turned back one spear, with another burst of strength, Lin Yun's spear shadows rushed towards Jin Wushuang successively, one by one. Clang, 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 clang. Jin Wushuang did his utmost to fight against Lin Yun, but in his heart he had already lost the intent to fight. After all, what he had executed was the soul-devouring secret skill. The soul-devouring secret skill was terrifying, but it was a unique skill that came with a price. Using it caused great damage to himself as well as his opponent. Therefore, Jin Wushuang could not last much longer. The sharp pain in his body meant that he had reached the limit. Not only that, Jin Wushuang's eyes were red and tendons stood out on his forehead. Obviously, he was very close to his breaking point. Boom! A vast sword shadow directly pushed Lin Yun back. Then Jin Wushuang turned around and ran away. Run! 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 Jin Wushuang was crazily roaring in his heart. However, the direction he ran was exactly towards the area where Su Ro and the gold-masked assassins stood. Third brother, Su Ro looked at Jin Wushuang with concern on her face. Jin Wushuang was exhausted both mentally and physically, but when he saw 6 living gold-masked assassins directly ahead of him, the killing intent in his eyes was rapidly increased again. Chapter 121. The Roar from the Abyss. Chapter 121. The Roar from the Abyss. All of you can go to hell. With a thundering sound, Jin Wushuang suddenly flitted past those 6 gold-masked assassins like a ghost. Before these 6 golden-masked killers, including Darkblader, head of them, could make a response, their throats felt stung and then there disappeared both their sound and breath. While Jin Wushuang was using the soul-devouring secret skill, he almost beat the purple-masked assassin to death. Killing these gold-masked assassins was very easy for him. Do you think you can escape? Lin Yun took a deep breath and looked at his black robe. Then he chased after Jin Wushuang. As for the loss of those gold-masked assassins, it was not important to him. After killing those 6 gold-masked assassins, Jin Wushuang fled into the woods. But Lin Yun appeared above the woods, standing in the air. One was standing in mid-air while the other was fleeing through the woods in a rushed manner, using the trees to hide his presence. Those 2 terrifying auras moved off into the distance. Near Quiet Moon Lake, a lot of warriors in the Gold Core realm watched what was happening. The events they just witnessed had caused huge waves in their hearts. What did they just see? A total of 10 gold-masked assassins came to kill Swordsman, but all of them were killed. Not a single one of them was left alive. Then a purple-masked assassin appeared and fought against Jin Wushuang in person, but the result was that he was defeated and currently sprawled out in a huge pit on the ground. It was still unclear if he was alive or dead. What had caused the land within a few hundred meters to dry out, become brown, and lose its vitality so easily? Then, a second purple-masked assassin appeared, Lin Yun, who was, in fact, the governor of Blizzard City. Like a bomb, these scenes were exploding in the minds of these warriors, leaving them deep in thought. There was no way. So amazing. Each scene was unbelievably amazing. Even now, Lin Yun was still chasing after Swordsman. Hurry up. Let's follow them. Hurry up and follow. Let's watch and see if Swordsman can escape. Ha ha. What an unprecedented battle. It was far more exciting than the battle with Xiao Meng. Hurry up so we can go. A large number of warriors were suddenly storming out, chasing after Jin Wushuang and Lin Yun as if they were the tide. Wushuang, please run faster and escape. Please. Su Ro was praying and clenching her beautiful hands as she rushed to the forefront. In a forest. Swoosh. Terrifying spear shadows bombarded towards Jin Wushuang like thunderbolts, as he shifted his body so fast that the spears struck the tree he was standing on instead. The overwhelming power of the attack caused the big tree, together with others around it, to splinter. His face was red, and the tendons stood out under his skin, but a strong desire for survival could still be seen in Jian Wushuang's eyes. I still have the chance to survive. There is still a chance. Raising his head, Jian Wushuang fixed his eyes steadfastly on a majestic mountain that was not far away, behind which the abyss was located. It was recognized as the most dangerous area in the endless mountain range. The abyss may be a dead end for others, but for him it was the last chance at survival. Jian Wushuang was crazily roaring in his heart. Hold on, hold on. After he stopped using the soul-devouring secret skill, his aura had declined. But the damage caused by the incredibly overwhelming increase in power from using the skill was beginning to show. He felt like his internal organs were burning along with an unprecedented anguish. The pain was too strong and sharp for an ordinary person to bear, even for those experts of the yin-yang void realm, who were tremendously frightening. Clenching his teeth and hands, Jian Wushuang focused on keeping himself lucid. His fingernails were already digging into his flesh as he used his last bit of strength to stagger towards the abyss. He eventually made it to the top of the majestic mountain, in front of the abyss that lay between the two mountains. Not until he had arrived did he stop moving. Whoosh! But Lin Yun also arrived, staring at Jian Wushuang with his cold eyes. There were also many warriors following after him, all of which had eyes that were fixed on Jian Wushuang. They all wore complicated expressions that seemed to express their size, pity, and mercy above all. Everyone was well aware that Jian Wushuang had been driven into a corner. Behind him was the abyss, which could frighten anyone. In front of his stood Lin Yun, a legendary expert in the yin-yang void realm. He had no chances left. 10 gold-masked assassins together with 2 purple-masked assassins formed this group, which was enough to kill an expert of the yin-yang void realm. As a kid in the initial gold core realm, you should be proud to die at the hands of our blood feather tower, Lin Yun said while staring at Jian Wushuang with his cold eyes. All that remains is for you to obediently accept your death. Lin Yun was approaching Jian Wushuang as he spoke. Jian Wushuang felt something surge into his throat, then he coughed up a mouthful of blood. After wiping the blood from his mouth, he looked at Lin Yun, who was closing in on him. His lips were fraught with a strange smile. Do you think you can kill me by yourself? Ha 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 ha. Jian Wushuang burst into mad, almost hysterical, laughter. My life can be taken by heaven, earth, or anyone else. But the people from Blood Feather Tower, only you will never be allowed to kill me. After saying that, Jian Wushuang glanced towards everyone present. Then he stepped back, rushed towards the abyss, and jumped in. In an instant, Jian Wushuang was overwhelmed by the cold wind from the abyss. But he roared at it, full of unyielding will, growling at the heaven and earth. Even if a dragon rises out of the blue sea, I would have no good feelings for Wu Tai. The day I return is the day all you demons die. If I live through this, I definitely turn Blood Feather Tower upside down when I come back. His shout roared out, resonation with the abyss so much that it reverberated through the endless sky, leaving a lasting echo. Even the sky was shaking. It resonated with the land. All of heaven and earth was in shock. A number of warriors gathered near the abyss. They were pale at the moment because they could constantly hear the echoing of Jian Wushuang's words in their mind. The day I return is the day all you demons die. At that moment, everyone stopped breathing and fell into deep silence. Will he really come back? One of the warriors muttered. There was an old burly man standing next to him who shook his head and said, if he dies, then everything will end here. But if there is a day where he really does return, I am afraid that Blood Feather Tower will come to an end. Chapter 122, Insane Retaliation. Chapter 122, Insane Retaliation. Silent, the whole abyss was full of dead silence. Lin Yun stepped forward and slowly walked toward the abyss. overlooking the deep abyss. His eyes were cold. The abyss, huh? Falling into the abyss is a death trap, even for me, let alone for you. You want to survive this? And come back? So stupid and naive. Lin Yun snorted. He didn't care about what Jin Wushuang had said at all. Lin Yun, a cold voice suddenly spoke. Lin Yu was filled with doubt. He turned and saw a terrifying aura radiating from the black-robed girl, Su Ro. Her beautiful and breathtaking eyes were frozen at that moment. Tell your master, Su Ro said coldly, with a slightly trembling voice. From today on, Blood Feather Tower will have no peace. Lin Yun's expression darkened. Anyone else who said that would have instantly been killed by Lin Yun. But this was Su Ro. Blood Feather Tower was a powerful group, but that was only in the Tianzong dynasty. There was a vast world outside of the Tianzong dynasty, in which there were many powers that were stronger than Blood Feather Tower. After seeing that special aura that radiated from her, he had a faint speculation about who she was. Therefore, he dared not kill her. Even so, he didn't care too much about what she had just said. Su Ro really had a very strong background. However, the background of Blood Feather Tower was not that simple, was it? I will wait and see, said Lin Yun. Then he turned to leave. After Lin Yun left, the area around the abyss fell into an uproar. The next day, news about 2 summit battles at Quiet Moon Lake quickly blew through the whole Tianzong dynasty like a hurricane. People in Tianzong dynasty were shocked. The Gladiator Arena, the top chamber of commerce in Tianzong dynasty, had compiled a Millennium Chronicle since long ago. It recorded every influential event that happened in the Tianzong dynasty for nearly 1,000 years. It was on that day, one more event was recorded in the Millennium Chronicle. Near Quiet Moon Lake, 2 summit battles happened. It not only recorded the battle for the Black Water Lotus in detail, but also the fight that happened that night. The focus for both battles was one person, Swordsman. In the Millennium Chronicle, this is what was written about Swordsman. Swordsman, a warrior of the initial Gold Core realm and an exceptional genius who grasped 3 sword essences to an extremely high level at the same time. In the battle for the Black Water Lotus, he fought with Xiao Meng, who ranked 22nd on the Earthly Dragon list. Finally, Xiao Meng was defeated. That night, 10 gold-masked assassins and 2 purple-masked assassins launched a lightning-fast assassination attempt. In the end, all 10 gold core assassins died. The right hand of a purple-masked assassin was broken, straddling the line between life and death. Another purple-masked assassin, Lin Yun, gave chase to finish killing Swordsman. At that point, Swordsman had no choice but to jump into the abyss. A genius fell. Sadly, unfortunately, in the Millennium Chronicle of the Gladiator Arena, Jin Wushuang was highly praised as a peerless genius, but unfortunately, he was forced to jump into the abyss. In everyone's opinion, falling into the abyss meant death. A large number of warriors in Tianzong dynasty felt sorry about that. At the same time, what Jin Wushuang said when he jumped into the abyss also spread throughout Tianzong dynasty. The day I return is the day all you demons die. Many people were shocked by his words and felt sorry for him. Some young men who had ambitions were greatly inspired when they heard that. They even hoped that one day Jin Wushuang would return with his sword and kill all the bad men. Over at Dragon Palace. Boom! A terrifying aura was rising, while at the same time a thick stream of killing intent radiated out. Palace Master White, a beauty in white, stood in the air over Dragon Palace. Her eyes were burning with anger. All the temple masters of Dragon Palace, come out! The loud voice echoed, shocking the whole Dragon Palace. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Figures swiftly appeared from all the nooks of Dragon Palace. They all used Void Walk and quickly gathered beside Palace Master White. As soon as the temple masters of Dragon Palace arrived and saw Palace Master White emitting such a strong killing intent from her eyes, they couldn't help shivering. "Sister White, what happened?" said Palace Master Black, who also came to her. "I have just heard news that Swordsman died," Palace Master White said coldly. "What? Swordsman? That little guy? Suddenly, a heated discussion began around her. The temple masters did not look good. Swordsman, a peerless genius. All the temple masters were shocked by Jian Wushuang's talent and huge potential when he passed through the 11th level of the Dragon Gate not long ago. Palace Master Black even boldly asserted that Jian Wushuang's talent was no less than Crazy Knife's, who was the strongest on the Heavenly Dragon list for decades. It does not need to be said how important this was. Dragon Palace thought highly of such a peerless genius. Even a few days ago, the two palace masters and other temple masters carefully discussed how to cultivate Swordsman in the future when they discussed official business. But now, before they could cultivate him according to their plan, they heard that Swordsman died. How could they be not shocked? How could? The ones who killed Swordsman came from Bloodfeather Tower. Palace Master White suddenly raised her head and said coldly, "Bloodfeather Tower? Is it them? Damn it, they dare to assassinate our disciples?" The temple masters were unable to restrain their fury. Both Golden Dragon Palace and Bloodfeather Tower were powerful forces in Tianzong Dynasty. The core of Golden Dragon Palace was Dragon Palace. Usually they did not interfere with each other, and Bloodfeather Tower had never deliberately killed a disciple of Dragon Palace before. But this time they did it. Not just a normal disciple of Dragon Palace, they killed the most talented and excellent genius of this year's disciples. A peerless genius who they all had high expectations for. Assassinating disciples of Dragon Palace is a direct provocation towards Dragon Palace. Swordsman, the strongest genius in Dragon Palace this year, with a chance at becoming someone as strong as Crazy Knife, or to even reach a higher level. However, Bloodfeather Tower killed him. An exceptional genius is gone. Palace Master White's face was cold, and the killing intent that surged from her was almost sharp enough to be used as a weapon. Palace Master White was the one with the highest expectations for Jian Wushuang, even before he passed through the 11th level of the Dragon Gate. She even sought Jian Wushuang out in person when she thought he was headed down the wrong path. However, when she discovered that Jian Wushuang was correct, she was so surprised and happy for him. And she was also the saddest when she heard that Jian Wushuang died. "It seems our Dragon Palace has been low-key for too long," said Temple Master Yao of Fire Temple, whose eyes were frightening. "An exceptional genius of Dragon Palace was killed. We will be a joke in Tianzong Dynasty if we pretend that we don't know. Nothing to say. We have to get revenge. Yes, we have to get revenge and teach them a painful lesson." Soon Palace Master White led many experts of Dragon Palace and took action. Going through the whole Tianzong Dynasty, a bloody revenge towards Bloodfeather Tower took place. Chapter 123, Ancestors' Land? Chapter 123, Ancestors' Land? After receiving the message that Jian Wushuang had passed away, both the senior leaders of Dragon Palace and his friends were furious. In a room of the manor where Jian Wushuang lived in, bang! Wang Yuan pounded a table, and the burst of his spiritual power immediately shattered the table. At the same time, waves of air rapidly swept through the surroundings. Third brother. How could he have died? Wang Yuan's fat body was trembling slightly. With rage in his eyes, his seemingly funny face had already become hideous. "Danjiu!" Wang Yuan shouted suddenly. Whoosh! A purple figure appeared in the room and stood in front of Wang Yuan respectfully. It was obvious that this man in purple didn't come from Dragon Palace. However, he had been staying in Dragon Palace this whole time, and the experts of Dragon Palace had no idea about it. "Young master," the purple figure, Danjiu, called. "I want to make the top assassin organization of Tianzong Dynasty, Bloodfeather Tower, disappear completely. Are there any problems with that?" Wang Yuan looked at Danjiu coldly. "Bloodfeather Tower?" Danjiu frowned slightly. "Young master, Tianzong Dynasty is beyond our control. I don't care about this. I only want to know, can you do it or not?" Wang Yuan shouted in a deep voice. "Yes." Danjiu nodded decisively. "Then do what I say." Wang Yuan shouted angrily again. "Yes." Danjiu left immediately. Blood Feather Tower. My third brother. Wang Yuan clasped his hands, but in the next moment he became quiet. In the cellar of a Golden Dragon subsidiary palace in Tianan province. Third brother died? He jumped into the abyss because Blood Feather Tower was chasing him? Wearing a blood-red robe and carrying a blood-red saber, Yang Zishuan got so angry after receiving the news that his killing intent immediately burst out and soared to the sky. Give me all the information you have on Blood Feather Tower, Yang Zishuan shouted. Yes. The person in charge of this Golden Dragon subsidiary palace took the order immediately. Blood Feather Tower. There was a tremendous cold light in his eyes. From now on, there is only one goal for my enhancement. To kill all the assassins in Blood Feather Tower. In a secret chamber. The black-robed girl, Su Ro, looked coldly towards a golden paper that was in her hand. The paper was being burned using spiritual power. After the paper was completely burnt, an obscure figure appeared in front of Su Ro. Master! Su Ro's voice was small and odd. Little Ro, what happened? The obscure figure said gently. Master, one of my elder brothers died, Su Ro said. Oh, tell me about it? The obscure figure asked. Su Ro did not waste time, briefly telling him what happened. After she finished speaking. So you want to take revenge for him, right? Asked the obscure figure. Yes. Su Ro nodded slightly. You used to be gentle, but now you are surrounded by killing intent. It's apparent that you valued your brother a lot in your heart. The obscure figure smiled and said, I'll let a group of guards come and listen to you. From now on they will stay with you to protect you. I appreciate it a lot, Su Ro said gratefully. The obscure figure smiled and then became a cloud of smoke and disappeared. The revenge of Dragon Palace against Blood Feather Tower began quickly and swiftly, leaving no breathing space. While Blood Feather Tower was frantically fending off the attacks of Dragon Palace, they discovered that there were two more terrifying forces, besides Dragon Palace, who also launched offensives against them. For a time, the top assassin organization of Tianzong Dynasty, Blood Feather Tower, was teetering on the edge. And all of this resulted from one person, Jian Wushuang. The entire Tianzong Dynasty was shaken by Jian Wushuang. However, at the same time, at the bottom edge of the abyss, a platform, completely paved with bluestone floors, was surrounded by a few clusters of flames. Jian Wushuang was lying on this platform. Though all his internal organs were damaged, and there were some fractures in his bones, he still had a trace of life. His consciousness had long been in a blur, and in this ambiguity, he vaguely heard the voices near him. Initial Gold Core Realm? With such a realm, he dared to enter the ancestors' land? It was clearly a female's voice. Big sister, don't you realize that this little guy's appearance is very similar to the one who came here a few years ago? Another voice sounded, but it was a man's hoarse voice. You meant Jian Nantian? When entering here, Jian Nantian had already reached the peak of the exceptional Gold Core Realm and possessed an amazing sense of sword essence. He also passed the first test directly, which was much better than this guy. This little guy is not even qualified for the first of the 3 tests of the ancestors' land. If it was not for the completely awakened sword soul in him, I really want to throw him out now and let him fend for himself, the woman said. Then what do you want to do now? The man asked. Serve him with a heart-recovering pill and then take him to the sword tomb. Shut him in there for 2 years. Alive or dead, it rests on himself. The woman said. Yes, said the man. Later, Jian Wushuang was aware that someone came to him and picked him up. With this pressure and the colliding of his bones, a sudden surge of pain caused him to fall into a coma completely. It had already been 3 days since Jian Wushuang regained consciousness. In a deserted and vast open space, Jian Wushuang casually lay on the ground. He opened his eyes slowly, but the void he saw was a dark one, without any light. He slowly lifted his fingers, then he pinched hard on his own cheeks. Immediately, there was a burning pain in his cheeks. The pain is real. It seems that I am not dead yet. Jian Wushuang smiled brightly. He knew it. The abyss was a death trap for others, but not necessarily for him. When he completed his enhancement in the endless mountain range, he sensed a peculiar summons and came to the abyss. At that time, he was curious about the abyss, and he even guessed that the abyss was the ancestors' land that his aunt had mentioned before. The dialogue between the two people that he heard during his confusion had proven it. Underneath the abyss was indeed the ancestors' land. The ancestors' land would exclude all outsiders, but it would not exclude him because he had already awakened the sword soul and owned the triple kill sword. Well, weird, my body. Jian Wushuang moved his body slightly, but he felt strange. He had exerted all his power into operating the soul-devouring secret skill, and he knew its side effect. Not to mention that this time he used it while seriously injured. It would do more harm to him, and it should take him 10 to 15 days to recover. But now, the injuries he suffered had almost recovered during his 3 days in a coma. Chapter 124, The Sword Tomb. Chapter 124, The Sword Tomb. Is it the effect of that heart-recovering pill? Jian Wushuang thought to himself. He also heard in the vague conversation that the woman said to make him take a heart-recovering pill. After figuring everything out, Jian Wushuang forcefully bore the remaining pain and stood up, examining his surroundings. What's this? After seeing the surroundings, Jian Wushuang was stunned. There were some dilapidated stone tablets standing in a boundless wasteland. But, at a glance, numerous thickly dotted sword scars could be seen on the ground. Yes, they were sword scars. They were deliberately left by experts in sword principle. Thickly dotted, thousands of sword scars. Jian Wushuang randomly looked at the sword scar beside him. But with this glance, he was attracted by it immediately. It was incomparably violent and swift, containing a strong sword essence of raging fire, which made Jian Wushuang feel shocked. It's so strong. The man who left this sword scar had a strong and terrifying comprehension in sword essence of raging fire. The owner of this sword scar can definitely pass the 13th level of the Dragon Gate, Jian Wushuang said in a surprise. He also grasped the sword essence of raging fire. So when seeing this sword scar, which contained a vast sword essence of raging fire, he could infer how powerful the expert who left the sword scar was. Jian Wushuang turned to look at another sword scar beside him. Earth, everything contained in one stroke? This sword essence of earth is so awesome. Jian Wushuang was totally stunned again. The sword essence of raging fire and the sword essence of earth contained in two sword scars that were surprisingly strong. But these two sword scars were the most common and inconspicuous ones among the thousands of sword scars in this open space. Jian Wushuang raised his head and subconsciously looked again at the stone tablets standing in front of him. In the wasteland, there were 6 dilapidated stone tablets standing there. Each stone tablet had a large and clear sword scar in the middle. But these 6 sword scars were far more powerful than the others that were on the ground of the wasteland. Jian Wushuang looked at the sword scar on one of the dilapidated stone tablets at once. This, Jian Wushuang was shocked by the stone tablet right in front of him. It was quite common and dilapidated. In the middle of the stone tablet was a huge sword scar that was a full 3 meters long. Two. Jian Wushuang looked at the huge sword scar crosscut in the middle of the stone tablet. He could even imagine that a long time ago, someone who had incredible power crosscut from it randomly with his sword drawn from the sheath. The sword scar was left on the stone, but the stone tablet was intact. How exquisite was the power he mastered. Sword essence of earth. This sword scar actually contains everything I can imagine about the sword essence of earth. Mysteriousness, profoundness, vast and boundlessness, even inclusion. Everything is included in it. Sword essence of gale, tear, puncture, and mistiness. Everything is also in it. Sword essence of raging fire. Sword essence of the water drop. Jian Wushuang was totally shocked. In his view, this sword completely contained all the mysteriousness of 4 sword essences. More importantly, The 4 sword essences were perfectly combined. For sword essences, combined perfectly, Jin Wushuang was totally obsessed. It was so amazing. Such swordsmanship was beyond his imagination. In his obsession, he could not help taking out his triple-kill sword and practicing his swordsmanship spontaneously. His thoughts and consciousness became immersed in the sword scar more deeply. "Stop, stop it!" Jin Wushuang shouted suddenly. Meanwhile, it was not until Jin Wushuang bit his lip and started bleeding that he was able to free himself from the obsession. How dangerous! How dangerous! Jin Wushuang bent his waist and placed his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. Cold sweat was running all over his body. I was nearly bewitched. Jin Wushuang raised his head, looking at the stone tablets right in front of him again. However, he dared not meditate on those sword scars thoughtlessly anymore. Too strong. The few sword scars on the stone tablets were too profound and insolent. He was not qualified to meditate on them at all with his present comprehension of sword essence. If he meditated forcibly like that, he would be completely bewitched and become lost in it. Finally, he would lose his sword essence as well as his true intention. It was madness. The sword essence on the stone tablets is too esoteric and terrifying. If I meditate now, it is no different than killing myself. Jin Wushuang shook his head. Then, after a while, he recovered completely from the nearly mad situation. After taking a deep breath, he examined the area again. This is the sword tomb? Jin Wushuang was full of astonishment from the bottom of his heart. So amazing. Thousands of sword scars. Each was left by a supreme expert of true sword principle. The apprehension of the sword essence contained in each sword scar was extremely profound. Each sword scar was profound enough for him to become immersed in studying it for a long time. After being startled, Jin Wushuang felt a burst of ecstasy. This sword essence contains the sword essence of the water drop. This contains both sword essences of raging fire and earth. It perfectly combines these 2 sword essences. This sword scar is arbitrary and fierce. What kind of sword essence does it contain? It does not feel like that of earth, fire, water, or wind. But doesn't the power seem to be stronger? Jin Wushuang stood beside these sword essences. He could not stop himself from taking out his triple-kill sword and practicing sometimes, losing himself in it. In Jin Wushuang's view, these sword scars in front of him were even more precious than the 3 treasure places in Dragon Palace. It was indeed the most desirable place for warriors of sword principle to cultivate. However, as Jin Wushuang was completely obsessed in meditating on these sword scars, 2 figures were void-walking and hovered above the nearby vast void of the sword tomb. Of these 2 people, one was an absolute beauty with snow-white skin and a cold expression, while the other was a burly man with a simple and honest look. This guy was lucky enough to survive by taking the heart-recovering pill, the absolute beauty coldly said. Lady, although this little guy is at a low realm, his talent is pretty good. He has already completely awakened the sword soul at such young age. The honest and burly man smiled. Well, that's just for the present. If it was, the absolute beauty's voice ceased, and she didn't continue speaking. Instead, she turned to the burly man and said, "Have you arranged the sword tomb guards already?" "Yes. Everything is arranged according to your orders," the burly man answered. "Well," said the absolute beauty. She nodded her head and looked down. This guy really takes this sword tomb as a valuable opportunity. But he doesn't realize that opportunity appears along with crisis. 1 month later, when the sword guard appears, he will be tortured. I hope he can survive the sword tomb guards. Chapter 125, The Sword Tomb Guard. Chapter 125, The Sword Tomb Guard. In fact, the sword tomb was fraught with jeopardy, but Jin Wushuang had no idea about it. He was immersed in the comprehension of those sword marks which contained a profusion of mysterious sword essences for him to explore. This move combined the sword essences of raging fire and the water drop perfectly. Though water and fire are originally incompatible, why were these two sword essences able to be perfectly combined? This move is so fast and sharp. The sword essence of Gale. Darkness. Endless darkness. What is the sword essence of this sword mark? While probing the sword marks one by one, Jian Wushuang noticed that the sword essences of Earth, Gale, Raging Fire, and Water Drop were the most common essences for the sword marks. However, there were also sword marks containing essences that were different from those four sword essences. Besides Earth, Gale, Raging Fire, and Water Drop, are there other sword essences in the world? Jian Wushuang couldn't help considering this. To observe, meditate, probe, and finally understand it slowly. Under such circumstances, he began to improve his speed of comprehending sword essence at an alarming rate. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In the sword tomb, Jian Wushuang was sitting on the barren land with his legs crossed, and there was a sword scar in front of him. This powerful sword scar perfectly combined the sword essences of Gale and Raging Fire. How do I combine two different sword essences completely? Jian Wushuang was contemplating. After comprehending different kinds of sword essence, it was not only possible to perfectly transition between them, but to also combine them. When two sword essences were combined, a sword stroke could contain both sword essences while complementing each other. The power of the sword would reach an even higher level. Jian Wushuang had comprehended four sword essences and definitely hoped to combine them. But at this moment, boom, the whole sword tomb shook violently. Not far away from the void, there was an absolute beauty with a cold face watching this scene. Suddenly, she lifted the corner of her mouth and said, "A month is up?" "It's the sword tomb guard," said a sturdy and ingenious man that was standing nearby with a serious complexion. "I don't know if this little guy can defeat the sword tomb guard." "Defeat?" The absolute beauty giggled. "It is the sword tomb guard that I arranged in person. He will be lucky if he is able to survive their attack. When it comes to defeating sword tomb guard, I don't think he has what it takes." "Trust me." Obviously, the absolute beauty was very confident in the sword tomb guard. The whole sword tomb was shaking violently. "What's the matter?" Jian Wushuang stood up, with a trace of vigilance, and began examining the area. Crack! One of the scars on the ground of the sword tomb abruptly cracked. Then that crack began expanding, after which a giant figure slowly climbed out of that crack. This was a nearly 2-meter-tall rock giant. The rock giant's body was made of rocks, but he had the same form as a human in regards to the hands, feet, and head. But there was no nose, mouth, or ears on the head, and only empty dark sockets with 2 red lights where the eyes should have been. "What is this?" Jian Wushuang was shocked. He had never seen a creature entirely made of rock. This rock giant held a giant sword in his hands, which was also made of stone. Although there was no sword edge, the giant sword itself had its own strength. After the rock giant appeared, the 2 red light in the empty eye sockets instantly locked onto Jian Wushuang. The soles of his feet kicked on the ground, and the huge body rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Holding the triple kill sword, Jian Wushuang's expression grew gloomy. "Look, the sword tomb guard has begun to move." The absolute beauty hidden in the void smiled slightly and said, "Pray that the little boy can hold on for at least an hour after the sword tomb guard begins to attack. If he lasts an hour, he will be able to keep his life." Before she could even finish her words, the absolute beauty was suddenly stunned. The nearby sturdy and ingenious man was shocked as well, and his expression became odd. With a cold look in his eyes, Jian Wushuang directly and violently swung the triple kill sword when the sword tomb guard dashed toward him in a frenzy. The sword tomb guard's body was pierced by a gloomy sword light at an amazing speed, and then the bulky sword tomb guard was smashed by a formidable power. The bulky body of the sword tomb guard was scattered into a profusion of rock fragments. It only took an instant for the sword tomb guard to be defeated. What? The absolute beauty above the void was too shocked to speak. He killed the sword tomb guard in a single move? The sturdy and ingenious man also felt it was unbelievable. It's his strength. The face of absolute beauty was cold. His power is very high. He obviously just reached the Gold Core realm. However, his strength is at least comparable to the normal warriors in the exceptional Gold Core realm. My lady, you miscalculated. The sturdy and ingenious man looked at her. How could I know that his power was this strong? The absolute beauty shouted with a low voice. I thought he was just an ordinary warrior in the initial Gold Core realm, so I arranged for him to compete with a sword tomb guard at the same level as his. But I am surprised. He is stronger than a normal warrior at the same level, so the sword tomb guard was defeated in one move. The sword tomb guard was not suddenly born. It was actually arranged by this absolute beauty. However, the sword tomb guard she arranged was based on the Jian Wushuang's realm. When Jian Wushuang came to the ancestor's land, he was dying and his aura was at the initial Gold Core realm. Therefore, the absolute beauty selected a sword tomb guard at the same level. If Jian Wushuang was really a normal warrior in the initial Gold Core realm, he would not have defeated the sword tomb guard so easily. But what was the result? The truth is that Jian Wushuang is in the initial Gold Core realm, but his strength is comparable to someone in the exceptional Gold Core realm, or maybe even someone stronger. Who could expect that? The absolute beauty also did not expect it. Thus, the first sword tomb guard she arranged was quickly defeated by Jian Wushuang's single move. He was lucky, but his luck won't last, said the absolute beauty in a muffled voice. Regard him as a warrior of the exceptional Gold Core realm and change the sword tomb guard. This, the sturdy and ingenious man asked, My lady, isn't this little guy really just at the initial Gold Core realm? It's unfair to treat him the same as someone in the exceptional Gold Core realm. Oh, unfair? Though he is in the initial Gold Core realm, his strength is greater than the exceptional Gold Core realm. It's natural to treat him like someone in the exceptional Gold Core realm. You should do what I say without hesitation, the absolute beauty said. Okay. The robust man nodded slowly and then rearranged it. Chapter 126. Increase the difficulty. Chapter 126. Increase the difficulty. In the sword tomb, Jian Wushuang was standing beside the rubble. While looking at the rubble formed by the sword tomb guard, his eyebrows slightly crumpled. What the hell was that rock giant I just saw? Is it a test in the sword tomb? Jian Wushuang muttered. But it's too weak if it is a test. The motion is quite big, and the strength is too weak. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said, If the absolute beauty heard this, she would certainly be embarrassed. The sword tomb guard was personally arranged by her, and she was pretty confident that Jian Wushuang would suffer miserably. Not only that, she thought he would have trouble just surviving. However, what was Jian Wushuang's comment about it? Too weak. Jian Wushuang did not know that this sword tomb guard was arranged for him according to his realm. They thought he just stepped into the initial Gold Core realm, so they arranged a weak sword tomb guard. But next time, they would arrange for a stronger one which would not be so easy to deal with. The sword tomb guard that suddenly appeared had astonished Jian Wushuang, but he did not care about it too much. He spent the following time there alone, quietly comprehending those sword scars. A month elapsed in a flash. Wom bom bom. The whole sword tomb shook violently again. With the previous experience in mind, Jian Wushuang was calm this time. Very soon, a huge sword tomb guard appeared in front of him. It has only been a month since the last time the sword tomb shook. That must mean a rock giant will appear in the sword tomb every month. Jian Wushuang muttered. How much stronger is this one compared to the last one? He muttered. If one rock giant appears every month, then their strengths would surely increase. It would be pointless if their strength keeps same, Jian Wushuang thought. Shortly after that, Jian Wushuang started fighting with this rock giant. A sword shadow directly flew toward the rock giant. However, the rock giant fiercely raised his hand and slammed it toward the air, instantly splitting the air. Jian Wushuang was pushed back by this sudden burst of strength. Shit. There was a slight change on Jian Wushuang's face. As soon as the rock giant displayed his first movement, Jian Wushuang immediately realized that this rock giant was much stronger than the one that he easily defeated last month. This one had a much higher level of power. The one that appeared last month could easily be destroyed with just a single wave of Jian Wushuang's sword. But this one actually knocked Jian Wushuang backward. Interesting, Jian Wushuang said. He smiled, and in the following moment, he released his full power and threw himself into the fight with the rock giant. The atmosphere was violent as Jian Wushuang thoroughly displayed his swordsmanship. In the void nearby, the absolute beauty and a strong man were watching calmly. I don't believe he will defeat this sword tomb guard as easily as the one I arranged before, the absolute beauty said in a cold voice. But my lady, it's obvious that this one is not Jian Wushuang's opponent either, the strong man said in a deep voice. The absolute beauty watched with a stern expression. She could also tell that even though Jian Wushuang did not instantly defeat the rock giant, he was obviously more powerful. His comprehension of sword essence has improved a lot, the absolute beauty said inside. 2 months ago, when Jian Wushuang was meditating on the sword scars in the sword tomb, she could tell his level in sword essence. Now, 2 months passed, and his comprehension of the sword essences had obviously reached a whole new level. In fact, only Jian Wushuang knew that his comprehension in sword essence had not just improved a little, it had improved significantly. In the past 2 months, Jian Wushuang had been studying and comprehending essences contained in the sword scars. His understanding of sword essence had been increasing at an amazing speed, which was far faster than when he was cultivating an outside world or in Dragon Palace. After all, neither the outside world nor Dragon Palace was like Sword Tomb, which had thousands of sword scars left behind by experts of sword principle. In 2 months, his progress was tremendous. Choo! A sword shadow leaped out above the rock giant's sword. Then Jian Wushuang's sword struck like a viper and directly stabbed into the rock giant's stout arm, causing debris to drop down from its arm. Then, with a simple strike from Jian Wushuang, the rock giant fell down. This rock giant's comprehension of the sword essence is average, but his strength and speed are terrible. However, he is much stronger than the average gold core warrior. Just speaking on overall strength, he should be stronger than Xiao Meng, Jian Wushuang muttered. Xiao Meng, a person who fought with Jian Wushuang for a long time. However, the overall strength of the rock giant in front of him was not weaker than Xiao Meng. If it was 2 months ago, Jian Wushuang would have struggled against this rock giant, but now, swoosh, a sword light flashed at an amazing speed, easily passing by the rock giant's sword. With a quick slash, the rock giant's whole arm crumbled. Another sword slash followed, falling directly onto the giant's head. Although the rock giant's head was very hard, it could not resist this sword, which contained sword essence of earth. All of a sudden, the whole head shattered and he crumbled into a pile of rubble. In the void nearby, seeing the sword tomb guard defeated, easily, by Jian Wushuang again, the absolute beauty immediately looked cold. He is very talented. In 2 months, he had such great progress? The absolute beauty said in a cold voice. His progress really is substantial, the strong man nodded and said. Second brother, make a few adjustments to the sword tomb guards I arranged, and make it more difficult for him, said the absolute beauty. Increase the difficulty? The strong man was astonished and asked. My lady, this little guy only has an initial gold core. No matter what, it's already unfair that we are treating him like someone in the exceptional gold core realm. It's too unfair if we increase the difficulty again. Not too much at all, just do as I say, said the absolute beauty. The strong man pondered for a while, but he immediately nodded helplessly. In the ancestors' land, this absolute beauty was the eldest sister. She had the last word for everything. For the test in the sword tomb, the difficulty had been increased by a lot. However, Jian Wushuang did not notice. He did not think about it too much after he defeated the second rock giant. After that, he continued to study those sword scars. Those sword scars had helped him immensely. His comprehension of sword essence was rising at an amazing speed. Chapter 127, Ceasing. Chapter 127, Ceasing. During the time Jian Wushuang stayed in the sword tomb of the ancestors' land, The Tianzong dynasty was in complete chaos, bathed in a bloody rain and filled with a murderous wind. Dragon Palace's anger was dreadful, and the revenge that Dragon Palace took on Blood Feather Tower was swift and violent. Blood Feather Tower suffered severe damage under the maniacal attacks from Dragon Palace in merely 2 months. Many hidden strongholds were razed to the ground, and a great number of assassins were killed by the experts from Dragon Palace. At the same time, other powerful and hidden forces were also crazily attacking Blood Feather Tower. These 2 months were the most miserable in all of Blood Feather Tower's history. The assassins of Blood Feather Tower tried their best to hide, not even daring to show themselves and especially not carrying out any missions. Tottering and falling, Blood Feather Tower, one of the 3 hegemonies of Tianzong dynasty, was on the verge of breaking down. However, just as everyone thought Blood Feather Tower was fade away like smoke and become history, suddenly, the people seeking revenge against Blood Feather Tower quieted down in just 1 day. Yes, they all stopped for an unknown reason. Dragon Palace stopped attacking. Those powerful hidden forces aiming at Blood Feather Tower also stopped. Except for a few forces that wanted to take advantage of the chaos to claim vengeance, the strongest forces, the forces Blood Feather Tower feared the most, all ceased fire. They stopped on almost the same day. And soon after, Blood Feather Tower swiftly rallied its power. So unexpected. All of this happened so quickly, startling all the other forces and experts in Tianzong dynasty. The abrupt halting of the crazy vengeance toward Blood Feather Tower was quite baffling to everyone. In Dragon Palace, many top-notch experts had returned. In a palace, the 2 palace masters and several temple masters gathered around. Palace Master White drank alone with a bottle of wine in her hand, wearing an extremely cold expression. "Asshole, I won't accept it." After drinking a sip of wine, Palace Master White roared in a low voice, while Palace Master Black and the other temple masters remained silent. It's obvious that it won't take long to eliminate Blood Feather Tower entirely. Why did that person order us to stop attacking at this exact moment? What on earth is he thinking? Palace Master White was still complaining. Enough, White. You should stop complaining. Since the temple master gave the order in person, he must have his reasons. We only need to obey it, Palace Master Black said with a sigh. Obey it? Palace Master White snorted, feeling extremely unreconciled, but also helpless. The Temple Master referred to the Temple Master of Golden Dragon Palace. Although being the core of Golden Dragon Palace was still subordinated to it. And the Temple Master of Golden Dragon Palace was the monarch of Tianzong dynasty. The monarch personally gave the order, so those experts in Dragon Palace dared not disobey. Beside a stone table in a manor, Wang Yuan was holding a letter in his hand and reading it with icy cold eyes. The more he read, the stiffer his expression became. After finishing, Wang Yuan was so furious that he slammed the letter on the table. Bastard! Just a Blood Feather Tower. How come it can't be wiped out? Wang Yuan's anger welled up in his body. Next to him, Danjiu stood respectfully in a purple robe. Young lord, the sect master definitely has his own considerations by asking you to stop attacking Blood Feather Tower. So, before Danjiu finished his words, he noticed the cold stare from Wang Yuan. Danjiu felt as if his heart missed a beat, and he stopped talking immediately. Wang Yuan remained silent for a long time. He took a deep breath, lowered his voice, and said, "Since my father gave this order, I have to follow his words and stop chasing Blood Feather Tower. But Lin Yun, the man who attacked Third Brother and forced him to jump into the abyss, must die. As long as you don't aim at the entire Blood Feather Tower, only one purple-masked assassin should not be a problem." Danjiu nodded. "All right then, let's deal with Lin Yun. You'd better capture him alive," Wang Yuan said with a cold snort. "Yes." Danjiu nodded and left immediately. Third Brother. Wang Yuan stood in the manor, looking up at the sky, eyes flashing, and yelled, "You can rest assured. Your big brother will avenge you." At the same time, in a secret chamber, Several figures in bloody robes stood respectfully in front of Su Ro. Master really ordered me to stop attacking Blood Feather Tower? Su Ro's face was veiled with a hint of chill, but she also felt puzzled. Why would a little Blood Feather Tower cause my master to back down? Since master ordered it, I'll let it go, Su Ro sighed, but a trace of grief emerged in her eyes. Poor third brother. Tianzong dynasty soon calmed down again. As time went by, Jian Wushuang slowly faded from the memories of all the forces and experts. In the sword tomb of the ancestors' land. It had been a year and 3 months since Jian Wushuang came to the sword tomb. During that time, he had been obsessed with meditating on these sword scars, trying to comprehend their secrets. Meanwhile, 15 sword tomb guards had appeared during this time, 1 guard per month. Among the 15 sword guards, the first one was rather weak. But, starting with the second one, the strength of the sword tomb guards was generally strong, and each one was stronger than the previous one. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang's comprehension in sword essence increased while meditating on the sword scars, so he was able to defeat all the sword tomb guards in succession. If he failed to make progress for even 1 month, he would have been killed by the sword tomb guard that appeared that month. Right now, in the open space of the sword tomb, Jian Wushuang was practicing swordsmanship with his eyes closed. Streaks of sword shadows thrust out ceaselessly. Shapeless wind, boundless howling. Swiftest fire, wildest rage. Wind howls on fire, and fire rages by wind. Sword essence of gale. Sword essence of raging fire. Jian Wushuang murmured. His sword moves were getting faster and faster. Suddenly, a dazzling sword strike thrust out, directly and explosively piercing the void, tearing up everything in its path. Shwa! The sword edge stabbed in the void, and a flame wave spread out like a hurricane. The sword essences of gale and raging fire, 2 totally different sword essences, were combined in this one sword move. At the same time, Jian Wushuang's eyes opened, radiating an unprecedented light. The sword essences of gale and raging fire have been combined together. It's done. Chapter 128, 2 years. Chapter 128, 2 years. At the moment, when Jian Wushuang combined the sword essences of raging fire and gale, the robust man who had been silently watching from the void above the sword tomb immediately smiled and said, "It only took him 1 year and 3 months to combine 2 sword essences." "Hong, he is lucky," the absolute beauty coldly groaned. After combining them, the sword moves Jian Wushuang executed were even more terrifying than before. Since his strength had increased again, his fight with the sword tomb guards became easier. Winter came again. The outside world was filled with drifting snowflakes, but in the ancestors' land, beneath the abyss, it was still dark. It had been 2 years since Jian Wushuang came to the sword tomb. "It's been 2 years. Let the boy leave," said the absolute beauty. "In addition, give him this sword skill. This is selfless sword technique?" The robust man had a puzzled expression. "In the past 2 years, I have constantly increased the difficulty of the sword tomb guards. It was too harsh. This sword skill is a kind of compensation for him." After finishing her words, the absolute beauty turned around and disappeared into the void. The robust man smiled and immediately dropped down. Down below, Jian Wushuang had just defeated the 24th sword tomb guard since entering the sword tomb. Not enough. Whether it's the sword essence of earth or water drop, it is not enough. Jian Wushuang frowned slowly. 9 months ago, he combined the sword essences of gale and raging fire to form the fiery wind sword essence. After combining them successfully, he naturally wanted to combine a 3rd sword essence. However, the combination of 3 sword essences was more difficult than 2 sword essences. After 9 months of hard work, the sword essences of earth and water drop were close to combining with the fiery wind sword essence, but he was unsuccessful. "It's been 2 years. Jian Wushuang sighed in silence, looking at the numerous sword scars around him. In these 2 years, he studied many of the sword scars, but it was still only a small section of the whole sword tomb. He still could not comprehend the most exceptional sword scars, like the sword scars engraved on the 6 stone tablets. Even now, the sword tomb was still filled with endless opportunities. However, when he came to the sword tomb, he heard the conversation while he was barely conscious, so he knew he could only stay in the sword tomb for 2 years. Now that 2 years was up, he should be leaving if there were no accidents. Sure enough, just when the idea of leaving occurred to him, he saw a robust man descend and appear in front of him. Jian Wushuang had a strange feeling as he stared at this man. There was a sense of horror that made his heart tremble while looking at this man, even though he was standing here like a normal person, with no aura. The most important point was that no life could be felt from the robust man. He didn't seem human, more like a puppet. 2 years have passed. Follow me. The robust man's expression was cold. Jian Wushuang nodded. Although he was extremely intrigued by the sword tomb, he had to leave. Sir, I want to ask some questions about the ancestors' land. On the way, Jian Wushuang also wanted to ask something. After all, he was still very confused and filled with countless questions, but he was rebuked by the robust man when he opened his mouth. Shut up. Based on your current strength, you are not qualified to ask anything about the ancestors' land. You must pass a test after reaching the Yinyang Void Realm if you want to know. Jian Wushuang was startled and did not dare to ask again. Here it is. Not long after, the robust man and Jian Wushuang came to an empty area. There were many mysterious cracks on the surface of this empty area. As the man put a special gem into the mysterious crack immediately burst with dazzling light. The space in front of Jian Wushuang split, and a huge crack, which could accommodate a person, appeared. What is this? Jian Wushuang stared at the huge rift in shock. He had seen plenty of huge rifts on the ground, and, with his current strength, his sword strikes could easily leave a deep crack in the ground. However, this rift in front of him was not on the ground but in the void. It's a wormhole that can connect 2 different spaces, the robust man said. Wormhole? Connect 2 different spaces? There is another space? Jian Wushuang could not help but ask. You will know when you get there. The robust man did not answer directly. Since you have come to the ancestors' land, we can't let you go home empty-handed. Now, this sword skill is yours. Though it is only the first half of the volume, it will be useful. Then the robust man gave Jian Wushuang the sword skill. Jian Wushuang took it and said, Selfless sword technique? Okay, now you have to leave. After saying this, the robust man directly grabbed Jian Wushuang by the collar and threw him straight into the rift. Jian Wushuang was thrown into the crack without resistance and disappeared. In an extremely dark hidden cave. The cave was quite old. No one had visited it in a long time, so the wall was covered with moss. On the empty ground at the center of the cave, many mysterious cracks suddenly radiated a dazzling light. The void above the mysterious cracks was ripped apart, leaving a streak in the huge rift. Then, a figure dashed out. Bang! Jian Wushuang's body slammed into one of the stone walls, making the walls shake so much that gravel fell from them. That really hurt. Jian Wushuang groaned because of the pain. After a while, he pulled himself together and began to look around. A cave. Jian Wushuang looked at his surroundings. Where is this? Am I still in the endless mountain range? Jian Wushuang immediately stumbled along the cave path toward the exit. The exit of this cave was blocked by a pile of stones. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang brandished his sword and directly cleave a path through those stones. Then he stepped outside of the cave. When Jian Wushuang walked out of the cave and saw the vibrant primordial forest blanketed in the floating black fog, his look immediately became bizarre. The dark forest. It should be the dark forest. 3 years ago, the first time he was hunted by Bloodfeather Tower. When he escaped from the Sword Marquis Mansion, in order to evade Bloodfeather Tower, Simabu and he eventually decided to cross the dark forest. Jian Wushuang was familiar with this area because he had stayed here for 4 months. But what surprised him was that the other end of the wormhole was in the dark forest. The dark forest was adjacent to Tianyin province and next to Bahui Commandery. Chapter 129. Back to Tianyin province. Chapter 129. Back to Tianyin province. It has been 3 years since I left Sword Marquis Mansion. I should go back. Making up his mind, Jin Wushuang went straight toward Tianyin province. On the way, he also began to delve into the selfless sword technique. The selfless sword technique the robust man gave him only had the first half of the volume. It had a total of 6 sword skills. Jin Wushuang was attracted to this volume after reading its introduction. The selfless sword technique was different from all other sword skills Jin Wushuang had ever studied. Like formless sword arts, formless sword wave, sword skill of blood and fire, and reincarnation sword skill. All those sword skills were only for one sword essence. The formless sword arts target the sword essence of Gale, while the formless sword wave targeted the sword essence of Earth. But the selfless sword technique targeted 4 sword essences, not just one. No matter which sword essence you comprehended, you could study and delve into the selfless sword technique. Furthermore, the selfless sword technique was even more suitable for warriors who had combined different sword essences. The power of the 6 sword skills depended on the comprehension level of sword essence. Jin Wushuang had now perfectly combined the sword essences of Gale and Raging Fire. What he needed was a sword skill which could execute 2 sword essences at the same time. The selfless sword technique was more or less suitable. Jin Wushuang immediately began to delve into the first move of the selfless sword technique. The first move was called Idealistic Form. 2 days later, on his way through the dark forest, Jin Wushuang took out his triple kill sword. Idealism. Solipsism. Jin Wushuang murmured in a deep thought. The triple kill sword flew out like a streak of light and pounded on a strong tree. The sword shadow, that combined both sword essences of Gale and Raging Fire, exploded. Bang! The trunk of the entire tree was directly pierced, and a circular hole with a diameter of more than 20 centimeters appeared. The center of the entire tree was completely hollowed out. Seeing this scene, Jin Wushuang's eyes lightened. This is idealistic form. Its power is very strong. Jin Wushuang thought, I only combined 2 sword essences, forming the fiery wind sword essence. Its power would be even more terrifying if I could combine 3 or 4 sword essences. Jin Wushuang was also very excited. The experience in the ancestors' land benefited him a lot. The first was his cultivation. Although he focused his mind and body on delving into sword essences over those 2 years, leaving little time for cultivation, his spiritual power still increased faster than ordinary warriors simply because of the heavenly creation skill. Now, he had already broken through from the initial gold core and reached the profound gold core realm. Actually, his supreme golden core was 100 times stronger than an expert at the same level. When he was in the initial gold core realm, the strength he could release was stronger than normal warriors in the exceptional gold core realm. Now, after reaching the profound gold core realm, his strength would be matchless among the warriors in the gold core realm when he released his full power. And his progress in sword essence was even greater. His comprehension in all 4 sword essences had advanced by leaps and bounds. The sword essences of Gale and Raging Fire had even been combined perfectly. Now, he had also had the selfless sword technique. His strength as a whole was much stronger than it was 2 years ago. A few days later, Jin Wushuang walked out of the dark forest, and what appeared in front of him was the Tianyin province that he was quite familiar with. Tianyin province. Bahui Commandery. I am back. It was still bustling in the Bahui Commandery. While wearing a black robe and a bamboo hat, Jin Wushuang appeared in a restaurant. Near the window on the 2nd floor of the restaurant, having ordered a pot of wine, he drank alone with his eyes focused on the huge mansion outside of the window. It was also bustling in the mansion, and Jin Wushuang could even see some disciples of the Marquis's mansion practicing sword skills on the drill ground. It is the same as before, Jin Wushuang secretly thought. Sword Marquis Mansion. His roots. He lived there for a full 16 years. 3 years ago, Sword Marquis Mansion was greatly troubled because of me. For elders also died because of me. I don't even know the current state of the Sword Pavilion. Jin Wushuang was anxious. In the Sword Pavilion, his father had worked hard for a long time. When he was young, his aim was to inherit the position of Sword Pavilion Master. Who could have expected that an incident would occur when he was taking pains to accomplish his goal? After that incident, he, the future Sword Pavilion Master, had to leave the Tianyin province, and the 4 great elders of the Sword Pavilion were all killed. It can be said that the backbone of the Sword Pavilion was gone overnight. Therefore, Jin Wushuang was very anxious about the current state of the Sword Pavilion. But at this moment, rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, heavy footsteps were heard from the outside streets, and the whole street shook slightly. People in the middle of the street scattered. Jin Wushuang looked through the window to the source of the footsteps. What he saw were 3 large wildebeests slowly coming from the end of the street. Wildebeests were generally a spirit beast in the spiritual sea realm. Their strength was normal, but they were gentle and relatively easy to tame, and their speed was amazingly fast. Therefore, some big forces would tame a few wildebeests for riding. On the 3 wildebeests, there were 3 figures, 2 men and a woman. Jin Wushuang could not help but tilt his lips when he saw the woman on the middle wildebeest. Jin Minger. Jin Wushuang smiled slightly. This was beyond his expectations. The first disciple of the Marquis's mansion he met after coming back was Jin Minger, who had tangled with him before. Profound Gold Core Realm? Not bad. Jin Wushuang was smiling. He could see that the aura of spiritual power from Jin Minger had reached the Profound Gold Core Realm. It must be noted that Jin Minger's age was the same as his. He was only 19 years old this year. A 19-year-old warrior at the Profound Gold Core Realm was already very marvelous. When she was defeated by me 3 years ago, she went to the Tianyuan sword sect to practice with her great master. According to speculation, within 3 years, she was not allowed to leave the Tianyuan sword sect. She also came back today? What a coincidence. Jin Wushuang's expression became odd. Under his watch, Jin Minger and the other 2 people on the wildebeests entered Sword Marquis Mansion. At the same time, Jin Wushuang heard the comments from the people around him. Is the girl on the wildebeest Jin Minger the exceptional genius from Sword Marquis Mansion? Yes, it's her. It is said that she went to the Tianyuan sword sect to practice after being defeated by Jin Wushuang 3 years ago. She had never shown up since then. Now she finally returns after 3 years. It's normal to come back. After all, the situation Sword Marquis Mansion is terrible. If she doesn't come back, Sword Marquis Mansion will disappear. Several warriors were talking about it. Although their voice was lowered, Jin Wushuang could still clearly hear what they said. Sword Marquis Mansion will disappear if Jin Minger didn't return? Jin Wushuang slightly narrowed his eyes, and in his dark pupil as a streak of cold light flashed. Chapter 130. Inside the Celestial Immortal Residence. Chapter 130. Inside the Celestial Immortal Residence. The 3 warriors were still talking, and Jin Wushuang was listening carefully. Hey, I heard that Sword Marquis Mansion had already sent out invitations to the 3 chiefs of the Fierce Beast Gang to meet at Tiangxianju tomorrow. I am afraid the purpose of the meeting is to fight and see who is stronger. One of them has been a leader in Bahui Commandery for many years, while the other one, the Fierce Beast Gang, led by the 3 Su brothers, has just appeared recently. This will be an interesting fight. I'm afraid that Sword Marquis Mansion will be in danger this time. Although the Fierce Beast Gang appeared not long ago, the 3 Su brothers are well-known experts in Tianyin province, especially the eldest brother, Su Long, who is an expert on the Earthly Dragon list. There is no one who can compete with him in the entire Sword Marquis Mansion. That's right. Sword Marquis Mansion is also aware of the pressure, so they urgently requested for Jin Minger to come back. After all, she is a core disciple in Tianyuan sword sect, and her power is quite impressive as well. Everything will be settled tomorrow. The 3 men talked casually, ignoring the people around them. After hearing what they said, Jin Wushuang smiled slightly. The 3 Su brothers? Su Long? Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. He knew that Su Long ranked 91st on the earthly dragon list, which was even a few places higher than Su Lai. If it wasn't 2 years ago, Su Long's strength was enough for Jian Wushuang to pay a little attention to him. But now, Jian Wushuang could completely ignore him. The Fierce Beast Gang will fight against Sword Marquee Mansion to see who is stronger tomorrow? Interesting. Jian Wushuang smiled and then continued to drink. The next day, inside the Celestial Immortal Residence, the news that Sword Marquee Mansion would meet the Fierce Beast Gang at Celestial Immortal Residence today had already spread throughout the entire Bahui Commandery. So, the original lively Celestial Immortal Residence was empty and lonely today. Everyone knew that there might be a fierce battle at Celestial Immortal Residence today. Naturally, ordinary warriors didn't want to get involved. Of course, there was one exception. It was a black-robed man with a bamboo hat and a long sword. He had been drinking alone in the corner of the second floor of the Celestial Immortal Residence since early morning. The waiters there came to persuade him to leave, but he didn't say a word and remained sitting there. At noon, footsteps could be heard from the stairs, followed by a large group of people. Those people came from Sword Marquee Mansion, and Jian Wushuang knew some of them. The leader of them was Jin Xinhong, who was the Sword Marquee Mansion master. Jin Xinhong's cultivation exuded the aura of the exceptional gold core realm. In regards to spiritual power, he was obviously the strongest present. And next to Jin Xinhong, there were 3 others in the primordial gold core realm. It was Jin Ming'er and the 2 core disciples of Tianyuan sword sect. It should be a while before the 3 Su brothers arrive, so let's sit down first, said Jin Xinhong. Then he, Jin Ming'er, and 2 other disciples of the Tianyuan sword sect sat down at the table. The other warriors of Sword Marquee Mansion stood next to them. Ming'er, today's meeting is up to you 3, said Jin Xinhong while frowning, full of worries. Our Sword Marquee Mansion never thought to throw the 3 Su brothers out of Bahui Commandery. Instead, we were willing to make concessions and give them Bahui Commandery's leadership. We can even give them some other benefits, as long as they stop attacking. Jin Xinhong spoke in a hopeless manner. Before, Sword Marquee Mansion was indeed the overlord of Bahui Commandery. But since the Fierce Beast Gang appeared, they had suffered suppression from the Fierce Beast Gang in all aspects, not even having the strength to fight back. They had no choice since strength determined everything. The 3 leaders of the Fierce Beast Gang, which were the 3 Su brothers, all possessed excellent strength. The eldest brother, Su Long, was even on the earthly dragon list. An expert like him was not someone that Sword Marquee Mansion could compete against. Mansion Master, don't worry. As long as we 3 are here, Su Long won't dare to go too far. After all, behind us is the Tianyuan sword sect. He should at least care about the reputation of Tianyuan sword sect. What's more, even if it really comes down to a battle, the 2 of us and Ming'er could defeat Su Long together, said the purple-haired disciple with a laugh. Experts on the earthly dragon list are indeed very powerful, but his strength is also limited. Moreover, Su Long is only ranked 91st, and his strength should only be a little stronger than the average warrior in the exceptional gold core realm. Both Mingyu and I are also in the exceptional gold core realm. Together, with Ming'er, whose strength is comparable to the exceptional gold core realm, we can easily deal with Su Long, said the other disciple of Tianyuan sword sect. These 2 disciples, of the Tianyuan sword sect, were named Mingyu and Zhu Yu. Both of them were in the exceptional gold core realm, and they were pretty confident in their strength. Don't be too confident. The experts on the earthly dragon list are not simple, Jin Xinhong shook his head and said. He had personally faced Su Long, but had to run away after just 3 moves. He knew clearly that there was a huge gap between the experts of the earthly dragon list and the ordinary warriors of the exceptional gold core realm. Every expert on the earthly dragon list was able to defeat a group of warriors in the exceptional gold core realm alone. This was a fact. Unfortunately, senior brother Ling Feng went out to travel. Otherwise, with him here, Su Long would not dare to be so unbridled, Jin Ming'er said in a low voice. Ling Feng was the strongest among the young generation of the Tianyuan sword sect. He was the strongest genius that Jian Ming'er had ever met. He was only 23 years old, but he had already ranked 41st on the Earthly Dragon list. He was the only person that was listed on the Earthly Dragon list in the entire Tianyuan sword sect. Ling Feng had a good relationship with her, and they already shared some special feelings. Ming'er, the three Su brothers are not qualified to compete with senior brother Ling Feng. Besides, we three can defeat him easily, Mingyu and Zhuyu said without taking it seriously. Ming'er, I heard that you were defeated by a person in Sword Marquee Mansion 3 years ago. Where is that person? Now that Sword Marquee Mansion is in danger. Why is he not here? Mingyu asked suddenly. Jian Wushuang? Jian Ming'er thought, with a slight cold expression on her face. The words of Jian Wushuang had left a scar in her heart, and, even after 3 years, it was still there. She would never forget that 3 years ago, the useless person that she looked down upon had surpassed her in only 2 months, causing her to trip at the last step of her plan. During these 3 years, she did her best to cultivate and improve her strength while in the Tianyuan sword sect. She put in more effort than ordinary people. The most important reason for her to do so was that she wanted to compete with Jian Wushuang again. She wanted to erase the humiliation she suffered 3 years ago and extricate herself from the nightmare brought on by Jian Wushuang. She thought she could meet Jian Wushuang and fight with him again when she returned to Sword Marquee Mansion this time. However, she did not expect that when she returned, she would hear that Jian Wushuang had left Sword Marquee Mansion 3 years ago, and no one knew where he was. Chapter 131, 3 Su Brothers. Chapter 131, 3 Su Brothers. He only defeated you 3 years ago by luck. In the past 3 years, you have reached an excellent cultivation level. With plenty of treasures to assist you, your strength has been improving day by day, which is not something ordinary people can achieve. I do not believe that person who defeated you 3 years ago is qualified to be your opponent now, Mingyu sneered and said. Maybe. Jian Ming'er nodded slightly. She somewhat agreed. Indeed, she was the core disciple of the Tianyuan sword sect. In the past 3 years, she had received the best resources for cultivation, and a large number of experts personally instructed her, which helped her strength improve greatly. But for Jian Wushuang, he was alone. No instructions from experts, and no cultivation resources. How much improvement could he have made in the past 3 years? Maybe he has not even achieved the gold core realm yet. How stupid of me to treat him as my opponent, letting him be a stumbling block in my heart for the past 3 years, Jian Ming'er thought, and smiled indifferently. Those 2 disciples of the Tianyuan sword sect continued, talking with Jian Ming'er. They did not know that what they said was clearly heard by the black-robed swordsman, who was wearing a bamboo hat and sitting in the corner. The black-robed swordsman was listening without saying anything, just drinking alone. However, his face, which was hidden under the bamboo hat, had a weird smile. Dang! A low and powerful sound of footsteps was heard from the stairs again. Suddenly, the people in the Sword Marquee Mansion all looked serious. A bunch of people walked up, with 3 walking at the front. Those 3 leaders were very strong, and they looked a little bit like each other. The aura they released was very tyrannical, especially the large dark man in the middle. His aura was as violent as an ancient fierce beast. This person was Su Long. Jian Ming'er, Mingyu, and Zhuyu. All of them looked grim. Although they spoke in an easy and relaxed way, they still felt a little bit scared when they faced Su Long. They could even sense who was stronger just from the aura he released. Jin Xinhong, what did you gather us 3 here for? Just be straight. Su Long seemed unconcerned and sat on a chair. His 2 brothers and other beastly people were standing beside him. Su Long, the reason I invited you to meet here today is to discuss the armistice between Sword Marquee Mansion and the Fierce Beast Gang, Jian Xinhong said seriously. In the past 1 month, there were several fights between us. No matter publicly or secretly, both brought us a big loss. Without waiting for Jian Xinhong to finish, Su Long interrupted him and said, You are wrong. You are the ones suffering a big loss, not us. After the battles, my Fierce Beast Gang did indeed lose a lot of people, but we also gained more reputation. More and more people joined to help accomplish our goal. Many of them had great hatred towards your sword marquee mansion, so our overall strength is not getting weaker. Instead, we are getting stronger. So, if you just want to talk nonsense with me, then we do not need to talk anymore. Jin Shinhong looked a little bit awkward. He knew what Su Long said was pretty true, and that was the key reason that he did not dare to continue fighting with the Fierce Beast gang. If they keep fighting with him, they would just make the Sword Marquee Mansion more and more miserable. In the end, they might be destroyed by the Fierce Beast gang. Su Long, my Sword Marquee Mansion is willing to make some concessions, Jin Shinhong seriously said. From today on, we will try our best to restrain our disciples from conflicting with your people. At the same time, the title of Bahui Commander Hegeman is yours. Besides that, we will give you 10% of our properties. What do you think? Oh, Su Long looked a little bit excited. That is something worth talking about. However, 10% is too little. 10% is a lot, Jin Shinhong said in a low voice. Mr. Su Long, Jin Minger suddenly stood up and said, My name is Jin Minger, a disciple of Tianyuan Sword Sect. My great master is the elder of Tianyuan Sword Sect, Shui Hanxin. For the sake of her, please don't be so hard on our Sword Marquee Mansion. Jin Minger sounded very polite, but the truth was that she was giving Su Long pressure using the Tianyuan Sword Sect and her great master, Shui Hanxin. Tianyuan Sword Sect? Su Long glanced at Jin Minger and said with a slight smile, I heard a long time ago that a girl from Sword Marquee Mansion became a core disciple of the Tianyuan Sword Sect. So you were that girl. But you were looking down on me. Tianyuan Sword Sect is indeed very powerful, and it's not someone I dare to provoke. However, you are just a core disciple. You can't represent the Tianyuan Sword Sect. In regards to your great master Shui Hanxin, in the entire Tianyuan Sword Sect, except those old Yinyang Void Realms, Ling Feng is the only person who is qualified to be my opponent. Shui Hanxin is nothing to me. After saying this, Su Long looked towards Jin Shinhong again and continued, Jin Shinhong, don't think getting several disciples from the Tianyuan Sword Sect can scare me. Let me tell you the truth. I want 90% of your properties. No negotiation. Otherwise, Sword Marquee Mansion will become history. 90%? Jin Shinhong looked at him coldly. Jin Minger also had a cold expression. You are looking to die. Mengyu and Zhuyu beside them were super angry. Minger, stop talking to him. Let's directly fight with him. He needs a lesson from the disciples of Tianyuan Sword Sect, Mengyu cried, with a low voice. Exactly. He isn't even ranked 90th on the Earthly Dragon list. We don't need to be afraid of him, Zhuyu also cried out angrily. Jin Minger did not say anything. However, the light purple long sword appearing in her hands had shown her attitude. Haha, you disciples of Tianyuan Sword Sect really do not understand the situation clearly. Seeing their actions, Su Long laughed. Then he glanced at a burly man next to him. Third brother, you deal with those three young guys. After all, they are core disciples of Tianyuan Sword Sect. We can't kill them, but we can teach them a lesson, Su Long said. Don't worry, big brother, I can handle it, said Su Bao, the third of the three Su brothers. He smiled, then walked forward with heavy steps. You three, fight with me together, Su Bao said coldly. You are looking to die. Mengyu and Zhuyu were super angry. As disciples of Tianyuan Sword Sect, they were quite proud of themselves. And since they entered this restaurant, Su Long was their only opponent. In regards to Su Long's two brothers, they were nothing to them. So when they heard what Su Long said, they were infuriated. Soon after, Zhu Yu waved his sword, releasing his spiritual power, and stabbed towards Su Bao. Chapter 132. You bothered me. Chapter 132. You bothered me. Zhu Yu took action before Jin Minger, and Mengyu were still standing there. An awe-inspiring spirit fiercely burst out. Apparently, what Zhu Yu showed was the Boundless Heaven Sword Art, one of the 4 sword arts of the Tianyuan Sword Sect. With a raging chop, his long sword displayed a tremendous power. Haha, that's a joke. Su Bao grinned and then clenched his big hand, generating a terrifying spiritual power in his palm. In the next moment, a straightforward fist struck out. It seemed like a giant elephant was dashing toward them. The fist struck the long sword, making the sword and its blade bend. Then, Su Bao's powerful fist continued moving towards Zhu Yu. What? Zhu Yu was shocked. He did not expect that the move he earnestly studied would be brushed aside so easily. The fist struck Zhu Yu. Puff! A large mouthful of blood immediately ejected from Zhu Yu's mouth as his body was launched backward. Zhu Yu? Meng Yu was shocked. Shua, a straightforward sword shadow, instantly pierced towards Su Bao's throat cunningly. Good. With a brilliant smile, Su Bao took a large step and clenched his right fist. A frightening power ran through his burly arm, spurting out. An overwhelming fist with a stronger power. Bang! The same scene happened again. A great amount of blood ejected from Meng Yu's mouth, and in the process of his retreat, he bumped the bench beside him. Due to the horrible impact, one of the benches was thrown by the incredible force. Coincidentally, the direction in which this bench was thrown was precisely where the black-robed swordsman Saturday. Detecting the bench that was flying towards him, the black-robed swordsman immediately waved his hand, radiating enough spiritual power to break it into pieces. I just want to drink quietly, but you are bothering me. The cold voice of the black-robed swordsman abruptly sounded in the inn. Everyone present quickly looked toward black-robed swordsman while frowning. The news that Sword Marquee Mansion would compete with the fierce beast gang in Celestial Immortal Residence today had spread long ago. Thus, no guest would come to Celestial Immortal Residence today. But the black-robed swordsman had stayed here all the day. When the two groups of people arrived there just now, they also noticed the black-robed swordsman, but they didn't care about him. But now, this guy, Jin Ming'er slightly frowned. The moment she saw the figure of the black-robed swordsman, she felt very familiar as if they were an acquaintance, but she couldn't tell why. Actually, she should be familiar with him, because the real identity of the black-robed swordsman was Jian Wushuang, who had given her nightmares many times over these last 3 years. Jian Wushuang simply pulled his bamboo hat down so that nobody could see his appearance. I'm talking to you. Jian Wushuang's voice sounded again. You have bothered me. What should you do? Hearing these words, all the people from Sword Marquee Mansion were stunned. Unlike them, Su Bao yelled directly, "You reckless bastard, get out!" When yelling at Jian Wushuang, Su Bao reached toward him with his big hand at the same time. It seemed that Su Bao was going to grab Jian Wushuang's throat and throw him directly from the window. But the instant Su Bao approached Jian Wushuang, whoosh! A fierce sword light swept by. Incredibly fast, the flash vanished immediately. Nobody was able to see the orbit of the sword light clearly. What they just saw was a fleeting sword light. Jian Wushuang was still drinking at the table and deliberately swirled the wine in his glass. However, Su Bao, who was originally going to grab Jian Wushuang's throat, was suddenly stiff. What happened? Why is that guy standing still? Zhu Yu said, feeling a little stunned. Shut up, Jian Ming'er said angrily. Zhu Yu was startled by this. Dead. Su Bao is dead. Jian Xinhong said with astonished eyes. Can't you see the blood leaking from Su Bao's neck? He was killed in just one move. What? Meng Yu, Zhu Yu and those warriors from Sword Marquee Mansion were all shocked. Yes, there is blood stain. His aura began to dissipate. Is he really dead? Everyone was stunned. It should be known that it was Su Bao who attacked Meng Yu and Zhu Yu with successive fists and caused them serious wounds, which showed his strength. However, he was killed by only one move in an instant. Plop. Eventually, the corpse of Su Bao fell down weakly. Third brother. A heartrending and shrill growl sounded. It shocked the Sword Marquee Mansion, but it riled up the fierce beast gang. Su Long and Su Hu were startled and angry in particular. They stared at Jian Wushuang in rage, with an amazing killing intent. You killed my third brother, so I will take your life. Su Long immediately became furious. The husky figure violently rushed forward while releasing an aura as fearsome as a huge beast, which instantly overwhelmed the audience. As soon as they detected the aura, both Mingyu and Zhuyu instantly turned pale. Before that, they thought they were able to compete with Su Long, or maybe even defeat and kill him if all three of them worked together. But now, they realized how absurd and naive they were. Su Long didn't attack them at all. The mere release of his aura was enough to instantly frighten them, causing them to lose the courage required to fight against him. Too strong. Is that the strength of an expert on the earthly dragon list? Mingyu and Zhuyu gaped as they saw what was happening. Jin Ming'er also stared with a solemn face. The moment Su Long rushed forward, a sword light flashed again. The sword light was beautiful and charming, as if intoxicating. The sword light was gliding. It seemed to be moving very slowly, but it was magnified in the depths of Su Long's eyes. A hint of fear rose in Su Long's eyes, then that sword light glided through his chest. While wearing the bamboo hat and hiding his face as much as possible, Jin Wushuang had already appeared behind Su Long with some blood dripping from the edge of his triple kill sword. Su Long's figure became stiff with his fearsome aura completely vanishing in an instant. Then, he turned his head dully and slowly spoke in broken words, "You? Who are you?" Just then, plop. Su Long fell down directly. Jin Wushuang pulled his bamboo hat down and glanced at the second oldest Su Hu, the only existing one of the three Su brothers. Both your elder brother and young brother died. Now, it's your turn. As soon as his voice fell, a beautiful sword light flashed once again. Su Hu stared with round eyes, falling down the next moment. Oh. Chapter 133, Jin Wushuang? Chapter 133, Jin Wushuang. Silence. The entire restaurant was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Well, everyone from Sword Marquee Mansion and the Fierce Beast Gang who were still alive were all stunned. Were the well-known three Su brothers of Tianyin Province dead? The third oldest Su Bao was the first one to take action, defeating Mingyu and Zhuyu while seriously wounding them with 2 consecutive punches. However, he was also the first one to die, being killed in just 1 move. Next, the boss, Su Long, attacked by himself. As he was ranked on the earthly dragon list, the instantaneous release of his aura frightened everyone present. However, he was also killed in a single move. As for the second oldest, Su Hu, he hadn't even taken action before was killed in 1 move. The 3 Su brothers were defeated in only 3 moves. 1 for each of them. There was no room for struggling. What kind of strength was it? Horrifying, terrifying. Everyone looked at the black-robed swordsman in alarm. It was this black-robed swordsman that killed the 3 Su brothers within a moment. Dang, dang, dang. The black-robed swordsman walked towards the direction where people from the Sword Marquee Mansion were gathered. At that moment, everyone from Sword Marquee Mansion held their breath. Both Mingyu and Zhuyu cleared their throats and trembled slightly. Everyone understood that the black-robed swordsman, who was able to kill the 3 Su brothers easily, was also able to kill anyone here easily. The black-robed swordsman walked slowly, but he didn't intend to attack anyone. He walked towards the stairs and just happened to pass by Jin Ming'er. There was also a hint of fear in her heart. When the black-robed swordsman passed by and didn't continue to attack, she felt relieved. But then, she noticed the long sword he carried. Ah, what's that? Jin Ming'er's pupil suddenly shrank. She had practiced with that long sword for 2 months, so she was quite familiar with it. The triple kill sword. It's the triple kill sword. Jin Ming'er recognized it immediately, then she shouted, Jin Wushuang, you are Jin Wushuang. The black-robed swordsman who was going downstairs stopped abruptly, but it was only for an instant, then he continued to walk downstairs. Jin Wushuang, Jin Ming'er shouted with her hands clenching. Ming'er, what the hell are you talking about? Jin Xinhong shouted abruptly. Jin Wushuang died 3 years ago. How could he be here? Mansion Master? Jin Ming'er looked at Jin Xinhong astonishedly. However, Jin Xinhong winked at her. Jian Ming'er frowned and then recovered herself, saying immediately, maybe. You must be wrong, Jian Xinhong shouted in a low voice. Clean up the corpses of the 3 Su brothers. As long as they are dead, we don't need to worry about the fierce beast gang. As for you, Jian Xinhong coldly looked towards the warriors of the fierce beast gang who were still alive. Mansion Master, please have mercy. We will disband the fierce beast gang immediately. Mansion Master, we beg of you, please have mercy. These warriors who just reached the initial gold core realm immediately begged for mercy. It's ridiculous to beg me for mercy, said Jian Xinhong. Then he sneered and followed with a direct attack. After a few moments, all of the warriors were immediately killed. Afterward, the people from Sword Marquee Mansion began to clean up the corpses. At that time, Jian Xinhong pulled Jian Ming'er aside and asked her in a low voice, Ming'er, are you sure that the black-robed swordsman you saw just now was Jian Wushuang? His face was hidden under the bamboo hat, so I wasn't able to see it clearly. Jian Ming'er shook her head and continued speaking, but I recognized the sword he carried. It was the same triple kill sword that I practiced with for 2 months. What's more, I could feel a hint of familiarity from the figure of the black-robed swordsman. Thus, I'm quite sure that he is Jian Wushuang. He is definitely Jian Wushuang. The triple kill sword and his figure are the evidence. Jian Wushuang always has the triple kill sword, and you felt his figure was familiar. Besides, he also helped us end this disaster by killing the 3 Su brothers. Jian Xinhong smiled and said, this guy who disappeared for 3 years has finally come back. But how was he able to acquire such great strength? Jian Ming'er looked a bit unnatural. How could he be so strong? An expert like Su Long, who was ranked on the Earthly Dragon list, was also killed by Jian Wushuang with only 1 move. Only 1 move. How could his strength be so incredible? Even her senior brother, Ling Feng, whom she considered as her Mr. Right, was unlikely to kill Su Long in a single move. She came back with confidence, prepared to compete with Jian Wushuang and erase the humiliation she suffered 3 years ago. However, the gap between them became wider and wider, which made her almost desperate. It now appeared that was a joke. That bastard, how did he make such great progress? It was hard for Jian Ming'er to accept the facts, but her only choice was to believe it. Jian Wushuang left Celestial Immortal Residence and walked out into the street. But he couldn't help glancing backward at the Celestial Immortal Residence, shaking his head secretly. Although I deliberately hid my face and even changed the voice, Jian Ming'er was still able to recognize me. It was because of the triple kill sword that she was able to recognize me. Jian Wushuang could do nothing about this. However, even though he was recognized, he didn't intend to stay behind and chat with them. If he went back to Sword Marquee Mansion with his true identity, it would be a disaster for Sword Marquee Mansion, just like what happened 3 years ago, or even worse. Anyway, Sword Marquee Mansion is in good condition and the Sword Pavilion is still there. So it's fine. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Just now, he noticed that there were some experts following Jian Xinhong from Sword Marquee Mansion. Because they had the marks of Sword Pavilion on their clothes, it proved that the Sword Pavilion still existed in Sword Marquee Mansion. Jian Wushuang stayed there for another day. He didn't feel relieved until after the 3 Su brothers were dead, and the whole fierce beast gang was completely torn apart by Sword Marquee Mansion. After that, he went to the gladiator arena to visit Bai Chong. Jian Wushuang was thankful to Bai Chong. Not only did Bai Chong help him when he was young, Bai Chong also helped hold back the assassins with a group of experts from the gladiator arena when he was being chased by Blood Feather Tower 3 years ago. Anyway, Jian Wushuang owed him a lot. However, it was a pity Jian Wushuang was unable to meet Bai Chong at the gladiator arena. It was said that Bai Chong left Bahui Commandery 3 years ago, and no one knew where he was. Jian Wushuang could also do nothing about this. He also left it that night. After resting assured about Sword Marquee Mansion, he was going to get his revenge on Blood Feather Tower. The day I return is the day all you demons die. Now, he was back. Chapter 134, Clearwater Stronghold. Chapter 134, Clearwater Stronghold. In one of the Golden Dragon's subsidiary palaces in Tianyin Province, Jin Wushuang, still dressed in black and wearing a bamboo hat, directly came to the counter and took out his token from Dragon Palace. "Sir, come with me, please." After the blue-haired woman at the front counter saw the token, she immediately led Jin Wushuang into a private room. "Give me all the files on Blood Feather Tower within my access permission, including strongholds of Blood Feather Tower in Tianyin Province, the number of experts, and the strength of those strongholds, etc. Besides that, give me a copy of the Earthly Dragon list as well," Jin Wushuang said. The Earthly Dragon list would be renewed every once in a while. Since 2 years had passed, the list should have changed a lot. "Yes, sir," the blue-haired woman nodded and said. Soon she gave Jin Wushuang a lot of files. Jin Wushuang read them carefully. "Oh, it is as I expected. Blood Feather Tower did suffer a desperate revenge after the battle on Quiet Moon Lake." Jin Wushuang smiled slightly when he saw the information about the battle. When Dragon Palace heard of his death, the 2 palace masters of Dragon Palace, along with many top experts, retaliated against Blood Feather Tower in a full-scale attack. Many strongholds of Blood Feather Tower in Tianzong Dynasty suffered a bloodbath, and lots of experts were killed, which was one of the few setbacks Blood Feather Tower had gone through. But it just lasted for 2 months and suddenly died down. Blood Feather Tower had undoubtedly been in danger and was about to be destroyed, but why did everything suddenly die down? Jin Wushuang didn't understand. If there was no particular reason, they would not have stopped so easily. It seems that the background of Blood Feather Tower is not as simple as it seems, Jin Wushuang thought. Then he looked at another file. It was about the distribution of strongholds of Blood Feather Tower in Tianyin Province and their strength. It said that the strength of Blood Feather Tower is much weaker because of the bloodbath 2 years ago. Now they behaved more carefully than before, and their strongholds are located at easier-to-conceal places. Even Golden Dragon Palace could only locate 3 strongholds of Blood Feather Tower in Tianyin Province. It astonished Jin Wushuang. It should be known that Tianyin Province was an important place for Blood Feather Tower. However, there were as many as 108 commanderies in Tianyin Province. How could they run it well with only 3 strongholds? They need at least a dozen. But their strongholds were secluded. Even as the best at collecting information in Tianzong Dynasty, Golden Dragon Palace could only locate 3 of their strongholds. Among the 3, 2 of them were small. Only the last one was an important one. Clearwater Stronghold? Jin Wushuang squinted. Clearwater Stronghold, located in Clearwater Commandery of Tianyin Province. There were a lot of copper-masked and silver-masked assassins, as well as many golden-masked assassins. Most importantly, there were 2 purple-masked assassins and an intelligence director in it. While in those 2 small strongholds, there were only a couple of golden-masked assassins, Jin Wushuang was not interested in them at all. Blood Feather Tower has established a well-defined intelligence system. Once I take action, Blood Feather Tower will notice immediately. It's impossible to get a second chance. Therefore, the action must be fast, relentless, and bring a great loss. Jin Wushuang's eyes were cold. Losing some gold-masked assassins was nothing to Blood Feather Tower, who was one of the 3 hegemons in Tianzong Dynasty. They would not care. However, it would be different if they lost some purple-masked assassins. Especially in the battle 2 years ago, Blood Feather Tower had paid a huge price, which made purple-masked assassins even more important. If Jin Wushuang could kill several purple-masked assassins this time, it would definitely be a big loss for Blood Feather Tower. These 2 purple-masked assassins are in the Yin-Yang Void Realm, but only the initial Yin-Yang Void Realm. They are about the same as the purple-masked assassin who was severely wounded. Even his right hand was disabled by me near Quiet Moon Lake 2 years ago. It's possible to kill them both, Jin Wushuang thought. An assassin's strength in the same realm could vary. Some were stronger, and some were weaker. These 2 purple-masked assassins in Clearwater Stronghold were weaker ones. 2 years ago, Jin Wushuang severely hurt and almost killed a purple-masked assassin with his soul-devouring secret skill. Now, even without using it, He was quite sure that he could kill them with only his comprehension and sword essence. I will take Clearwater Stronghold, Jian Wushuang decided. Of course, the reason he targeted Clearwater Stronghold was not only because of those two purple-masked assassins, but also because of another man. He was the one who was in charge of the intelligence system there. His name was an Ing. Jian Wushuang would never forget him. 3 years ago, some assassins from Bloodfeather Tower chased him from Sword Marquee Mansion, and their leader was an Ing. What's more, it was he who poisoned his aunt with the heart-biting poison, which had tortured his aunt for years. His aunt was caught by an Ing at that time, and he didn't know how his aunt was doing now. An Ing, you old bastard, Jian Wushuang's eyes were ice cold. Then he called the blue-haired woman and told her, prepare me a griffin and something special. A huge rift in Clearwater Commandery. It was a remote rift, embosomed in hills. As usual, few people came here, not even to pass by. In the thick woods at the center of the rift was a huge courtyard. It was Clearwater Stronghold, a quite important place for the top assassin organization in Tianzong Dynasty, Bloodfeather Tower. On the top of a mountain in the rift, Jian Wushuang stood quietly, dressed in black and wearing a bamboo hat. Watching through the void, his cold eyes stared at the courtyard below. Bloodfeather Tower has heavy security. To enter the stronghold, assassins of Bloodfeather Tower have to signal one another, and the password alternates every day. Besides that, the killers are well trained. It is impossible to sneak in by getting the password from them. The only way to get in was kill his way in. A stream of killing intent could be seen rising from his body. At this moment, thunder growled over the void and the sky became dark. Then a heavy rain began falling a second later. The rain fell on the ground and the earth got wet. "It raining!" Palm outstretched. Jian Wushuang felt the rain slapping on the back of his hands. "Since the weather is favoring me, let me enjoy slaughtering them in the heavy rain." Jian Wushuang changed into a straw rain cape. Then, he grabbed his sword and directly walked toward the huge courtyard in the center of the rift. Chapter 135, Attacking and Killing in the Heavy Rain, Part 1. Chapter 135, Attacking and Killing in the Heavy Rain, Part 1. Swoosh. The heavy rain relentlessly poured onto the ground. At the center of a rift, there was a large courtyard consisting of an inner court and an outer court. Under the roof of the outer court, many figures in black robes were standing or sitting on the ground. All of them wore masks, in which most of them were copper masks. There was only a small number of silver masks and 4 gold masks. There was no sound in the outer court except for the rain. Even the assassins of Bloodfeather Tower that gathered there remained quiet. While behind the gate, right in the front of the courtyard, a silver-masked assassin was standing with folded arms. He raised his head and looked up at the dim void. "When will the rain stop?" the silver-masked assassin murmured. Suddenly, boom! The door behind him was blown open and flew straight ahead. What the hell? The silver-masked assassin standing behind the door was the first to be attacked. It was because he was so close to the door that he couldn't get away from it when it came flying at him. Bang! The big and heavy door hit him, which heavily injured him. He instantly spat out blood as he flew back, landing in the center of the courtyard. What? The whole courtyard stirred. The assassins of Bloodfeather Tower stood up as they all looked toward the gate. A figure, wearing a bamboo hat and straw rain cape, stood at the door with a long sword on his back. Seeing him, all the assassins' breath turned cold. "Who is it?" an assassin shouted. Jian Wushuang ignored him. He walked slowly to the courtyard, one step at a time. Each step was firm and steady as if it contained magic power. Buzz! The raindrops gathered on the ground and rippled. The waves changed constantly, which made the assassins of Bloodfeather Tower feel like the world was disappearing. They could only see the changing waves, the slowly walking Jian Wushuang, and the powerful sword essence radiating from him. "What's that? What kind of trick is this?" All of them were astonished. They didn't know that it was just an extreme use of the sword essence of Waterdrop. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang stopped and slightly raised his head, showing a bright and handsome face under the bamboo hat. However, his face was cold and his dark eyes were full of killing intent, as if a sharp weapon was aiming towards them. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang swiftly arrived in front of the dozens of killers who were closest to him. Chew! Ice-cold sword light flashed at once. At first sight, the sword light was more like a single drop of heavy rain. What's this? Water drop? Such a big water drop? Some of the weaker assassins didn't even react. Be careful. Get out of the way. The assassins who had reacted shouted at them. But it was already too late. Cold sword light flashed and swept past their throats, regardless of whether they were copper-masked assassins or silver-masked assassins. Chi, 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 chi. A total of 13 assassins, among whom 8 were copper-masked assassins and 5 were silver-masked assassins, were killed in a split second. Then, Jian Wushuang swiftly moved again. The cold water drops swept to 5 nearby assassins. 5 sword edges hit 5 killers at the same time, instantly killing them. At this point, they finally realized what was happening. Damn it! Kill him! Kill! There were nearly 100 assassins in the outer courtyard. Though Jian Wushuang had killed 18 in one breath, there were still many assassins coming to kill Jian Wushuang. Among the approaching crowd, the strongest, the 4 gold-masked assassins were at the front. Gold-masked assassins were experts in the exceptional gold core realm. At this moment, the 4 gold-masked assassins closed in on him simultaneously. However, a fierce wind suddenly blew and those falling raindrops swept over the 4 gold-masked assassins. All of their eyes were filled with terror, then they all fell at the same time. The strongest, the 4 gold-masked assassins, were killed by one movement of his sword. How can this be possible? How could 4 gold-masked assassins be killed with a single move? What's with this strength? Out of the assassins who were still alive in the area, a lot of silver-masked and copper-masked assassins looked at this in shock. Gold-masked assassins? Jian Wushuang would not spare a glance at them. He could already kill a gold-masked assassin in one move 2 years ago. Now his strength was much better than 2 years ago, so he could obviously kill several gold-masked assassins with a single move now. Next, it is your turn. Jian Wushuang looked around at those silver-masked and copper-masked assassins. The killing intent in his eyes was more intense. Everyone belonging to Blood Feather Tower has to die. Chew! Jian Wushuang moved again. The terrifying water drops in the heavy rain could not be seen clearly, and they easily swept over those assassins. A massacre. A total massacre. Even the 4 strongest gold-masked assassins were killed. The remaining silver-masked and copper-masked assassins had no chance to even defend. While Jian Wushuang was massacring everyone in the outer courtyard, dozens of figures gathered inside a room of the inner courtyard. There were 8 gold-masked assassins and 2 purple-masked assassins. Besides them, there was a purple-robed person who didn't wear a mask, but his status was no lower than the purple-masked assassins. He was an Ing. This time our target is her. An Ing opened a scroll. Detailed information on an expert was written on it. One of the upper elders in Tianyuan sword sect, Gu Qinghan. And Ying's voice was cold as he continued, "The mole we put in Tianyuan sword sect has a high position now, and it is possible for him to take charge of the Tianyuan sword sect as the new head of the Tianyuan sword sect. However, Gu Qinghan has always gone against him these years. So, she has to die." Hearing that, the gold-masked assassins and 2 purple-masked assassins didn't change their expressions. Upper elders of Tianyuan sword sect, though they were supreme experts of the Yin-Yang Void Realm, it was not difficult to kill them silently. There are many experts in the Tianyuan sword sect, several of them have even reached the Yin-Yang Void Realm. It's impossible to kill her in the Tianyuan sword sect, so we have to wait until she comes out of the Tianyuan sword sect. And Ing and the 2 purple-masked assassins were discussing how to secretly kill Gu Qinghan. However, suddenly, they sensed a strong wave of spiritual power and heard many death howls from the outer courtyard. Chapter 136, Attacking and Killing in the Heavy Rain, Part 2. Chapter 136, Attacking and Killing in the Heavy Rain, Part 2. What happened? Ning asked and frowned. There are enemies attacking, a purple-masked assassin yelled coldly. The door immediately opened, then Ning and others came out of the room. As soon as they walked out, they saw a ghostly figure in the outer courtyard that was several hundred meters away. The figure swept through in succession, with a strong sword light and many streaks of sword light flashing. Each streak of sword light had the blood of assassins from Blood Feather Tower on it. There, hurry up, a purple-masked assassin violently shouted, and then immediately rushed into the outer courtyard. It was only a few hundred meters, so it only took an instant to arrive at their speed. But in just that instant, the assassins in the outer courtyard had already suffered a massacre. When Ning and others arrived in the outer courtyard, Jin Wushuang was piercing the chest of the last silver-masked assassin with his long sword. Plop! With the falling down of the silver-masked assassin's corpse, only Jin Wushuang remained standing in the outer courtyard. Ning and the others were stunned. Even though they were all top assassins, they were stunned when they came into the outer courtyard and saw this scene. There were a lot of corpses spread out on the ground in the outer courtyard and in the corridor under the eaves. All these corpses were strewn about, and the whole courtyard was buried in corpses, while the blood rushing from their wounds had already dyed the whole courtyard scarlet. It was still raining heavily, and the vacant land in the central courtyard was waterlogged. But at the moment, that water was so scarlet. At first sight, it was like a demonic scene from hell. Wearing a bamboo hat and a straw rain cape, Jin Wushuang stood in the very center of this demonic hell with the triple kill sword in his hands. He was like a powerful demon fighting his way out of hell. No matter whether it was Ning, those 2 purple-masked assassins, or the 8 gold-masked assassins, all of them were shocked by this scene. What shocked them was not that Jin Wushuang killed all these people, but the time that Jin Wushuang spent killing them. As soon as Jin Wushuang started this slaughter, they became aware of it in the inner courtyard and immediately rushed here. From the inner courtyard to the outer courtyard was only a few hundred meters. They arrived in the turn of a hand, at most a dozen breaths of time in total. In such a short time, Jin Wushuang killed all the assassins in the courtyard, nearly 100 assassins. How could he be so fast? How strong is he? The 2 purple-masked assassins in the courtyard asked themselves in their heart whether they could kill all the assassins in the outer court in such a short time if they tried their best. The answer was, no, it's impossible. But Jin Wushuang did it. The most important thing was, judging from the spiritual power radiating from Jin Wushuang, he was only in the profound gold core realm. A person in the profound gold core realm can kill nearly 100 Blood Feather Tower assassins in such a short time. Ning watched Jin Wushuang with a strong killing intent on his face, and coldly shouted, "Who are you?" The 2 purple-masked assassins and 8 gold-masked assassins also intensely stared at Jin Wushuang. 2 years ago, in front of a lot of people, I once said. The face of Jin Wushuang was still hidden under the bamboo hat, but his indifferent voice spread throughout the area. The day I return is the day all you guys die. You should have heard that. Ning was stunned, and there was a hint of terror in his eyes. At this moment, Jin Wushuang also lifted his head slightly and exposed his handsome face. Seeing that face, even though Ning was very calm, he could not help screaming at this moment. Jin Wushuang, it is you. Who? Jin Wushuang? The target of the Scarlet Kill command? The 2 purple-masked assassins and 8 gold-masked assassins were also stunned. Jin Wushuang? The guy turned the whole Tianzong dynasty upside down 2 years ago, and Blood Feather Tower was almost completely wiped out because of him. You, aren't you dead? Ning looked at Jin Wushuang with astonishment and said, "How could you possibly be alive? So many people saw you jump into the abyss. You should definitely be dead." Ning thought it was incredible. Those 2 purple-masked assassins were also stunned. They all heard of the abyss, which was one of the death traps in the Tianzong dynasty. What was underneath the abyss was still a big mystery, because no one came back from the abyss after entering it. So hearing that Jian Wushuang had jumped into the abyss, everyone believed he was dead. Bloodfeather Tower also thought so, and that's why they had stopped chasing Jian Wushuang 2 years ago. But now, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of them in perfect condition after jumping into the abyss. How is this possible? Sorry, I beat the rap. When I was passing through the gates of hell, the king of hell said I was so handsome that it would be a pity if I died at such a young age, so he sent me back. Since I am not dead, it's your turn. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly, with a slightly upward smirk, but his smile was like a blade. Laughingstock, one of the purple-masked assassins commented, then directly smirked. There was an opportunity for you to live, but you sought death. Since you did not die 2 years ago, we just have to kill you today. As soon as his voice fell, the aura of the yin-yang void realm on that purple-masked assassin suddenly soared. He turned into a streak of flowing light at this moment and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in a flash. Go to hell. A purple soft sword appeared without any omen, like a ghost. And Ying and the rest of the assassins watched this scene coldly. Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked at the purple soft sword slowly moving toward him, but the corner of his mouth showed a faint smile. A purple-masked assassin. 2 years ago, when facing a purple-masked assassin, I had to use the soul-devouring secret skill out of desperation, but now? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold, and the triple-kill sword suddenly thrust out at this moment. An eruption of the terrifying fiery wind sword essence on the sword edge tore everything and burned everything. What? The purple-masked assassin was shocked. Not good, the other purple-masked assassin exclaimed, immediately following to join the battle. 2 people? So what? Jian Wushuang still did not care at all. With the combination of the wind sword essence and fire sword essence, the extreme violent sword in his hands directly smashed forward. The 2 purple-masked assassins joined hands in an attempt to resist the sword. However, Jian Wushuang waved his hand suddenly, and then the sword struck 3 times consecutively. All 3 streaks of sword light contained fiery wind sword essence. This was the combination of 2 sword essences. The power would be much stronger than only 1 sword essence. Damn it! The 2 purple-masked assassins shuddered inside and resisted with haste. But after striving to resist Jian Wushuang's 3 sword strikes, both of them were directly slammed backward. It's time. Suddenly, a light flickered in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The triple-kill sword became a streak of flowing light again, and then rushed forward. Selfless sword technique, idealistic form. His full strength suddenly erupted. Chapter 137, Attacking and Killing in the Heavy Rain, Part 3. Chapter 137, Attacking and Killing in the Heavy Rain, Part 3. Chew! An incomparably terrifying sword light directly burst out. Even the 2 purple-masked assassins could not help but shudder secretly when they sensed the frightening power embedded in the sword light. Both of them were still retreating swiftly to escape the previous 3 sword moves from Jian Wushuang. The one who was targeted by the bursting sword light only had time to brandish his purple soft sword, trying to deflect the sword light. Boom! The terrifying sword light released an incredibly shocking power, knocking the purple soft sword away, and then using the undiminished remnant power of the sword light to strike the purple-masked assassin's body. In an instant, a big round bloody hole, with a diameter of more than 1 centimeter, appeared on the body of the purple-masked assassin. The bloody hole pierced his body, shredding and smashing any organs and flesh it passed by. The purple-masked assassin's eyes widened while blood poured wildly from his mouth. Then his body fell down backwards. The first purple-masked assassin was dead. What? The other living purple-masked assassin was shocked by the scene. His heart suddenly thumped as Jian Wushuang's cold eyes looked over towards him. Run! The imposing purple-masked assassin, a peak expert in the yin-yang void realm, did not hesitate to fly up into the sky. Not until he reached the void over 10 meters above Jian Wushuang did he dare to stop and glance at him in terror. Terrifying! His sword skill is too terrifying. Fiery Wind Sword Essence. Yes, he has already combined the sword essences of Gale and Raging Fire into the Fiery Wind Sword Essence. His comprehension of the sword essence is much better than mine. 2-on-1. Old Nine and I were still defeated by him, and Old Nine was even killed in one attack. His strength is far beyond the common initial Void realm. He might even be able to rival experts in the profound Void realm. The purple-masked assassin murmured. Void walking? Jian Wushuang frowned when the purple-masked assassin fled into the air. Warriors in the Yin-Yang Void realm were able to void walk, so Jian Wushuang could not stop him if the former wanted to escape. Though the purple-masked assassin was out of his reach, Ing and the other gold-masked assassins, who were not able to void walk, were still on the ground. He fought with 2 purple-masked assassins and even killed one of them. How could that be possible? Ing felt it was unbelievable as he looked at the dead body of that purple-masked assassin. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang looked over at him. Ing was frightened out of his senses. Quick, kill him, go and kill him. Ing roared. The 8 gold-masked assassins beside him froze for a moment, then immediately rushed out. Assassins of Bloodfeather Tower were all well-trained. Even if the order from their superiors was to get themselves killed, they would not hesitate to obey. While the gold-masked assassins rushed forward, Ing fled in another direction, yelling at the purple-masked assassin in the air, Come and save me." That purple-masked assassin began to approach once he heard him. "You want to escape?" Jian Wushuang shot a glance at Ing and snorted. All the other assassins in the Clearwater stronghold didn't have to die. He wouldn't mind even if the 2 purple-masked assassins stayed alive. But he would not let Ing escape, never. "Get out of my way!" Jian Wushuang cried out, followed by another flash of sword light. An utterly light and graceful sword moved danced through the heavy rain and then swept across the throats of the 8 gold-masked assassins. The 8 gold-masked assassins were all killed in an instant. "Do you think you can escape?" After killing the 8 gold-masked assassins with just one move from the formless sword art, Jian Wushuang dashed out immediately and appeared behind Ing in the blink of an eye. How could he be so fast? Ing turned pale with fright, realizing that the purple-masked assassin couldn't escape with him into the air before Jian Wushuang could catch him. His face became grim and madness arose in his eyes. "Bastard! Go to hell!" Ing turned around with a rush, hurling a coldly glaring knife right toward the space between his eyebrows. The knife was incredibly fast and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in a flash. "Ridiculous." Jian Wushuang sneered as he slid past the knife with a ghost-like movement, then swung his sword across Ying's wrist. Ying's entire hand was chopped off. "Ah!" Ing howled with great pain, while Jian Wushuang had already appeared in front of him. A brutal power was condensed in Jian Wushuang's palm, which was then clenched into a fist and launched into Ying's abdomen. Puff! Ing spewed a large mouthful of blood, and his complexion instantly became pale again. My gold core. My gold core? Although Ing was also an expert in the exceptional gold core realm, he did not even have a chance of resisting when Jian Wushuang destroyed his gold core. The gold core was the source of spiritual power for warriors. Since it was destroyed, the decades of earnest cultivation that Ing endured instantly crumbled to dust. "You'll be dead soon. Why care about your gold core?" Jian Wushuang laughed scornfully. He reached out with his hand and gripped Ying's neck, raising Ying's body up into the air as if gripping a chicken, and then slammed it down fiercely onto the ground. Bang! Even with the buffer of the gathered water from the rain, the blow cracked the ground below. Ing once again madly squirted blood from the severe damage to his organs. Then, he passed out from the intense pain. The next moment Jian Wushuang lifted Ying's body, looking up towards the purple-masked assassin in the air. An unparalleled hint of fear emerged in the purple-masked assassin's eyes, so he did not dare to come down and fight with Jian Wushuang, not even for Ing. Purple-masked assassins? Just SOSO. Ignoring the purple-masked assassin, Jian Wushuang grinned and quickly dragged Ning out of the courtyard. Soon he disappeared from the purple-masked assassin's sight. The purple-masked assassin stood alone in the air, gazing at the sea of blood down on the ground. As the only survivor in the stronghold, he could not help being speechless. This massacre brought a great loss to Bloodfeather Tower. More than 100 copper-masked and silver-masked assassins in the entire Clearwater stronghold were slain to the last man. The 12 gold-masked assassins all died in the carnage, too. Of course, these losses were nothing compared to the death of that purple-masked assassin and an Ing being caught. I had no idea that Jian Wushuang, who fell into the abyss 2 years ago, would still be alive and have improved his strength so much in such a short period. The purple-masked assassin clasped his hands. Since he is alive, Bloodfeather Tower will be in some real trouble. Chapter 138, The Leech. Chapter 138, The Leech. Jian Wushuang dragged an Ing into a cave. Bang! Jian Wushuang tossed him, and his body hit the ground. An Ing immediately came out of the coma because of the pain. As soon as he woke up, he burst out, howling because of the pain. Jian Wushuang walked to an Ing with a light golden elixir in one of his hands. This elixir is worth 200 points in the secret pavilion of Dragon Palace. Now it's a favor to you. Waving his hand, Jian Wushuang made an Ing swallow it. It was a panacea in secret pavilion of Dragon Palace. After taking it, an Ing would not die anytime soon. Tell me, where are my father and aunt? Jian Wushuang asked. His father and his aunt, whom he cared about most, were taken away by Bloodfeather Tower. An Ing remained alive till now because Jian Wushuang needed his help to find his father and aunt. Your father? I don't know, An Ing answered and shook his head. Squinting his eyes, Jian Wushuang was not surprised. His father was the first one who awakened his sword soul. Bloodfeather Tower had sent lots of experts and slaughtered the whole Ji clan in order to catch him. In the eyes of Bloodfeather Tower, his father was much more important than his aunt. Therefore, his father should be locked up in an even more secretive place. As for your aunt, you mean Ji Wuyue, right? I caught her 3 years ago, and I do know where she is now. But, do you think I will tell you? Said an Ing, looking at Jian Wushuang with a sneer. I know you will not easily tell me, so I prepared something for you. Having said that, Jian Wushuang turned his hand over, revealing a light yellow worm egg. It seemed that it was going to hatch a baby worm. An Ing, I heard that you were good with poison. Since the heart-biting poison in my aunt's body was from you, you must know what this is in my hand, right? Jian Wushuang said. Seeing that light yellow worm egg in Jian Wushuang's hand, an Ing changed his facial expression immediately and shouted, A leech? You are right, Jian Wushuang replied with a slight smile. Then, he quickly shoved it in An Ying's mouth without giving him a chance to speak. An Ing struggled violently, but it didn't work at all since his dantian had been disabled. After swallowing the light yellow worm egg, his face turned red and he desperately tried to vomit. However, the leech egg had already melted in his body. The leech lives in the blood. Once it enters your body, it will immediately hatch, then begin sucking your blood. The first leech will turn into 2, then 2 turn to 4, and in the end it will hatch thousands of leeches. They will swallow your blood bite by bite, then your flesh. Your body will be totally swallowed in several days. That's the real body devouring by 10,000 worms. Speaking of the pain, my aunt who was struck by your heart-biting poison should be suffering more than you. Hearing Jian Wushuang's cold voice, An Ying's face was suddenly pale. Both the leech and heart-biting poison were ways of torturing people. The leech was more horrible with regards to the pain, while heart-biting poison was crueler. After all, heart-biting poison worked in the body step by step. It might last for years or even decades. It not only tortured the physical body but also the mind. While the leech worked faster and more fiercely, only lasting 1 to 2 days for death to occur. Before Jian Wushuang decided to attack the stronghold, He asked the woman who was in charge of Golden Dragon's subsidiary palace to prepare him a leech egg. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Damn it! And Ying's face was still red and distorted. Apparently, the leech in his body had started swallowing his flesh and blood. The pain was strong, and it didn't take long for the leech to reproduce. 1 turned into 2, and 2 turned into 4. The pain he was suffering was increased by several times. Ah! A sharp pain he had never suffered before spread through his body, so painful that an Ing could not stand it. So he raised his left hand and tried to hit his head. However, Jian Wushuang stood beside him staring at him. When he saw an Ing trying to hit his head with his left hand, a sword light flashed and An Ying's left hand was instantly cut off, falling to the ground. After which, Jian Wushuang slapped him in the face. It was a slap effectively controlled by spiritual power. Immediately An Ing spit out a mouthful of blood containing pieces of his teeth. Jian Wushuang had slapped him and destroyed all his teeth in case he tried to commit suicide by biting off his own tongue. Don't even dream about dying with me here these 2 days. Enjoy it. Jian Wushuang smiled and sat down leisurely beside him. Then he brought out a bottle of wine. He was just drinking. However, An Ing lay sprawled out on the ground with his hands and feet waving, and his face was extremely distorted. Kill me. Please kill me. An Ing desperately implored him, but he said it unclearly because all of his teeth were destroyed. Watching him coldly, Jian Wushuang did offer him any mercy. He knew clearly that the pain caused by the leech was nothing compared with the pain caused by the heart-biting poison in his aunt's body over the years. What's more, it was he who poisoned his aunt with heart-biting poison. Nearly half an hour later, the leech in An Ying's body had turned into 8. The pain had already increased by 8 times. Ah! An Ing roared crazily while suffering such great pain. He almost lost his mind. He couldn't bear the extreme suffering anymore. I'll tell you where Ji Wuyue is. An Ing growled and said. Then Jian Wushuang, who was drinking, turned over and looked at him. I will tell you. After that, please kill me. An Ing roared. He didn't want to live anymore. He just wanted to die. However, he was not even able to kill himself since his hands were cut off and his teeth were knocked out. Tell me. Jian Wushuang didn't want to waste time. Ji Wuyue, she was locked up by the Situ family, An Ing said unclearly. Situ family? Which one? Jian Wushuang asked and frowned. The Situ family in Bahui Commandery, Situ Qingyue, is their master. Ji Wuyue is locked up in the mansion of the Situ family, An Ing growled. Situ Qingyue? Jian Wushuang's facial expression suddenly changed. Situ Qingyue, he knew him, and he also met him before. Chapter 139, It Was Still Raining. Chapter 139, It Was Still Raining. Born in the Sword Marquis Mansion, the acknowledged top hegemon in Bahui Commandery, Jian Wushuang was familiar with the big forces within the commandery. Situ family was one of the greatest families in Bahui Commandery, and Situ Qingyue, the master, was an expert at the Gold Core realm. After all, within such a small place like Bahui Commandery, an expert in the Gold Core realm could be seen as one of the strongest. Jian Wushuang had seen him before, at the Sword Marquis token battle 3 years ago when the great masters of all the forces were invited to come and watch. Situ Qingyue was one of the invitees. Situ Qingyue belongs to Blood Feather Tower? Jian Wushuang asked while coldly staring at An Ing. Yes, he is one of us, and he has a very special position in Blood Feather Tower. Although his strength is only at the Gold Core realm, his orders come directly from the Tower Master. Even I can't enjoy such treatment, An Ing shouted in a low voice. Directly ordered by the Master of Blood Feather Tower? Jian Wushuang was shocked, but he believed his words, more or less. Anyway, Blood Feather Tower was desperate to kill him, just because his sword soul had awoken. Common people knew nothing and had never even heard about Sword Soul. Neither had the assassins of Blood Feather Tower. Yet, as long as Situ Qingyue was directly ordered by the Tower Master, Maybe he knew something about Sword Soul. As soon as he awoke the Sword Soul in that battle, Situ Qingyue must have immediately sensed it, and then notified Blood Feather Tower to hunt and kill him. I have said everything I should say. Kill me. Quickly kill me. Ning crazily roared. You want to die? It's not so easy. With a sneer, Jian Wushuang waved his sword with brilliant light, breaking the tendons in Ying's legs. Behave yourself and wait here for me. Don't worry, I had you swallow that elixir before feeding you the leech. That elixir is a panacea. You won't die. After saying that, Jian Wushuang walked away, leaving Ning crazily roaring in the cave. However, the cave was so deep that no one could hear his roar. Jian Wushuang mounted a griffin and directly flew towards Bahui Commandery. It was already dark when he arrived in Bahui Commandery, stopping in front of the Situ family mansion. Boom above the void was rumbling thunder. The rain was still pouring. The rain hasn't stopped, so let the slaughter continue. Situ Mansion was brightly lit. As one of the biggest families within Bahui Commandery, the Situ family mansion was still very bustling even at night. Suddenly, bang! The Situ mansion gate was directly kicked open as a thundering boom shook the air. Numerous warriors in the Situ family were disturbed and came out. Who is it? How dare you? You dare trespass into our Situ family. Numerous figures rushed out and quickly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The leader of them was Situ Qingyue. Master Situ, I haven't seen you for years. How are you? Jian Wushuang slowly walked towards Situ Qingyue while speaking. Meanwhile, he had lightly raised his head, showing his handsome face. Clearly seeing Jian Wushuang's face, Situ Qingyue opened his eyes widely and shouted, Jian Wushuang, it's you. Jian Wushuang. A commotion arose in the area. Evidently, all the warriors of the Situ family had heard about the exceptional genius from Sword Marquee Mansion, who had shocked the whole Bahui Commandery. Hee, as long as you still remember me, things will be easier. Answer me, where is my aunt? Jian Wushuang coldly asked. Situ Qingyue was astonished. Naturally, he knew who his aunt was, but he pretended to be confused and asked, Who is your aunt? Still pretending? Jian Wushuang sneered and suddenly appeared in front of Situ Qingyue like a shadow. In the next instant, Situ Qingyue had been explosively knocked out, spouting blood as he flew backward. Bang! Situ Qingyue heavily fell upon a chair in the hall, which immediately exploded. Master! Those warriors of the Situ family were all scared and angry, but no one dared to move. Even Situ Qingyue, in the Gold Core realm, had been severely hurt without clearly seeing Jian Wushuang. If they stood out, it was just like seeking their doom. I will ask you again, where is my aunt? If you still won't answer me, today I'll slaughter the whole Situ family, leaving no one alive. Jian Wushuang's voice was icy cold, with great killing intent. Situ Qingyue's throat tightened as he spoke. I'll take you there. Really pretending, Jian Wushuang said while coldly smiled. Then Situ Qingyue struggled to stand up and led Jian Wushuang towards a secret chamber in the mansion. Quang! The door of Situ family's secret underground chamber immediately opened. It was a very dark chamber. As soon as Jian Wushuang entered, he saw a woman in a cage in the front of the chamber. Her hair was in a mess covering half of her face, while the other half was full of malignant tumors and scars, looking extremely ugly. The offensive odor from her body could be smelt even in the distance. Auntie! Jian Wushuang recognized this woman as soon as he saw her, and then he immediately rushed towards her. Just as Jian Wushuang started to move next to him, a sparkle appeared in Situ Qingyue's eyes, although the latter looked terribly pale and was covering his chest with one hand. Attack! Situ Qingyue shouted loudly. One black iron pillar after another suddenly rose from the ground on which Jian Wushuang just rushed past, forming a giant cage. In an instant, the whole secret chamber was covered, and Jian Wushuang was trapped within the cage. Haha! Seeing this scene, Situ Qingyue finally laughed out loudly. Jian Wushuang stopped his steps and could not help changing his face as he turned around and found the cage in front of him. Jian Wushuang, you must have never thought about it. Situ Qingyue stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold smile. When building this secret chamber, I had predicted that such a scene would happen one day, so I set up this trap from the beginning. The surrounding walls of this secret chamber are made of black steel with a thickness of over 3 meters. No one could break through them. As for the iron pillars in front of you, they are forged with raven gold. Except supreme experts in the Yinyang Void Realm, no one can. Before he finished his words, Situ Qingyue suddenly became stunned. As Jian Wushuang abruptly waved his hand, a sharp and brilliant sword light suddenly burst out. Although the iron pillars were made by raven gold and incomparably hard, they were instantly broken into pieces as soon as the sword light touched them. Whoosh! A figure unexpectedly appeared beside Situ Qingyue. You! Situ Qingyue opened his eyes widely, staring at Jian Wushuang in front of him. I planned to let you live a little longer, but now, it's unnecessary. Jian Wushuang's icy voice rang in his ears, and then a sword light burst out. Shua! Situ Qingyue's head was completely separated from his body. Chapter 140, Death. Chapter 140, Death. Situ Qingyue's head flew high into the air with his eyes wide in disbelief. He didn't know. Although Jian Wushuang was only in the profound gold core realm, his real strength was much more terrifying. In Clearwater Stronghold, he fought with 2 purple-masked assassins at the same time and killed one directly. Although he was not in the Yinyang Void Realm, he was more powerful than a normal warrior in that realm. How could the cage trap him? Master! Master! Seeing Situ Qingyue's head flying in the air, all the Situ family warriors in the area were greatly frightened and no one dared to step forward. After turning around, Jian Wushuang walked into the cage. He chopped the pillars of the cage with his sword and appeared before Ji Wuyue. Auntie, Jian Wushuang's voice trembled. Ji Wuyue was just absent-mindedly sitting there, until she heard Jian Wushuang calling her, after which her eyes shone lightly. You are Wushuang? Ji Wuyue asked with a deep and husky voice. Yes, it's me, Jian Wushuang nodded vigorously and said, Auntie, I'm here to take you away. After saying that, Jian Wushuang directly held her in his arms and walked out. At the exit of the secret chamber, there were so many warriors from the Situ family blocking the door. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Jian Wushuang shouted in a cold voice and glanced around with killing intent. All the warriors in the Situ family were so frightened that they all moved back out of the way, making way for them. Jian Wushuang took Ji Wuyue out from the Situ family, and then they sat on the griffin waiting outside and flew away. Half a day later, Jian Wushuang was back in the cave again, along with Ji Wuyue. An Ing was still lying on the ground in the cave. His crazy yell had died down because of his hoarse throat. However, his contorted face and crazy eyes showed that he was suffering a lot. Jian Wushuang carefully let Ji Wuyue recline on the cave's wall, and then he walked toward an Ing. Give me the antidote. Jian Wushuang shouted coldly with a commanding tone. An Ing forcefully raised his head, glancing at Jian Wushuang and Ji Wuyue. Then he sneered and said, Jian Wushuang, you want to save her now? Ha ha. Absurd. Ridiculous. The heart-biting poison had spread through her whole body. She can't survive much longer. I don't have any antidote. Even if I did and gave it to you, it will not work anymore. You have belittled the heart-biting poison too much. Ha ha. Ning laughed wantonly. Pia. Jian Wushuang slapped him on his face and said, Bastard. Wushuang. Ji Wuyue's deep and husky voice sounded. Auntie. Jian Wushuang hurriedly walked toward Ji Wuyue and squatted down in front of her. I clearly understand my body. It's true that I only have a few days to live and that no one can save me, Ji Wuyue said with a smile. I have no regrets now that I have had a chance to see you and the old bastard again before I die. Wushuang, give me a knife. Jian Wushuang was in a trance. I want to kill him myself. Ji Wuyue's voice trembled, looking at an Ing with resentful and cruel eyes. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. Then he took a dagger out from his interspatial ring and gave it to Ji Wuyue. Ji Wuyue strugglingly came to an Ing and turned his body over so that he was facing up. Haha, Ji Wuyue. How about the heart-biting poison? An Ing looked at Ji Wuyue with a grim smile. Ji Wuyue didn't answer him, but she slowly stabbed the dagger into his thigh rather than the vital organs. Ha ha ha, come on, kill me, torture me. What was the torture I suffered in comparison with what you suffered these years? Ji Wuyue, you are so miserable. You were an extraordinary beauty who was second only to your sister, Ji Wumeng, in Ji clan. So many experts once succumbed to your charm. But now, look at you, a ghostly image. Miserable, such a miserable person. An Ing growled crazily. Ji Wuyue didn't say anything, just continuing to stab the dagger into his body again and again. One by one, she had stabbed him for more than 50 times in succession. At this moment, An Ying's voice was faint and nearly breathless. Then Ji Wuyue raised the dagger in her hand and brutally stabbed it into his heart at his last breath. An Ing died at once. After killing an Ing with her own hands, Ji Wuyue's whole body was trembling, but there was also delight showing in her eyes. Jian Wushuang coldly watched what she did, but he felt ashamed and guilty when facing his auntie, Ji Wuyue. Wushuang. Ji Wuyue suddenly turned. Auntie. Jian Wushuang raised his head. Shua. Her blood spilled on Jian Wushuang's face, and he was completely stunned. Seeing Ji Wuyue stabbing the dagger into her own heart. Although Ji Wuyue spat blood out, she wore a smile on her face. After suffering so many years, it's time to get rid of it. Wushuang, don't forget the blood debt of the Ji clan. But now you are not strong enough, and you'd better not fight against Blood Feather Tower face to face. What's more, I saw your father. Though it was 3 years ago, he is alive. Once she finished saying that, Ji Wuyue gave Jian Wushuang one last look, and then she slowly fell down. Stunned, Jian Wushuang stood there, rooted on the ground. He recovered himself a long time later and looked at his dead auntie. Ah! A roar with unprecedented killing intent flew to the 9th heaven at this moment. Rumble. Even the void thundered as if it was echoing his angry roar. After a good while, everything finally quieted down. The thunder stopped, and the heavy rain which lasted a whole day and night stopped as well. On an unknown hill, Jian Wushuang knelt in front of a nameless gravestone. Holding his hands closely and looking at the gravestone, he kowtowed 3 times heavily. Auntie, rest in peace. I swear I will collect the blood debt for our Ji clan. Jian Wushuang said in a calm tone, but he was much more persistent and determined than ever before. Blood Feather Tower. Everything was caused by Blood Feather Tower. Jian Wushuang's face was ice cold. But Auntie is right. I am not strong enough. I'm far from being strong enough. Though I can bring some loss to Blood Feather Tower, I cannot turn it upside down. There is still a long way to go before I can uproot them. I have to try my best to improve my strength. Jian Wushuang had a strong desire for strength. Staying in Sword Tomb for 2 years, he had improved a lot and could even kill normal purple-masked assassins. However, his strength was far from what was needed to uproot Blood Feather Tower. It's better to go back to Dragon Palace first. Jian Wushuang set off right away. Chapter 141. Ouyang Haoyue. Chapter 141. Ouyang Haoyue. In a dim study, a gray-clothed elder was so angry that 2 will-o'-the-wisps seemed to be burning in his eyes. He didn't die. How could he still be alive after jumping into the abyss? The gray-clothed elder growled. The 2 purple-masked assassins standing in front of the gray-clothed elder were trembling with fear and dared not say anything. Not only did he not die, but became much stronger. The gray-clothed elder looked at the information in his hands. The information read, Jian Wushuang went to the Clearwater stronghold in Tianyin province alone, killing all 98 copper-masked and silver-masked assassins, as well as 12 golden-masked assassins. Even one purple-masked assassin was killed there. After the revenge 2 years ago, there were not many purple-masked assassins remaining in Bloodfeather Tower, and now they had lost one more. It also read, the 2 purple-masked assassins in Clearwater Stronghold joined hands to fight with Jian Wushuang. But seconds later, one was directly killed and the other one was scared, escaping into the air and not daring to fight anymore. He fought against 2 enemies at a time and completely suppressed them. He has improved at such a fast pace, way too fast. If we don't stop him, Bloodfeather Tower will be destroyed by him sooner or later. He must die. Don't take any chances and don't give him any chances. We have to kill him. The gray-clothed elder growled. Suddenly, there was a light sound heard in the room. You have said that many times, haven't you? The door creaked open. A silver-robed young man, who had long hair and a wicked face, leaned against the door. He was staring at the gray-clothed elder with a strange smile. If anyone else intruded into his study like this, the gray-clothed elder would have killed them the first time, but the demonic youth was different. Not only did the demonic youth intrude into his study, he also sneered at the gray-clothed elder. However, the elder was not angry at all. Why did you come here? The gray-clothed elder asked. Though the young man hadn't reached the Yin-Yang Void Realm, his status in Bloodfeather Tower was extraordinary. Even the elder had to be humble when speaking to this person. I did not want to come here. However, Master ordered me to, so I had to come, the demonic youth said. Tower Master? The gray-clothed elder was stunned. Master said that Jian Wushuang is the target of a Scarlet Kill command, so he has to die. However, you have failed twice in a row and Bloodfeather Tower paid a great price because of that. Nothing unexpected is allowed in the third assassination. Therefore, I am here. The demonic youth smiled. The gray-clothed elder's face fell. He knew that Tower Master was questioning his ability because he failed to kill the target twice. What will you do? The gray-clothed elder asked. That's easy. I'll kill him openly. The demonic youth smiled and said. What? The gray-clothed elder didn't understand. Don't forget that a major event is about to happen. As a disciple of Dragon Palace, Jian Wushuang should certainly attend it. Killing him at that time will be undoubtedly logical. Dragon Palace won't say anything no matter how much it angers them, the demonic youth said. Haha, I almost forget about that, said the gray-clothed elder, smiling as well. He was confident in the demonic youth's strength. Jian Wushuang defeated 2 purple-masked assassins simultaneously. However, the demonic youth was much more terrifying. Because he was Shui Yun, ranking first on the earthly dragon list, he was recognized as the strongest in the Yin-Yang Void Realm. 3 years ago, he fiercely fought with Bailey Chen and barbarian King Qingcong, who ranked 2nd and 5th on the earthly dragon list respectively, outside the Imperial Palace. He fought with both of them at the same time, finally ending it in a draw. However, Shui Yun was only in the profound Gold Core Realm 3 years ago. Now, he had reached the peak of the exceptional Gold Core Realm. After raining a whole day and night, the weather finally cleared. Jian Wushuang was flying through the air on a griffin, rushing toward Dragon Palace. Soon, a solemn and magnificent city appeared in his sight. Needless to say, it was the Imperial Palace of Tianzong Dynasty. It was crowded and busy in the Imperial Palace, so nobody noticed Jian Wushuang when he flew over the Imperial Palace. Ah, that is... Jian Wushuang suddenly noticed a figure in the crowd at the Imperial Palace. He changed his look a little bit, then he made the griffin land in the Imperial Palace. A bunch of warriors were gathered on a wide street of the Imperial Palace Center, excitedly watching the fierce fight in front of them. Bang! A deep and low crash noise sounded. The amazing strength gathered into the blast wave and spread out, which made many warriors narrow their eyes. Following that, a strong man flew back in defeat. Haha, Sulai, is that your full strength? So weak. You want to fight with me for the Cloud Dream Ginkgo. A weak man like you must be kidding. a purple-haired man with a saber in his right hand and a milky ginkgo in his left hand. His budding laughter echoed through the entire street. The man who was just beaten back was Su Lai, a disciple of Dragon Palace. At this moment, his face was red and his breath was short. He stared at the purple-haired man coldly, and a red-robed girl stood beside him. "Brother, are you okay?" The red-robed girl was worried and asked him. "I'm fine," Su Lai shook his head and said, "but I couldn't take back the Cloud Dream Ginkgo." "Doesn't matter. Forget it," the red-robed girl said. Su Lai bitterly nodded. He was not willing to forget it. Many warriors gathered here and watched this with interest, and Jian Wushuang appeared as well, wearing a bamboo hat. Su Lai. Seeing Su Lai, Jian Wushuang smiled. Then he looked at the purple-haired man who was yelling. "That is, Ouyang Haoyue?" Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Ouyang Haoyue ranked 21st on the Earthly Dragon list, higher than Xiao Meng, whom he had fought with before. No wonder he defeated Su Lai so easily. The experts on the Earthly Dragon list were at the peak of the primordial gold core realm, but their strength still varied. The closer to the top, the stronger his strength, especially for those ranked in the top 20 and the top 10. Among them, each one was a monstrous expert. Ouyang Haoyue was ranked 21st, but Su Lai was ranked 94th. This was obviously a huge gap. Everyone says that there are lots of exceptional geniuses and disciples with heaven-defying talent in Dragon Palace. But it seems you are nothing more than this. Ouyang Hao overlooked Su Lai and sneeringly said, "Are you provoking the whole Dragon Palace?" Su Lai's eyes were dark. "So what?" Ouyang Haoyue didn't care and continued speaking. "Only Bailey Chun and Qing Song are ranked in top 10 on the Earthly Dragon list. Compared with the past disciples, you are much weaker. In this year's event, it would be pretty good if Dragon Palace could get 2 out of 15. But you, ranking 94th on the Earthly Dragon list, were not qualified to join it, am I right? Proud as you are just a joke." Ouyang Haoyue sneered. Unwilling to talk to Su Lai, he turned to leave. However, when he turned around, Jian Wushuang stepped out from the crowd and walked towards him. Chapter 142. My name is Jian Wushuang. Chapter 142. My name is Jian Wushuang. Ouyang Haoyue had only taken a few steps when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "You are Ouyang Haoyue, the 21st warrior at the Earthly Dragon list?" Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. Ouyang Haoyue shot a glance at Jian Wushuang in front of him. "I have wanted to join the Earthly Dragon list for a long time, but unfortunately, I haven't run into any of the experts on the list. How lucky I am to meet you today. Let's fight," Jian Wushuang directly said. Hearing these words, the numerous surrounding warriors burst into an uproar. He is coming for a challenge. Another one who is not afraid of death. There are so many experts on the Earthly Dragon list. Su Lai, who ranks 94th, is also here. Yet, instead of Su Lai, he chooses to challenge Ouyang Haoyue, the 22nd. He is either a real expert or a complete idiot. Many surrounding warriors began talking. After being challenged by Jian Wushuang in front of so many people, Ouyang Haoyue looked a little gloomy. "Where are you from, idiot? Do you know nothing? Get out of my way." The science saber in Ouyang Haoyue's hand immediately slashed towards Jian Wushuang with towering force. A slight upturn was seen at the corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth. He immediately reached out with his right hand the moment Ouyang Haoyue swung his saber. A vast amount of earth essence was gathered into Jian Wushuang's palm, taking on a physical form as he immediately grasped the slashing science saber. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The blade of that science saber could not even scratch the earthen glow surrounding Jian Wushuang's palm. With the saber gripped in Jian Wushuang's hand, Ouyang Haoyue could not budge it at all. "What? My God! What am I seeing?" Many of the surrounding warriors were stunned. How powerful was this attack from Ouyang Haoyue, who ranked 21st on the Earthly Dragon list? Undoubtedly, it could easily kill a warrior in the exceptional gold core realm. Yet, such a powerful saber attack was now completely held in his bare hand. It was possible if Jian Wushuang was wearing some gloves or fist covers, but there was nothing covering his hand. He simply grabbed Ouyang Haoyue's saber. What did that mean? How can this be? Ouyang Haoyue himself was astonished. Although that slash had not used his full power, it was still more than a common warrior in the exceptional gold core realm could handle. However, the man in front of him had easily grasped the blade with his bare hand. You are ranked 21st on the early dragon list, yet your strength is only this much? Still hiding his face under the bamboo hat, Jian Wushuang gave out a sneer. Go to hell. Ouyang Haoyue was enraged at Jian Wushuang's insult. A horrible current of spiritual power arose. A powerful blast of blade essence of raging fire suddenly erupted from the cyan saber, forcing back Jian Wushuang's palm. Immediately after, Ouyang Haoyue reclaimed his saber, immediately attacking again. Swoosh! The blade flash was sharp and explosive, containing a terrible fury that made the numerous warriors in the area instantly turn pale from fear. Ouyang Haoyue had put his full strength into this slash. But the result was, bang! A palm appeared in front of the saber a second time, grasping it once more. The blade essence was instantly broken and the cyan saber was trapped in Jian Wushuang's hand again. Impossible! Ouyang Haoyue was really seized with terror and fury. The first slash was wielded randomly, so it meant nothing although Jian Wushuang could grasp it with his bare hand. But this time, he had used his full strength. Yet, the result was the same. He grasped it with his bare hand, stopping the saber with his bare hand, twice in a row. What kind of strength is this? What he did not know was that Jian Wushuang had improved his sword essence comprehension immensely over the 2 years in the sword tomb. Especially the sword essence of earth. Although it had not been combined with the fiery wind sword essence, it had become the most powerful among the 4 sword essences he had comprehended. Jian Wushuang was even confident that, with only the sword essence of earth, he could easily pass the 11th floor of the Dragon Gate. Such profound comprehension in earth essence, which was good at defense, was intensely gathered in his palm. It is no surprise that Ouyang Haoyue's attack could not break it. He, the 21st warrior on the earthly dragon list, was just SOSO. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, then moved his palm a little. A vast current of the earth essence erupted, and a terrifying force rushed out. At the same time, Ouyang Haoyue's cyan saber was completely bent in Jian Wushuang's hand, and then became an out-and-out twist. Casually throwing aside that cyan saber he had turned into scrap metal, Jian Wushuang grinned and then punched Ouyang Haoyue's chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out as Ouyang Haoyue brutally flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, immediately cracking the ground with his heavy landing. The whole street became very silent. Everybody who witnessed the scene was in shock. Jian Wushuang slowly walked towards Ouyang Haoyue and said in a low voice, Ouyang Haoyue, with such strength, are you qualified to be the 21st on the earthly dragon list? How ridiculous! You are far weaker than Xiao Meng. What Jian Wushuang said was the truth, because he had fought against Xiao Meng. In terms of real strength, Xiao Meng was definitely much stronger than Ouyang Haoyue. But, because the former had kept a low profile and rarely fought against others, his rank remained 22nd for a long time. You. Who on earth are you? Ouyang Haoyue tightly stared at Jian Wushuang. You mentioned Xiao Meng? He is a low-key person who hardly ever fights with others. His most recent fight was 2 years ago, and it caused a big commotion. He fought against Swordsman, who died. Before he finished the story, Ouyang Haoyue suddenly widened his eyes and then shouted with fear, You are Swordsman? What? The entire street was shocked. Swordsman? The guy who turned the whole Tianzong dynasty upside down 2 years ago. Swordsman, an exceptional genius that rarely appeared every few decades, who was listed in the Millennium Chronicle compiled by the Gladiator Arena. Everyone was familiar with the name Swordsman. But now, Ouyang Haoyue said that this mysterious man wearing a bamboo hat in front of everyone was the same swordsman? Swordsman? Su Lai abruptly raised his head, gazing at Jian Wushuang. Everyone on the street looked over at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, who hid his face under the bamboo hat, slightly curled the corners of his mouth at this moment, and then directly threw away the bamboo hat. As he raised his head, a cold but handsome face appeared. Meanwhile, his voice, with a little arrogance, was heard echoing on the entire street. "I'm not Swordsman. My name is Jian Wushuang. With a sword in hand, no one is my match. Remember that." Chapter 143, Returning. Chapter 143, Returning. Jian Wushuang? He said his name is Jian Wushuang. I haven't heard that name before. With a sword in hand, no one is his match. So arrogant. He is supposed to be a swordsman, but he defeated Ouyang Haoyue without a sword. The numerous surrounding warriors were discussing. They had never heard the name Jian Wushuang name before, but from this day forward, they would remember it. Not just them, the countless warriors in the entire Tianzong dynasty would know his name very soon. After all, he had defeated Ouyang Haoyue, who ranked 21st at the Earthly Dragon list, and it was a thorough defeat. Of course, he would become famous after today. What Jian Wushuang? You are absolutely swordsman. Ouyang Haoyue glared at Jian Wushuang. Swordsman. Su Lai, who was standing aside, looked over at Jian Wushuang with wide eyes as he shouted. His swordsman was enough to prove Jian Wushuang's identity. Swordsman? He is that swordsman who defeated Xiao Meng, killed the purple-masked assassin from Bloodfeather Tower, and then jumped into the abyss 2 years ago? He jumped into the abyss and died, didn't he? How can he still be alive? Everyone at the scene was shocked. However, Jian Wushuang just slightly smiled. He did not defeat Ouyang Haoyue to become famous around the world. He just wanted to recover his name and identity. Swordsman was just an alias he had used to avoid Bloodfeather Tower's pursuit. Jian Wushuang was his genuine name. At this moment, he wanted everyone to know that Swordsman had died 2 years ago, and Jian Wushuang had been reborn like a phoenix. Swordsman, is it really you? Su Lai ran over. Su Lai, I haven't seen you for 2 years. How are you? Jian Wushuang replied and smiled. You did not die? Su Lai asked in surprise. Jian Wushuang shrugged, reached out towards Ouyang Haoyue, and then said, hand over the Cloud Dream Ginkgo. Ouyang Haoyue's face turned gloomy, with dense unwillingness in his eyes. But he knew the strength gap between himself and Jian Wushuang. He did not dare to refuse, immediately handing the Cloud Dream Ginkgo to Jian Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang gave the Cloud Dream Ginkgo to Su Lai. I appreciate it a lot, Su Lai said gratefully. Jian Wushuang just smiled slightly. Jian Wushuang, don't be so happy. This is not over yet, Ouyang Haoyue said bitterly. Oh. Jian Wushuang looked at Ouyang Haoyue. If my guess is correct, won't you be participating in the event? Ouyang Haoyue said coldly. Event? What event? Jian Wushuang asked while looking puzzled. Stop pretending. Ouyang Haoyue sneered, you are a disciple of Dragon Palace. Of course you will take part in this event on behalf of Dragon Palace. So we'll meet again. When that happens, I will make sure to return today's humiliation to you twofold. You'll return it to me twofold? By yourself? Jian Wushuang slightly curled the corners of his mouth. Of course not from me. It will be from my big brother, Ouyang Haoyue said. Your big brother, Ouyang Haoyue? Jian Wushuang's smile grew even bigger. There was an introduction to Ouyang Haoyue's background in the Earthly Dragon list. Jian Wushuang knew that he came from the Ouyang clan, one of the 7 oldest clans in Tianzong dynasty. Ouyang Haoyue also had a big brother named Ouyang Haoyue, who ranked 6th 2 years ago but was now ranked 3rd on the Earthly Dragon list. It was said that Ouyang Haoyue had recently defeated the former 3rd rank, Mu Yingying from the Mu clan. Ranking 3rd on the Earthly Dragon list definitely demonstrate Ouyang Haoyue's strength. Then, I'll be waiting, Jian Wushuang said, then slightly smiled. Just wait and see. Ouyang Haoyue coldly snorted, and then left with hatred. This Ouyang Haoyue is quite narrow-minded, Jian Wushuang said and smiled. Humph, he is a petty man, but his big brother is really strong, Su Lai said seriously. Maybe, Jian Wushuang casually nodded. He did not care too much. Third rank on the earthly dragon list was really strong, but Jian Wushuang was no longer the boy from 2 years ago. Swordsman, I never thought you were still alive. Haha, this is a major event for the whole Dragon Palace. Come on, let's go to Dragon Palace. Su Lai smiled and said, Little sister, you can head back first. Okay. The red-robed girl standing beside Su Lai nodded. Then, following Su Lai, Jian Wushuang walked toward Dragon Palace. At Dragon Palace, the moment Jian Wushuang returned, everyone in Dragon Palace was shocked. What? Who? Who has returned? Palace Master White was stunned by the news. It's Swordsman. He has returned, replied the purple-robed servant who delivered the news. Swordsman? The expression on Palace Master White's face became complicated. Jian Wushuang was the talent whom she thought most highly of. 2 years ago, when it was said that Jian Wushuang had been forced to jump into the abyss, she was the saddest one. But now, Jian Wushuang had returned. Go, bring him here quickly. Oh no, I'll go get him myself. Haha, the exceptional genius of our Dragon Palace has returned. Inside Dragon Palace, Jian Wushuang and Su Lai slowly walked forward, side by side, surrounded by the disciples of Dragon Palace. When these disciples saw Jian Wushuang, their expression became very weird. It really is Swordsman. It's him. He didn't die. He jumped into the abyss, didn't he? How can he still be alive? These disciples all felt it inconceivable. After all, many warriors had witnessed Jian Wushuang jumping into the abyss. It was a fact. Jumping into the abyss definitely meant death. Even the Millennium Chronicle, compiled by the Gladiator, said that an exceptional genius had passed away. Alas, how sad. But now, Jian Wushuang had not died and he just appeared in front of everyone. Alive? Third brother. Third brother. A shout of awe and exultation was suddenly heard in front. Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked over. He immediately noticed Wang Yuan rushing towards him with Yang Zixuan and Su Rou beside him. Haha, elder brother Wang Yuan. Jian Wushuang walked towards him with a laugh. Third brother, I missed you so much. Wang Yuan directly gave Jian Wushuang a big hug. Second brother, it's been a long time since we saw each other. Jiang Wushuang looked towards Yang Zixuan, reaching out his fist. Welcome back. A smile appeared on Yang Zixuan's cold face as he reached out to bump fists with Jian Wushuang. Haha, fourth sister. Jian Wushuang then turned towards the shy Su Rou and directly gave her a hug. Su Rou did not resist, but her face turned bright red. 2 years later, the four of them had finally met again. Swordsman. A clear and cold voice was heard, after which, Palace Master White walked towards him, followed by a crowd of temple masters. It really is Swordsman. Little guy, how are you so lucky? We all thought he had died, so we took revenge on the Blood Feather Tower. No one ever expected the boy was still alive. Seeing Jian Wushuang, the temple masters talked casually, smiling. Swordsman, follow me. Palace Master White spoke directly. Jian Wushuang raised his brow and shot a glance at Wang Yuan and the other two. I'll go with Palace Master White first, then join you later. Okay, I'll prepare some good wine for you. Let us 4 siblings drink heartily and have a good time later, Wang Yuan said and then laughed. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded, then followed Palace Master White and left. Chapter 144, Nanyang Continent. Chapter 144, Nanyang Continent. Within the palace. The temple masters had left, but palace masters Black and White were sitting in front of Jian Wushuang. Boy, what happened? How did you survive the abyss? Asked Palace Master White. It was no wonder why she was so curious. The abyss was still a mystery. No one knew what was there. However, anyone who fell into the abyss, even experts in the yin-yang void realm, would die. However, Jin Wushuang returned alive from the abyss. I don't know. When I fainted after I jumped into the abyss. When I woke up, I found myself inside the sword tomb, Jin Wushuang said. A sword tomb? Palace masters Black and White looked at each other. The sword tomb was rife with sword scars. Jin Wushuang told them most of what happened in the sword tomb, only leaving out the absolute beauty and the robust man in the ancestors' land. He told them he had accidentally entered the sword tomb. After hearing what Jin Wushuang said, both palace masters looked astonished. You spent a full 2 years in that sword tomb. Besides the sword tomb, didn't you explore anywhere else? Palace Master White could not help asking. No, I could feel danger all around, so I did not dare to explore. Somehow, I was able to leave by entering the space rift. Then, I appeared in the dark forest, Jin Wushuang said. Space rift? Wormhole? The two palace masters stared at him with wide eyes. The wormhole was a legendary skill. Of course, it might also be a natural wormhole. It seems that there is a big secret hidden in the abyss, said Palace Master White, sighing in praise. So many experts of the yin-yang void realm went to explore but never returned. Yet somehow, this little guy survived. He's quite lucky. Palace Master Black also smiled. They were not very skeptical about what Jin Wushuang said. The abyss was a dangerous place. It was normal for Jin Wushuang to find out nothing given his current strength. Anyway, being able to return alive is already very fortunate, and you returned at a great time, Palace Master White said and laughed. A major event is about to begin. I was currently troubled by this. Now that you are back, that problem is solved. A major event? Jin Wushuang asked. Before, in the Imperial Palace, Ouyang Haoyue had also mentioned it. But he had no idea what this major event was. Palace Master White, what is this major event? Jin Wushuang asked without hesitation. Have you heard about the easternmost hunt? Palace Master White beamed. The easternmost hunt? Jin Wushuang immediately shook his head. He had never heard anything about it. Well, it is a long story, so I'll explain it, Palace Master White smiled and slowly narrated. Jin Wushuang, is the Tianzong dynasty vast? Palace Master White asked. Very vast. Jin Wushuang immediately nodded. In his eyes, the Tianzong dynasty was incredibly vast. You are right, the Tianzong dynasty is very vast. Palace Master White also nodded and continued. It has a total of 16 provinces. There are many counties in these 16 provinces, so it can be said to be very vast. However, how big is the land we are on? The land? Jin Wushuang was stunned for a second and then shook his head. I tell you that this piece of land is called Nanyang Continent, and it has endless territory. There are many dynasties on the Nanyang Continent. Tianzong Dynasty is just one of the many dynasties on the Nanyang Continent. And just a small empire, Palace Master White said. A small empire? Jin Wushuang was slightly stunned. On the entire Nanyang Continent, the dynasties have been divided into 3 levels according to their territorial strengths: small empires, middle-sized empires, and large empires. Palace Master White explained. Different level dynasties will have different overall strengths. Our Tianzong dynasty is only a small empire. Among the many dynasties on the Nanyang Continent, it can be said that it is an unremarkable dynasty that nobody cares about. Not far away, the territory, where the Tianzong dynasty is located, is in the northwest corner of the Nanyang Continent. There are a total of 11 dynasties around us. Of these 11 dynasties, there are 2 large empires, 6 middle-sized empires, and 3 other small empires. The easternmost hunt is held every 20 years. At the beginning of the easternmost hunt, the 12 dynasties in the northwest, including Tianzong dynasty, will send experts to participate. The rules stipulate that those experts can only be warriors in the Gold Core realm. Warriors in the yin-yang void realm cannot join. Each easternmost hunt will generally attract some old sections. Old sects? Jian Wushuang asked while lifting his brow. In the Nanyang continent, there are a large number of dynasties. The real overlords and rulers of this continent are from those old sections. The dynasties are merely the vassals of these sects. Palace Master White smiled and continued. Some old sects will be taking part in the easternmost hunt, and they will also select some of the best among those who participate in the hunt. They will become core disciples instead of normal disciples. Becoming a core disciple is considered a big success. Even his dynasty will flatter them. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was completely stunned. The core disciples of those old sects have such a status? Even a dynasty has to fawn over them? Boy, there's something you need to understand, Palace Master White said seriously. There is no doubt that Dragon Palace is the holy land for cultivators in the Tianzong dynasty. But it is only true in the Tianzong dynasty. Outside the Tianzong dynasty, and in the entire Nanyang continent, Dragon Palace is nothing. And those old sects are not? Jian Wushuang was surprised, but it was understandable. Although the cultivation resources in Dragon Palace were very rich, as his strength increased, Jian Wushuang gradually realized that the resources in Dragon Palace had little use for him. However, ruling the entire Nanyang continent, the old sects would have more amazing resources. So, you can imagine how fortunate it is to enter the old sects and become a core disciple. Naturally, there are countless people who are eager to enter these old sections. For the 12 dynasties in the northwest, the only chance to enter them is the easternmost hunt. Chapter 145, The Selection Battle. Chapter 145, The Selection Battle. Participate in the easternmost hunt is the only way to join the old sections. When does the easternmost hunt, begin? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, the easternmost hunting, which is held every 10 years, will start in 3 months. But for the small empires, such as the Tianzong dynasty, only 15 gold core realm experts can participate, Palace Master White said. Only 15? Jian Wushuang frowned. A dynasty, even if it was a small one, possessed countless geniuses. In the Tianzong dynasty, there are 100 experts on the earthly dragon list. They are all geniuses. The number would be even larger if the hidden experts of the gold core realm are included. However, only 15 of them were able to participate in the easternmost hunt. Therefore, each spot was extremely precious. Because there are too few spots before the easternmost hunt, our Tianzong dynasty will select the 15 strongest experts to participate in it. And this selection is called the quota battle. Palace Master Black said. Though it is just a selection battle inside the Tianzong dynasty, it will still be very cruel. As the holy place for cultivators in Tianzong dynasty, we can elect 10 people to participate in this quota battle. But in the end, how many of them can obtain a spot is unknown. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. Only 15 spots, even if it was in Dragon Palace, which was known for being full of exceptional geniuses, the available number of spots was also limited. Among the disciples of Dragon Palace, Bailey Chun and Qing Song are ranked 2nd and 6th on the earthly dragon list. Both of them have a good chance. However, they can only take 2 spots. In the previous selection battle, Dragon Palace took at least 4 or 5 out of the 15 spots. But this time the disciples of Dragon Palace, compared to the previously, are weaker overall. So our expectations are lower. But we want to get at least 3 spots. In addition to Bailey Chen and Qing Song, we need one more person to secure a spot, Palace Master White said seriously. You want me to participate in the selection battle and get a spot for Dragon Palace? Jian Wushuang looked questioningly at both Palace Master Black and Palace Master White. Yes. Palace Master White nodded. 2 years ago, you defeated Xiao Meng, who ranked 22nd on the earthly dragon list. Besides, your talent is well known, and in these 2 years, your strength must have greatly improved. It's very likely that you can obtain a spot. But it is not just for Dragon Palace. You are also participating in the selection battle for yourself. I know your true identity, Jian Wushuang. the target of a Scarlet Kill command from Blood Feather Tower, which means that they will kill you at all costs. So 2 years ago, despite the revenge from Dragon Palace, the Blood Feather Tower was still determined to kill you. There is no buffer between you and Blood Feather Tower. It won't stop until one of you dies. To be honest, your current strength is still too weak to take on Blood Feather Tower. I understand. Jin Wushuang nodded his head. So, what you need the most now is time, Palace Master White said and smiled. You are talented, so if you are given enough time to grow, there is a huge possibility that you will obliterate Blood Feather Tower in the future. But Blood Feather Tower won't give you time. They will take every chance to assassinate you. Though I will give you shelter, unless you are hiding in Dragon Palace, it will be difficult to really ensure your safety. If you can, stand out in the easternmost hunt and draw the attention of those old sections. Once you become a core disciple of those old sects, they won't dare touch you. Palace Master Black also nodded and said, the old sects are powerful and capable of destroying Blood Feather Tower with ease. Therefore, if you become a core disciple of an old sect, Blood Feather Tower won't dare to kill you, at least on the surface. And you can take advantage of the shelter from the old sect to improve your strength. Finally, when your strength has increased to a certain level, you can fight back against Blood Feather Tower. I see. Jin Wushuang laughed. He also agreed with the 2 palace masters. Indeed, if he could get a spot and participate in the easternmost hunt, then joined one old sect, he could appear openly in front of Blood Feather Tower. The cultivation resources in the old sects were also better than those in Dragon Palace. Trust me, I will attend the selection battle. Though I am not absolutely sure I can get a spot, I will do my best, Jin Wushuang said. Haha, I knew you would agree. Only a fool wouldn't agree, Palace Master White said and laughed. Okay, here's a gift. Palace Master White turned her hand over and gave Jin Wushuang a thick book. This is... Jin Wushuang looked at this book strangely. After opening it, his look immediately changed. Formless Sword Art, the last 3 moves? Yes, that is the last 3 moves of the Formless Sword Art, Palace Master White laughed and said, actually, 2 years ago, when you passed the 11th level of the Dragon Gate, both of us and those temple masters discussed and agreed to give it to you. But we failed to do that because of what happened. Now that you have returned, it's yours. But the last 3 moves of the Formless Sword Art are not available in the secret pavilion? Jin Wushuang felt it was strange. Haha, you are really stupid. Do you think that the secret pavilion is simple? Palace Master White said and grinned. Jin Wushuang was confused. There are actually 2 secret pavilions in Dragon Palace, a big one and a small one. You often go to the big one. Though there are many treasures, it's only suitable for the warriors in the Gold Core realm and the Spiritual Sea realm. However, the small one is only available to palace masters and temple masters of Dragon Palace. Though there are few treasures, they are more precious. Like the last 3 moves of the Formless Sword Art, which were not in the big secret pavilion, only in the small secret pavilion. So, are you surprised? Palace Master White asked while beaming. Yeah. Jin Wushuang laughed. The Formless Sword Art was known as the top sword skill in Tianzong Dynasty. It was incredibly powerful. After the experience in the Ancestors' Land, Jin Wushuang's field of vision had increased. Not to mention, he also had the Selfless Sword technique, which was better than the Formless Sword Art. However, Jin Wushuang still looked forward to studying the last 3 moves of the Formless Sword Art. Chapter 146, Gathering of the Brothers. Chapter 146, Gathering of the Brothers. The Formless Sword Art has 9 sword skills, and each one is stronger than the previous one. What level of power will the last 3 sword skills reach? Jin Wushuang was looking forward to the results. Well, you should prepare for the selection battle being held in 1 month. Of course, before this battle, Dragon Palace will hold its own competition and choose 10 people to participate in the selection battle. All the elders of Dragon Palace will return, so you will have a chance to meet them, said Palace Master White. Elders? Jin Wushuang asked, while smiling slightly. He already knew the elders from Dragon Palace. Although they did not stay in Dragon Palace during ordinary times, all of them were famous in Tianzong Dynasty. 15 of them were on the earthly dragon list. For Jian Wushuang to participate in the easternmost hunt, he had to go through 3 rounds or competition. The first round was the selection within Dragon Palace. After all, Dragon Palace only had 10 recommendations, but there were many old and new disciples that wanted to participate in this hunt, so it was inevitable that Jian Wushuang would take part in this competition. The second round was the selection in Tianzong Dynasty. All the top talents in Tianzong Dynasty would take part in it. The third and final round was the beginning of the real easternmost hunt. In that round, the 12 northwestern dynasties would all compete against each other. Inside the manor. Come on, let's toast third brother's resurrection. Wang Yuan laughed happily and picked up a glass directly. How could you call it a resurrection? I was alive the whole time. Jian Wushuang rolled his eyes, but he still drank the wine in his glass. Third brother, you never knew that after hearing the news of your death 2 years ago, I was in pain for a long time. So, you owe me another glass, Wang Yuan said. Very well. Jian Wushuang smiled and drank with Yang Zishuan and Su Rou by his side. Jian Wushuang was really happy to see these 3 siblings again after 2 years. By the way, you should be careful when dealing with that blood feather tower who chased you, because there is something unusual about them, Wang Yuan said with profound meaning. Something about them is weird. Su Rou nodded her head deeply. Yes, I know. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. He never looked down upon Blood Feather Tower. Come on, let's drink. Third brother, you should give a toast to second brother. In these 2 years when you were missing, in order to get revenge for you, second brother targeted Blood Feather Tower and used them to practice his swordsmanship. In those 2 years of slaughter, numerous assassins of Blood Feather Tower died by his hands, Wang Yuan said with a smile. I do need to give a toast to second brother. Come on, second brother. Jian Wushuang immediately gave him a toast. In these 2 years, Wang Yuan's strength did not seem to have grown, but the strength of both Yang Zishuan and Su Rou had greatly improved. Previously, they had reached the profound gold core realm, but now, they had stepped into the exceptional gold core realm. Especially Yang Zishuan, his cultivation was definitely at the peak of the exceptional gold core realm. Yang Zishuan's comprehension towards essence was rather high. When he and Jian Wushuang entered the Dragon Palace, he had directly passed the 8th level of the Dragon Gate. After such a long time, his comprehension must have reached a higher level. Combined with his cultivation, Yang Zishuan's overall strength should be very terrifying. Second brother is sitting in front of me. Although he deliberately restrained his breath, I feel that his strength is greater than Ouyang Haoyue's. Jian Wushuang thought in his heart. As for Su Rou, her cultivation had also improved, but Jian Wushuang had no idea how strong she was. After all, Su Rou was mysterious. 2 years ago, at Quiet Moon Lake, Su Rou had released a terrifying aura and then pushed back a purple-masked assassin. Do you know about the event that is going to be held in 3 months? Yang Zishuan suddenly asked. You mean the easternmost hunt? Haha, of course I know, Wang Yuan said and laughed. I've just heard about it from Palace Master White, Jian Wushuang said with a smile on his face. Su Rou was still as shy as before and said nothing. Third brother, you will participate in this event, won't you? Yang Zishuan asked him. Of course. Jian Wushuang nodded and said, and you? I will definitely participate. I will join both the selection battle in 1 month and the easternmost hunt in 3 months, Yang Zishuan said coldly. Oh, pretty confident. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and then looked at Su Rou and said, how about you? Su Rou muttered for a while and then nodded her head and said, I will do my best. Haha, all I can do is to wish for you 3 to succeed in the hunt. It's a pity that my strength is not strong enough, or the 4 of us could join the easternmost hunt and show our power to the experts of large empires. Just thinking about that makes me excited, Wang Yuan said with emotion. It's still too early to say that. It will be difficult to get one of the 10 recommendations from Dragon Palace, let alone one of the 15 places in the selection battle 1 month later. As far as I know, the elders of Dragon Palace will come back to help win more spots in this hunt. Their strength is extraordinary, and 15 of them are on the earthly dragon list, said Jian Wushuang. Of those elders, only Bailey Chen, who is ranked 2nd, and Qing Song, who is ranked 6th on the earthly dragon list, are worth worrying about. There is nothing to fear from the others, Yang Zishuan said in a cold voice. That's really crazy, Jian Wushuang said and chuckled, but a real smile emerged from his heart. The 4 siblings gathered together and talked for a long time, not dispersing until the evening. Third brother, I have prepared a gift for you. Can I show it to you? Wang Yuan held Jian Wushuang's shoulders and said with a mysterious smile on his face. Gift? Jian Wushuang wiped his nose and said, Of course, let me see the gift. Lead the way. Okay, Wang Yuan answered. Then he led Jian Wushuang to leave the Dragon Palace and go to the Imperial Palace. Wang Yuan and Jian Wushuang came to a seemingly ordinary shop in the Imperial Palace. Under the guidance of an attendant, they entered the cellar and then stepped into a secret chamber. 2 purple-robed guards were standing in front of the secret chamber's door. Jian Wushuang's face suddenly changed when he saw these 2 guards. Yin-Yang Void Realm? Jian Wushuang's eyes were full of astonishment. He could obviously detect that the 2 guards in front of him were experts at the peak of the Yin-Yang Void Realm, experts of the Yin-Yang Void Realm, guarding the door to a secret chamber. What was going on here? Brother Yuan, this is, Jian Wushuang involuntarily asked. Haha, don't ask so much. Later you will know everything. Come with me. Wang Yuan waved his hand, and then the 2 guards immediately opened the door. Wang Yuan and Jian Wushuang walked into the secret chamber, one after the other. This secret chamber was actually a totally enclosed dungeon. There was only a tiny amount of candlelight, so this dungeon was very dark. As soon as Jian Wushuang stepped into the dungeon, he saw a body in the center of the room, tied to a burning iron prop by a black iron chain. The body was covered in scars. Some of them were caused by a knife, while some were worm bites. The scars were terrifying to look at. Chapter 147, New Rankings of the Earthly Dragon List. Chapter 147, New Rankings of the Earthly Dragon List. This is Lin Yun? Jian Wushuang looked at the gruesomely tortured body lying in front of him with astonishment. Wasn't it the purple-masked assassin, Lin Yun, who chased him so hard that he had to jump into the abyss 2 years ago? Yes, it's him, Wang Yuan answered and smiled. How did you get him here? Jian Wushuang asked. Haha, I have my ways. Wang Yuan grinned, but didn't explain much. Jian Wushuang's expression turned odd. He always thought Wang Yuan was special. In terms of talent, Wang Yuan, who only passed the 3rd floor of the Dragon Gate, was at the bottom of the many disciples in Dragon Palace. There was nothing extraordinary and no hint of him being a genius. Normally, a man like him could not get into Dragon Palace, not to mention staying there for so long. However, even with his unimpressive performance, Wang Yuan still remained in Dragon Palace. Jian Wushuang refused to believe that there was not something fishy about it. Now, it was clear that Wang Yuan had an unusual identity since he could bring Lin Yun here and torture him secretly without alerting Blood Feather Tower. Is he a child of one of the 7 top clans? But there's no Wang among the 7 top clans in Tianzong Dynasty. And, even though those top clans are formidable, having an expert in the Yin-Yang Void Realm guard the gate is still absurd, Jian Wushuang thought. Third brother, Lin Yun is my gift to you. How do you plan to deal with him? Wang Yuan said with a smile. Just kill him, Jian Wushuang answered. Do you want to do it yourself? Wang Yuan asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded, then he slowly stepped forward. Lin Yun was tied to a red-hot iron pillar. Sensing someone coming, Lin Yun struggled to lift his head, but his eyes widened with fear when he saw Jian Wushuang standing in front of him. Impossible. How could it be possible? Lin Yun couldn't stop growling. You are not dead? How can you still be alive? Sorry to let you down. Jian Wushuang wore a faint smile, then leaned forward beside Lin Yun's ears and whispered, Do you remember what I said at the abyss? Lin Yun was stunned for a second. Since I survived, Blood Feather Tower will be in trouble. But you are not the first purple-masked assassin I have killed. Lucky for you. I have already killed one at the Clearwater Stronghold in Tianyin Province. You are the second. After finishing his words, Jian Wushuang grabbed Lin Yun's throat and squeezed it, crushing his throat in an instant. Lin Yun, the purple-masked assassin of Blood Feather Tower and well-known governor of the Blizzard City, died on the spot. Yuan, thank you so much, Jian Wushuang said. Haha, you don't need to be so polite with your brother. Let's go, Wang Yuan laughed and said. They immediately returned to Dragon Palace. During the following days, Jian Wushuang started to dig into the last 3 moves of the formless sword art. He became ecstatic immediately after gaining some understanding of the last 3 moves. Haha, I never thought that the last 3 moves required the use of 2 sword essences simultaneously, and those 2 sword essences just so happened to be the sword essences of Gale and Raging Fire. Jian Wushuang was overwhelmed by this huge surprise. The formless sword art had always emphasized the sword essence of Gale. The deeper the comprehension of the sword essence of Gale, the stronger the power would be when one demonstrated this sword art. But he never expected the last 3 sword moves would require an understanding of both sword essences of Gale and Raging Fire. Only by combining the 2 sword essences could one demonstrate the 3 moves. The 7th move of the formless sword art could only be displayed by someone who had good comprehension in both Gale and Raging Fire, but combining them was not necessary. The 8th move, however, required the 2 sword essences to be combined into the Fiery Wind sword essence. As for the last and the strongest, 9th move, it demanded an extremely deep comprehension of the Fiery Wind sword essence. Now that I've combined the sword essences of Gale and Raging Fire into the Fiery Wind sword essence, I can definitely demonstrate the 8th move of the formless sword art. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with excitement. He had been missing a sword skill that could fully exert the Fiery Wind sword essence ever since he combined the 2 sword essences. Although he had the selfless sword technique, it had an incredibly high prerequisite. Plus, it needed 4 sword essences instead of 2. The selfless sword technique could not be fully activated if he only combined 2 sword essences. But the formless sword art was different. It happened to aim for people who were mastering the Fiery Wind sword essence, so it was the most suitable sword skill for him to exert his full power. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang started to meditate on the 7th and 8th sword moves of the formless sword art. 7 days passed quickly. During these 7 days, many warriors who had trained in Dragon Palace had returned from their travels for self-training. In addition, the Earthly Dragon list had updated its rankings during these days. While the new rankings evoked quite a stir in Tianzong Dynasty. The rankings list was as follows. Rank 1, Shui Yun. Rank 2, Bailey Chan. Rank 3, Ouyang Haoyin. Rank 4, Mu Yingying. Rank 5, Feng Yutian. There were no alterations from the 1st place to the 9th place, only the 10th place. Rank 10, Jian Wushuang. It surely attracted a lot of attention when a new name barged in the rankings of the Earthly Dragon list, claiming the 10th place. And the description of him was as follows. Jian Wushuang, a disciple of Dragon Palace, with cultivation in the profound Gold Core realm, had used the alias Swordsman and defeated Xiao Meng, who ranked 22th on the Earthly Dragon list at the Quiet Moon Lake 2 years ago, then jumped into the abyss while being pursued by Blood Feather Tower. 2 years later, he returned and fought with Ouyang Haoyue inside the Imperial Palace. He blocked Ouyang Haoyue's full-strength blade attack with only his bare hands, easily overpowering him and winning the fight. The Millennium Chronicle of the Gladiator Arena recorded Jian Wushuang as an exceptional genius rarely seen for decades. After evaluating his talents and the brilliant battle record from 2 years ago, we, the Golden Dragon Palace, affirm that he is now capable of being ranked in the top 10 of the Earthly Dragon list. The description was not long or short, but it explained very clearly why Jian Wushuang was among the top 10. Of course, the description stirred up a great number of disputes. They ranked him at 10th place without any battle results, only because on his talents and the fact he easily suppressed Ouyang Haoyue. That's way too arbitrary. Chapter 148, Doubts. Chapter 148, Doubts. Ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. How could he rank 10th with that? Every top 10 experts in the Earthly Dragon list earned their ranking with publicly accepted battle results. What about Jian Wushuang? Because he defeated Ouyang Haoyue easily, or because of his talents? You must be kidding me. Taking on the blade attack of Ouyang Haoyue with his bare hands and holding the edge is not too hard. Warriors who have mastered and materialized Earth Essence with good defense can definitely confront an enemy's weapon. It's not a big deal. Exactly. Beating Ouyang Haoyue easily could only get him into the top 20 of the Earthly Dragon list, or even the top 15. No one would say anything about that. But top 10 is far too much. When did Golden Dragon Palace become so perfunctory about the rankings of the Earthly Dragon list? How dare they put him in the 10th place without convincing battle results? A chorus of doubts. The Earthly Dragon list's written description of Jian Wushuang was not enough to convince the experts in Tianzong Dynasty. After all, Jian Wushuang did not have any open battle results that could be proud of. Defeating Xiaomeng? Beating Ouyang Haoyue? Neither could prove that he was eligible to be ranked 10th. However, Jian Wushuang didn't care a bit about how the outside world discredited him. He had been delving into the formless sword art and finally managed to barely grasp the 7th move after 7 days, while the 8th move was still at the learning stage. Second brother, third brother, fourth sister, Wang Yuan called out for his siblings. Wang Yuan's voice echoed throughout the whole manor, and soon the 4 siblings gathered together. Palace Master White asked me to tell you that those seniors of Dragon Palace have already arrived. Today, 10 people will be delegated to participate in the selection battle. She wants you guys to go there now, said Wang Yuan. They have already arrived? Jian Wushuang asked with a twist of his mouth. The seniors of Dragon Palace? A piercingly cold light appeared in Yang Zishuan's eyes. Let's go and meet these seniors, Jian Wushuang said and laughed. After which, the 4 headed to the martial arts practice field. A sea of people were crammed together at the huge martial arts practice field of Dragon Palace. A large number of disciples had come here, while several figures with majestic auras stood tall at the center of the crowds. Some of these figures were as fierce as a flame, while some were calm as a mountain, and some were matchlessly ferocious. It could be seen at first glance that they had all reached the peak of the exceptional gold core realm. These were the seniors of Dragon Palace, who had been traveling to temper themselves. There were 30 people and 15 of them were on the Earthly Dragon list excluding Su Lai. That's Su Changkong, ranked 44th on the Earthly Dragon list. I know him. When I was traveling last year, I witnessed him killing 4 warriors in the exceptional gold core realm with a single stroke of his axe. That's Gu He, ranked 53rd on the Earthly Dragon list. Is that Lu Qing the Blood Pikeman? So many experts. Are they all seniors of Dragon Palace? Many disciples stared at these figures as their hearts pounded with excitement. Any one of those seniors was widely known in the Tianzong Dynasty, and they all came from Dragon Palace. Among those seniors, 2 figures were the most noticeable. One was a savage man with messy hair and an unshaven face. The other was a scarlet-robed young man who was dapper in appearance but had an aura of apathy. He wore a pair of bloody gloves which were covered with mysterious cracks that looked like hideous, outstretched blood vessels. These 2 people had already become legends in the Tianzong Dynasty. Barbarian King Qing Tsong, Demon Hand Bailey Chan. Both of them were senior disciples of Dragon Palace. One was previously ranked 5th on the Earthly Dragon list, but was now ranked 6th due to the rise of Ouyang Haoyue, while the other one had occupied the 2nd rank on the Earthly Dragon list and had even ranked first before Shui Yun from Blood Feather Tower had appeared. At this moment, Jin Wushuang and his 3 siblings arrived here, as well as Su Lai. Oh look, the freshmen are here. The seniors looked over immediately and fixed their eyes on Jin Wushuang. Is he Jin Wushuang? I heard that he is only 19 years old. He's quite excellent to rank 10th at such a young age. Huh, 10th place? Is a little brat like him qualified to rank 10th? The seniors were also discussing this with each other. Haha, Su Lai, did you hear that? These seniors only care about my 3rd brother. No one is paying attention to you, the 94th rank on the earthly dragon list. Wang Yuan spoke freely and smiled. Your 3rd brother is famous. I can do nothing about that, Su Lai said with a resigned tone. If the current Dragon Palace was divided into 2 camps, the seniors and the freshmen, then Su Lai also belonged to the freshmen. Among the freshmen, only he and Jin Wushuang were included in the earthly dragon list, so they were naturally the leaders. Unfortunately, unlike Jin Wushuang, he received no attention from the seniors. As for Bai Cheng, who was once famous among the freshmen, he left Dragon Palace and disappeared 2 years ago. Are they Bailey Chun and Qing Tsang? Jin Wushuang asked, looking right at the 2 most conspicuous people among the seniors. The scarlet-robed youth and the barbarian. They were the only people who were really qualified to draw his attention among the seniors. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several figures appeared on the martial arts practice field at the same time. It was the palace masters and the temple masters. It looks like everybody is here, Palace Master White's gentle voice spread out. This selection battle is the same as the previous ones. Dragon Palace can recommend 10 disciples to join the competition. Those 10 people will be chosen from among all of you. It depends on nothing else but your strength. Anyone who is strong enough can get a recommendation. In addition, among you Bailey Chun, Qing Tsang, Jin Wushuang. Palace Master White mentioned these names. Jin Wushuang and the other 2 who were called immediately looked at her. Since you 3 are all ranked in the top 10 of the earthly dragon list, you don't need to compete. You will automatically receive a recommendation for the selection battle, said Palace Master White. Hearing these words, the audience burst out in an uproar. The seniors were also in turmoil. There were only 10 spots, and now 3 of them were gone. Among the 3 recommendations, Bailey Chun and Qing Tsang would obviously get one since their strength had been proven long ago. It was undisputable. But how could Jin Wushuang skip the competition and get recommended automatically? The seniors of Dragon Palace had doubts about this. Since there were doubts, there were also disagreements. One person stood out instantly. Palace Master, I don't think it's fair. A powerful voice rose over the entire martial arts practice field. Chapter 149, 3 Sword Moves. Chapter 149, 3 Sword Moves. All the people in the martial arts practice field looked towards the spot where they heard that voice. A stout man with bronze skin stood there, with his hands folded and a battle axe on his back. His body radiated an irritable aura and anger was burning in his eyes at this moment. It's him. Luoang, ranked 14th on the earthly dragon list. Many disciples and seniors were watching this with great interest. Jin Wushuang looked at the stout man and recognized him immediately. Among the seniors of Dragon Palace, Luoang, ranking 14th on the earthly dragon list. He was at the top of the list, if you didn't count Bailey Chan and Qing Tsang. It's no wonder he would speak out against Jin Wushuang. Luoang, what are you dissatisfied about? Palace Master White asked and frowned. Palace Master White, I agree with what you said about striving for the 10 recommendations with our strength. But you gave 3 recommendations directly, without going through the competition, Luoang said in a low voice. I have nothing to say about Bailey Chun and Qing Tsang as their strengths are universally acknowledged. But Jin Wushuang is a young and inexperienced kid who has only defeated Ouyang Haoyue and ranked 10th on the earthly dragon list because of good luck. It won't be convincing if he automatically gets a recommendation. Then what do you want to do? Palace Master White asked with squinting eyes. It's very simple. Let him have a front-to-back battle with me. If he can beat me, I will say nothing, Luoyang said directly. What he said caused intense excitement. Jian Wushuang touched his nose unintentionally and smiled inside his heart. I'm afraid that Luoyang is not unconvinced about the recommendation I got, but my 10th rank on the earthly dragon list. Jian Wushuang had predicted that it would cause resentment and doubts after he ranked 10th on the earthly dragon list, especially by the experts who ranked 11th to 20th, as they would not believe their strength was weaker than his. And Luoyang, who ranked 14th on the earthly dragon list, was among them. Jian Wushuang, what do you think? Palace Master White looked at Jian Wushuang and asked. Since he is doubtful about my strength and wants to fight with me, then let's fight, Jian Wushuang answered, accepting it directly. Well then, you two have a fair fight. But remember to stop where you should, said Palace Master White. Both Jian Wushuang and Luoyang nodded their heads, and all the disciples around them began to back away. Third brother, are you sure? Wang Yuan asked and frowned. Rest assured, Jian Wushuang answered, then smiled. Your third brother possesses great strength, so it won't be a problem for him to defeat Luoyang, said Su Lai. He had witnessed how Jian Wushuang defeated Ouyang Haoyue. Naturally, he was more sure about Jian Wushuang's strength. No one else had witnessed that battle, so they had no idea about how wide the gap between Ouyang Haoyue and Jian Wushuang was. Of course, they would doubt Jian Wushuang's ranking. But Su Lai, who had witnessed the scene, had no doubt. He even believed that Jian Wushuang should rank higher. Boy, though the Golden Dragon Palace put you in the 10th place on the earthly dragon list, don't take it seriously. Sometimes the Golden Dragon Palace makes mistakes. Today, I will let you know that it's not a big deal to defeat Ouyang Haoyue. Luoyang stood in front of Jian Wushuang while speaking coldly. Perhaps, but I don't have so much nonsense to say. Just as Jian Wushuang finished speaking, a figure had already dashed out. While radiating sword essence of earth, Jian Wushuang lifted the triple kill sword and rushed forward as well. A terrifying power instantly gathered, and a mighty sword shadow raged. The 11th move of the formless sword wave. As the sword shadow rushed out, the surrounding disciples of Dragon Palace all felt dazed by its vast power. The first and second volume of the formless sword wave only contained 14 moves, and Jian Wushuang was able to display the 11th move easily. How deep was his comprehension in the sword essence of earth? With this move, he could easily pass through the 11th layer of the Dragon Gate. What's more, he's said to perceive the earth, gale, and raging fire essences at the same time, said someone in the area. While watching this vast sword shadow approach, Luoyang sneered. You are a warrior in the profound gold core realm. Even daring to actually fight against me, do you want to die? The battle axe behind Luoyang also appeared in his hands. He lifted it up and then slashed it down. It was extremely domineering and seemed like it could break a mountain. The power of the exception gold core realm was perfectly displayed. After that, the two collided. Bang! After that loud noise, Luoyang's expression suddenly changed. He discovered that the power of the vast sword shadow Jian Wushuang displayed was not weaker than the power from his giant axe. Not only that, it was actually stronger. During the confrontation, the axe shadow he displayed was defeated. How can he, a warrior in the profound gold core realm, possess such strength? Luoyang had no time to show his shock as Jian Wushuang attacked him with another sword move. This move was very fierce and rapid. It was obviously the sword skill of blood and fire, with a power that was greater than the sword essence of earth that was displayed a moment ago. Luoyang immediately fought back with the battle axe, but when the battle axe collided with the sword shadow, it was blasted away. Luoyang's body was also instantly knocked back at that moment. Suddenly, there was a streak of light in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Formless sword art. 7th move. Chu. A cold sword light appeared at that moment, and the surrounding world seemed to become completely dark. In the darkness, there was only the sword light. This sword light passed by Luoyang at an astonishing speed. Luoyang had no time to react. By the time he regained his balance, Jian Wushuang was already standing behind him, sheathing the triple-kill sword. At the same time, Luoang noticed a few hairs near his ear were falling down. Luoang was stunned. Not only him, many of the surrounding disciples, and even the seniors, were all stunned. He had been defeated. Luoang was defeated. And it was an extremely miserable defeat. 3 sword moves. Yes, Jian Wushuang used a total of 3 moves. That was all it took. Luoang was defeated. What was worse, if Jian Wushuang had not shown mercy, he would have died under those 3 sword moves. The gap was too wide. Oh, it seems that this little guy's strength is even greater than we expected. Palace Master White was not surprised at all. Instead, she turned to speak with the temple masters behind her. Indeed, we all knew he would have no problem defeating Luoang, but we did not expect him to defeat Luoang with only 3 sword moves. 10th rank might still be a little low. Chapter 150, Bailey Chan. Chapter 150, Bailey Chan. His rank was underestimated. He is strong enough to rank in the top 5. Stupid Luoang. Does he really think there is something wrong with the ranking decided by Golden Dragon Palace? Those temple masters were talking and laughing. Many people doubted Jian Wushuang's strength and disputed whether he was qualified to rank 10th on the Earthly Dragon list. However, those temple masters of Dragon Palace never doubted it. The rank of the Earthly Dragon list was actually decided by Golden Dragon Palace. When evaluating Jian Wushuang's rank, those temple masters, who were seniors in Golden Dragon Palace, conferred about it and judged that he was qualified to rank in the top 10. Not long ago, one of Bloodfeather Tower's strongholds in Tianyan Province was destroyed. Hundreds of assassins were slaughtered, including over 10 gold-masked assassins and 1 purple-masked assassin. Another purple-masked assassin only managed to live by fleeing. Palace Master White talked about it slowly. According to the news from Golden Dragon Palace, it was done by only 1 person, and he was just a warrior in the primordial gold core realm. After hearing about it, I think it was done by Jian Wushuang. After all, when it occurred, he happened to be in Tianyan Province. I don't think I need to mention the hatred he feels towards Bloodfeather Tower. In the whole Tianzong dynasty, he is the only warrior in the primordial gold core realm that would seek revenge against Bloodfeather Tower in such a crazy manner. But nobody witnessed how he killed so many assassins and the purple-masked assassin in that battle at the stronghold. It remains unknown whether he used some special skills or his own strength. Thus, we ranked him 10th in the Earthly Dragon list. If he did it by his own strength, killing so many assassins and a purple-masked assassin alone, he deserves to be ranked in the top 5 of the Earthly Dragon list. Now, it seems like he really did kill those assassins with his own strength, Palace Master Black said with a smile. Exactly. Palace Master White and other temple masters all nodded slightly. The martial arts practice field was silent. After sheathing his long sword, Jian Wushuang slowly turned and walked toward Wang Yuan and the others. When he passed by Luoang, he stopped to glance at Luoang and asked him in a cold voice, "Are you convinced now?" Luoang's heart trembled slightly. Convinced? How could he not be convinced? He was defeated by Jian Wushuang in 3 moves. If Jian Wushuang had not shown mercy, he would have been instantly killed by Jian Wushuang. How could he dare to not be convinced by such strength? Luoang turned red and began trembling at this moment. Now, is anyone else dissatisfied with the results? Palace Master White said, while looking around. Suddenly, nobody dared to say anything. This world operated under a simple principle. Whoever is strongest makes the rules. Before, Jian Wushuang had no recognized battle results, so he was unable to convince them. But now, no one doubted Jian Wushuang's rank on the Earthly Dragon list. After all, he defeated Luoang with only 3 moves. Naturally, no one dared to say anything. But at this moment, clap, clap, clap. Applause sounded. As everyone looked at him, the handsome scarlet-robed youth slowly walked forward. After the scarlet-robed youth stepped forward, there was some turmoil on the field. The scarlet-robed youth was Bailey Chun, an exceptional genius ranked second on the earthly dragon list. Jin Wushuang also looked over at him while squinting slightly. Bailey Chun, do you have a complaint? Palace Master White looked at Bailey Chun and asked him while frowning. No, it's just rare to meet such an exceptional genius. I want to compete with you. Looking at Jin Wushuang, Bailey Chun smiled and said to him, even I might not be able to defeat Luoang in 3 moves. And I think you didn't use all your strength, did you? I'm really curious what level your strength is really at. Shall we have a competition? With you? Jin Wushuang slightly changed his expression and then said with a smile, for what? Just to see who's stronger? That's boring. How about we both go through the Heavenly Palace? We can see who makes it the farthest, Bailey Chun said and smiled. Go through the Heavenly Palace? Jin Wushuang touched his nose and then nodded. Okay. Hearing his answer, Bailey Chun's mouth curled upward. The disciples in the area were having a heated discussion at that moment. Go through the Heavenly Palace? Are Jin Wushuang and Bailey Chun going through the Heavenly Palace? Are they having a competition? Both the normal disciples and the seniors were shocked. One of them was famous, ranking second on the earthly dragon list for a long time. Not only that, he was unquestionably the top expert in Dragon Palace. Although the other had been famous for a shorter period of time, he had made it to this point at a rapid pace. He was already a legend, Jin Wushuang. Were they having a competition? Let's start, Bailey Chun suggested. All right, Jin Wushuang nodded. They immediately went to the Heavenly Palace, while those disciples of the Dragon Palace followed them without any hesitation. The 2 palace masters and those temple masters were talking and laughing. Are they having a competition now? Good. Where there is competition, there is improvement. To be honest, although both of them are in the gold core realm, I'm still eager to watch them compete. So am I. Let's go and have a look. Haha, let's go and find out who is the strongest. They talked and laughed while walking toward the Heavenly Palace. The Dragon Gate and the Heavenly Palace were the 2 major trials in Dragon Palace. The Dragon Gate specialized in testing their comprehension of essences. Thus, more people chose to go through it. But, unlike the Dragon Gate, the Heavenly Palace tested overall strength. Almost no disciple went through it during ordinary times. Generally, disciples of Dragon Palace who reached a certain level and were going to travel outside alone would give it a try. The seniors who just returned had already gone through the Heavenly Palace and met the requirements needed to leave Dragon Palace. The Dragon Gate was a huge pavilion, standing inside Dragon Palace. But the Heavenly Palace was a corridor in a vast underground area. It was a large corridor, lined with flaming torches on both sides that lit up the whole area. Jin Wushuang and Bailey Chun stood at the edge of the corridor and looked forward. In the corridor, there were many man-shaped shadows standing in the distance. Obviously, those lifeless shadows were humanoid puppets. Jin Wushuang had dealt with humanoid puppets before in the trial tower of Sword Marquee Mansion. They guarded this area. But compared with humanoid puppets in the trial tower, the puppets in front of them were much stronger. These humanoid puppets were called battle minions of the Heavenly Palace, and they were the main part of the trial of the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 151. Go through the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 151. Go through the Heavenly Palace. At the very edge of the corridor, Jin Wushuang was standing side by side with Bailey Chun, followed by a large group of disciples behind them. Unlike the Dragon Gate, the Heavenly Palace was open to the public and could be seen by everyone. Jin Wushuang, this is your first time going through the Heavenly Palace, right? Bailey Chun asked with a smile. Yes. Jin Wushuang nodded. I have to remind you that the trial of Heavenly Palace is very simple. Although there are some hindrances created by these puppets, just go as far as you can. And don't forget, you can't stop or retreat. Once you do, the trial will end. Got it? Bailey Chun said. Can't stop? Jian Wushuang frowned and asked, in other words, I have to keep moving forward. Yes, as long as you don't stop, you can go forward at a normal speed or even a very slow speed. Also, keep in mind that the Heavenly Palace is a total of 1 kilometer long. Bailey Chun said. 1 kilometer? Jian Wushuang suddenly changed color. In the outside world, traveling a kilometer would only take a minute. But the Heavenly Palace was filled with puppets that would try to stop him, so it was impossible for him to rush straight to the very end of the corridor. Just move forward as far as possible. Are you ready? Bailey Chen asked. Of course. Jian Wushuang nodded. Okay, let's start. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the sentence finished, Jian Wushuang and Bailey Chun turned into a flowing light at the same time, directly rushing toward the end of the corridor. The competition to see who could go farthest in the Heavenly Palace had started, and they both started at the same time. At the edge of the corridor, a large number of the disciples were watching with anticipation. The moment Jian Wushuang and Bailey Chun appeared in the corridor, the puppets immediately came to life and rushed towards them. Bailey Chen ranks second on the earthly dragon list. A weird light shone in Jian Wushuang's eyes. I have been steadily cultivating in the sword tomb for the last 2 years. My strength has skyrocketed, even to the point where I can kill common experts in the Yin-Yang Void realm. However, it is said that the top 10 experts on the earthly dragon list are also capable of killing warriors in the Yin-Yang Void realm, and those ranked in the top 3 are at a monstrous level. This Bailey Chun ranks second on the earthly dragon list. Between the two of us, who is stronger? Jian Wushuang looked forward to competing with Bailey Chun. When he saw 10 puppets rushing toward him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Get out of my way. A howl of rage sounded out in an instant as the cold sword shadow swept out. With an overwhelming amount of sword essence of earth, the unbridled sword shadow instantly hit the puppets and knocked them away without even giving them a chance to touch Jian Wushuang. Without waiting, Jian Wushuang continued to attack, but 10 more puppets rushed towards him. The strength of these 10 puppets was obviously stronger than the puppets he just repulsed. The farther forward we move, the stronger these puppets will be. They will also be a greater hindrance, right? Narrowing his eyes, Jian Wushuang felt like he had a basic understanding of the trial in the Heavenly Palace. Now that he understood the situation, he would use his full power and move forward. Come on. With a growl, Jian Wushuang instantaneously released his full power. Wielding an unbridled sword shadow, he used the fiery wind sword essence to the pinnacle of his ability. The terrifying sword shadow, like a fire dragon, easily bombarded the puppets and knocked them backwards. Jian Wushuang had not been hindered at all, so he continued to rush forward, attacking the puppets in the process. On the other side, Bailey Chun also used all his strength. His palms slammed forward, one after the other, and his blood-colored gloves radiated an iridescent luster at this moment. The attacks caused even the air to tremble. Every one of his attacks was frightening. Each blow contained the combined essences of raging fire and water drop. Water and fire essence. Obviously, Bailey Chun had combined 2 essences as well. Bailey Chen's water and fire essence was not weaker than Jian Wushuang's fiery wind essence. Also, Bailey Chen's palm skill was extremely terrifying, frightening, and appalling. One blow after another, the puppets never even had an opportunity to touch him before being knocked back. Extremely awesome. Is that the strength of the second rank on the earthly dragon list? Extremely awesome. Bailey Chun is too strong. His every move seems to be able to destroy the heaven and earth. Although I'm an expert on the earthly dragon list, I don't think I could withstand his attacks. Jian Wushuang is so strong as well. His comprehension of fiery wind sword essence is extremely high, together with his violent, fierce, and rapid assaults. Luckily, those puppets are made of special materials that are unbreakable. Otherwise, they would have already been chopped into pieces. Both of them are very strong. What Bailey Chun said is true. When Jian Wushuang competed with Luoang just now, he did not try his best. He did not even use his fiery wind sword essence. A large number of disciples were talking about that, and each of them was very shocked. However, despite the strength possessed by both Jian Wushuang and Bailey Chen, the farther they went into the corridor, the stronger those puppets were, and the more they were hindered by them. Soon, both of them began slowing down. It was starting to get quite difficult for them to move forward. Finally, bang! A puppet approached Jian Wushuang with a fierce saber attack, but Jian Wushuang used his sword to withstand it. The terrifying sword shadow instantly pierced the void, colliding with the incoming saber, immediately launching the puppet backwards. However, the power of this puppet's saber was not weak. Although it couldn't hurt Jian Wushuang, it was still enough to make him stop for an instant. That pause meant that this trial was over, so the puppets surrounding him immediately stopped. At almost the same time when Jian Wushuang stopped, Bailey Chen was also forced to stop by a puppet. In a single instant, both of them had stopped, and their trials had ended at nearly the same time. At this moment, the distance between them was less than 10 meters. One was in front, and the other was slightly behind. In the outside world, a 10-meter distance was like a single step, but in the heavenly palace, it was much more complicated. Seeing this scene, the disciples at the edge of the corridor also stood up in amazement and stared at Jian Wushuang. Palace masters Black and White, as well as the temple masters, also watched this scene speechlessly. Only 10 meters? Only 10 meters that can be made up for with a single step? Jian Wushuang is not lucky enough. Yes, the figure that was 10 meters behind was Jian Wushuang. If, as usual, getting behind was a fact, but now there seemed to have coincidence as far as the merely 10-meter distance. Chapter 152. The Peak of Profound Gold Core Realm. Chapter 152. The Peak of Profound Gold Core Realm. I lost. I did my best, but I still lost, Jian Wushuang said helplessly. He indeed did his best. Even after using Fiery Wind Sword Essence with his full power, he was still 10 meters behind. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jian Wushuang returned to the edge of the corridor with Bailey Chen. A large number of disciples were staring at them excitedly. You two did an excellent job, said the Palace Master White. Bailey Chen, your strength has improved a lot compared to 3 years ago. You exaggerate, Palace Master. I was lucky to be 10 meters ahead this time. After all, this was the first time Jian Wushuang went through the Heavenly Palace. He is not quite familiar with it yet. If he tried again, I might not be his match. His strength is greater than mine, Bailey Chen said. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were stunned. They did not expect that Bailey Chen would admit that Jian Wushuang's strength was greater than his. Everybody knew that Bailey Chen ranked second on the Earthly Dragon list, while Jian Wushuang, how old was he? I lost, and this is the truth. Even if we fought one more time, I would still lose, Jian Wushuang smiled and said. All right, you two are done fighting, so now it's time for the competition. There will be 7 winners selected during the competition. Let's go. Hearing what Palace Master White said, the disciples returned to martial arts practice field again and threw themselves into the competition. The combat over the remaining 7 recommendations would be much crueler. It was a competition where everyone had to depend on their own strength. Only the 7 strongest people would be allowed to attend the selection battle. Yang Zixuan walked directly towards Luoong with a cold face. You are Luoong, right? Your recommendation chance will be mine, Yang Zixuan said coldly. How ridiculous! Being immediately enraged, Luoong threw himself into the fight with Yang Zixuan. Only a few minutes later, this fierce battle ended. The result amazed nearly all the disciples of Dragon Palace. Luoong lost again. First, Jian Wushuang beat him. Now Yang Zixuan was the second one who defeated him. Although Yang Zixuan was not able to defeat Luoong within 3 moves like Jian Wushuang, he had overpowered Luoong throughout the whole match, without any suspense. It was obvious that Yang Zixuan's battle strength was much greater than Luoang's. The top 10, Yang Zishuan's strength is strong enough to rank in the top 10 of the earthly dragon list. We have one more powerful person. Haha, how unfortunate for Luoong. After all, he is ranking 14th on the earthly dragon list, but he was defeated by two people in the same today, being overpowered by both of them. Hearing the disciples' discussions, Palace Master White and the others were happy and surprised. Yang Zishuan was strong enough to be in the top 10 of the earthly dragon list, which meant that they might get one more spot in the easternmost hunt this time. So of course, they were happy. Other than Yang Zishuan, there was one more excellent newcomer who caught their attention. This person was Su Ro. This lady, her swordsmanship is so odd. She has defeated 3 seniors in a row. One of them even ranked 29th on the earthly dragon list. While the disciples were discussing this, Su Ro defeated the 4th senior, so she had a very good chance of receiving a recommendation. Among the 4 newcomers who attended the competition this time, Jian Wushuang, Yang Zishuan, Su Ro, and Su Lai. Other than Su Lai, the other 3 would receive a recommendation. On behalf of Dragon Palace, they could attend the selection battle held in Tianzong Dynasty next month. Haha, you 3 are really excellent. You are definitely my siblings, Wang Yuan smiled and said proudly, especially Wu Shuang. You were so formidable when you competed with Bailey Chan. Everybody knows he is ranked 2nd on the earthly dragon list. But I was still defeated, said Jian Wushuang, shaking his head. He was not proud or happy at all. He thought after 2 years of earnest cultivation in the sword tomb that his strength would be enough to look down on the earthly dragon list. But obviously, he was wrong. Even Bailey Chen, who was ranked 2nd, was so hard to defeat. Not to mention Shui Yun, who was ranked 1st. Since he was slightly weaker than Bailey Chen, how much stronger was Shui Yun? The selection battle next month will gather experts from everywhere. Shui Yun is a peerless genius that Blood Feather Tower elaborately cultivated. He will definitely attend it as well, which means he will probably fight with me. Jian Wushuang was worried and thought. 3 years ago, Bailey Chen and Qing Tsang teamed up to fight against Shui Yun, but they were only able to reach a draw. However, Shui Yun was just in the profound gold core realm at that time. Now, 3 years had passed. What level was Shui Yun's strength at? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. If he fought with Shui Yun right now and didn't use the soul-taking secret skill, he had no confidence that he could win. There is only 1 month left before the battle. I must find a way to enhance my strength in this remaining month. A light flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. After the 10 recommendations were confirmed, Jian Wushuang left the martial arts practice field and went directly to Secret Pavilion. Once there, he exchanged for plenty of first-class heavenly spirit pills. Afterwards, he devoted himself to earnest cultivation for 1 month. During that whole month, he had locked himself in the room, without even stepping outside of the door. Yang Zishuan and Su Ro were also in earnest cultivation. They all knew that there was only 1 month left before the match. Any improvements during this month would increase their chance of winning in the selection battle. Wang Yuan suffered the whole month because everyone was cultivating in isolation at the same time, so he could not find anyone to drink with. In a flash, 1 month had passed. On the bed in his room, Jian Wushuang's eyes, which were originally half closed, suddenly opened. At the same time, a foul air was exhaled from his mouth. I have swallowed 31st class heavenly spirit pills this month, 1 each day. It's such a luxury. Although a great deal of the heavenly spirit pills' efficiency was wasted, it helped my cultivation reach the peak of the profound gold core realm. Clenching his hands tightly, he could feel that his power was much stronger than 1 month ago. Jian Wushuang smiled. Earlier, in the sword tomb, his cultivation had already reached the profound gold core realm, only a small distance from the peak of the profound level. Plus, he had been cultivating tirelessly this month, while swallowing a large number of first-class heavenly spirit pills. It would be unreasonable if he did not reach the peak of the profound gold core realm. In addition, I finally grasped the 8th move of the formless sword art. Jian Wushuang smiled and muttered. The 7th move of the formless sword art could only be displayed by someone with a good comprehension of the Gale and Raging Fire sword essences. Combining them was unnecessary. While the 8th move required those two essences to be combined before it could be used. This move could really help Jian Wushuang raise his strength to a new level. It's a pity that I was still unable to combine 3 sword essences, even after this month of cultivation. Otherwise, I would be even more prepared, Jian Wushuang muttered in a dissatisfied tone. Chapter 153, The Selection Battle Begins. Chapter 153, The Selection Battle Begins. When the sword essences were combined, his fighting strength greatly improved. With the Fiery Wind sword essence, formed via the combination of Gale and Raging Fire, Jian Wushuang's fighting strength had improved immensely. The increase in strength would be even greater if he could combine 3 sword essences. As a conservative estimate, once Jian Wushuang combined 3 sword essences, his overall strength could be increased by at least 3 times. However, it's pity, during the 2 years of meditation in the Sword Tomb, even though his comprehension of those 4 sword essences was at a high level, he was unable to combine 3 sword essences. Neither sword essences of Earth nor Water Drop were combined with Fiery Wind sword essence successfully. Successfully combining them depended on more than just comprehension. What he needed was a moment of insight. If he was lucky, he could combine 3 sword essences in the next instant. However, even without combining 3 sword essences, I have absolute confidence I could defeat Bailey Chun now. My strength has improved a lot compared to 1 month ago, Jian Wushuang muttered confidently. He was different from other warriors. What he practiced was inverse cultivation. Other warriors could only gain limited improvements within 1 month, while he could greatly improve. After all, his current cultivation was only in the profound gold core realm, while Bailey Chun and the other top experts were all at the peak of the gold core realm. Just looking at his cultivation level, there was plenty of room for improvement. The 1-month deadline is near, which means the selection battle is about to start. Jian Wushuang thought. His hands were clenched tightly, and a light shined in his eyes. 10 griffins had long been prepared outside of the Dragon Palace. Jian Wushuang, Yang Zixuan, and Su Rou walked side by side, towards Bailey Chun. Bailey Chun randomly picked a griffin and sat down, looking over at them as he said, "You 3 finally arrived. We were all waiting for you. Why is it just you guys here? Where are Palace Master White and the others?" Jian Wushuang said questioningly. "They have already gone to the selection battlefield. They don't have time to deal with us," Bailey Chun said jokingly. "All right, pick a griffin and let's go." Not sure why, but the selection battlefield this time is, unexpectedly, 100 miles away from the Imperial Palace. Outside the Imperial Palace? Jian Wushuang grew suspicious. Soon after, the 10 gold core realm experts, who were attending the battle on behalf of Dragon Palace, left on the griffins. 100 miles away from the Imperial Palace was a huge blank field. At this moment, that blank field was already very crowded and busy. Through the internal selection battle in Tianzong Dynasty, the strongest 15 geniuses would be picked to attend the easternmost hunt. The selection battle was held every decade. Needless to say, everyone took this quite seriously. An innumerable amount of warriors was gathered in the field. Although it was not yet noon, the number must have reached over 100,000. With more than 100,000 people gathered in a blank field, what would it look like? They looked like a swarm of wasps. Fortunately, Tianzong Dynasty had a royal guard. With the royal guard in place, the battlefield was kept in good order. After all, every sergeant was at the exceptional gold core realm. The royal guard had an incredible battle strength, and the sergeants worked well together, so nobody could cause trouble in front of them. If someone tried, it would only take a few sergeants to suppress them. The crowd included a large number of experts with tyrannical auras, most of which were much stronger than the exceptional gold core realm. They were experts from the earthly dragon list. Normally they would rarely appear, but during this event, experts from the earthly dragon list could be seen everywhere. At a glance, it was easy to spot more than 50 experts from the earthly dragon list. However, the warriors present were not really excited to see the normal experts of the earthly dragon list. They saw too many in this event. What attracted their sight was those top experts. That is Ouyang Haoyin, right? Yes, it's him, ranked third on the earthly dragon list. The man next to him is his little brother, Ouyang Haoyue. I heard that he can easily kill the experts in the Inyang Void Realm. He will definitely be one of the strongest who claims one of the 15 places in this selection battle. Is that Mu Yingying from the Mu clan? She attended as well. She was originally ranked third on the earthly dragon list, but is now ranked fourth. Even though she moved back one rank, her strength still should not be underestimated. Quite a lot of people were discussing in secret. Brother, look at how many people are watching you. Standing next to his eldest brother, Ouyang Haoyue felt proud. Well, ignore them, Ouyang Haoyin said casually. I am pretty confident that I can get a spot in the selection battle. As for you, I will try my best to get a spot for you too, if there is a chance. Thanks, brother, Ouyang Haoyue said excitedly. But suddenly, his face turned cold and he said, Brother, I have a request. It's about Jin Wushuang. Yes, I know. Ouyang Haoyin nodded and said, Don't worry, I will handle it for you. Jin Wushuang is not qualified to be my opponent. Forget Jin Wushuang. Even Bailey Chun will be defeated by me this time. Nowadays, only one person is qualified to be my opponent on the entire earthly dragon list. Who? Ouyang Haoyue could not help but ask. Shui Yun, Ouyang Haoyin said. With his eyes suddenly shrank, he is coming. A black shadow swept through the air at an amazing speed. In no time it appeared, hovering over the area. This shadow turned out to be a giant black condor, carrying a robed figure. It began to float down slowly, finally landing on the platform which was temporarily built in the center of the blank field. The platform was quiet. Even though there were plenty of warriors around, nobody dared to step on it. At this moment, the figure suddenly appeared on the platform, overlooking everyone in the field with a wicked look. In an instant, the entire field was in a tumult. He is Shui Yun. Yes, he is Shui Yun. He is the one who is ranking first on the earthly dragon list, and the well-deserved strongest beneath the Inyang Void Realm. He will definitely acquire one of the 15 spots without a doubt. Seeing him, plenty warriors around were very excited. Shui Yun could be called a myth and a legend. He was a goal that almost all warriors of Tianzong dynasty were striving for. But now, this myth appeared in front of everybody, overlooking the crowd crossly with his wicked and evil eyes, with everybody was in his sight. Everybody who was in his sight could not help lowering their heads, including the experts of the earthly dragon list. No one dared to look Shui Yun in the eye. They knew the disparity between their power was quite big. The disparity was so big that they could not catch up with purely by cultivating. Brother, is he Shui Yun? There were several figures with long swords on their backs in the crowd. They were from Tianyuan sword sect. Among them was Jin Ming'er and her great master, Shui Hanxin, whom Jin Wushuang had seen before. Chapter 154, Greeting. Chapter 154, Greeting. It's him, the strongest person on the earthly dragon list, a real monster. Next to Jin Ming'er stood a handsome man with a somewhat ethereal atmosphere. The elegant man was Ling Feng, the top genius of the Tianyuan sword sect. At the moment, Ling Feng looked dignified, staring at the demonic youth on the platform in front of him. A monster? Is he more powerful than you, senior brother? Jin Ming'er could not help asking. Junior sister, you overestimate me. I know my own ability. Although I'm ranked 41st on the earthly dragon list, I'm nothing compared to Shui Yun. I don't even know if I could take one move from him, Ling Feng said seriously. Ling Feng, don't be too humble. Shui Yun is strong, but your strength is not bad. Even a few of the upper elders in the Tianyuan sword sect admire your strength. But if you really don't want to face Shui Yun, you can bypass him when the selection battle starts. Just avoid head-on collisions with him, Shui Hanqin said, standing beside him. Ah, I know. Ling Feng nodded slightly. As one of the 5 biggest sword sects in Tianyuan province, Tianyuan sword sect could be seen as first class in the Tianzong dynasty in terms of strength. It also received a recommendation for the selection battle, and the recommendation was naturally given to Ling Feng. Suddenly, many warriors standing in the area looked into the air not far away, where they saw some dark spots appear. There were 10 dark spots. It is Dragon Palace. The disciples of Dragon Palace are coming. It's the Dragon Palace that is said to be filled with exceptional geniuses. Many warriors on the field were excited again. Those 10 dark spots gradually became larger under the stares of the warriors, and then they appeared in the air above the open space. So many people, Jian Wushuang said secretly when seeing the dense crowd beneath. There are many people every time the selection battle starts, said Bailey Chen, smiling on the side. It was not his first time coming to the selection battlefield. It was just that he was only in the audience last time, like the large number of warriors below. Let's go down. As soon as Bailey Chen finished his words, those 10 figures immediately jumped from the griffin at the same time. The 10 figures appeared on the ground of the open space almost at the same time. The warriors, however, who were originally around them, retreated back and made way for them. Jian Wushuang and the others slowly walked forward along the path in the crowd. All eyes were concentrated on them. Disciples of Dragon Palace were so eye-catching. After all, Dragon Palace was the holy place for cultivators in Tianzong dynasty. After all, among the 100 people on the earthly dragon list, disciples of Dragon Palace occupied a total of 17. Besides, for the 15 spots in each selection battle, Dragon Palace usually won 4 or 5. With such glorious results, it was difficult for Dragon Palace to go unnoticed. That is Bailey Chen, the second place on the earthly dragon list. Qing Tsong, Barbarian King Qing Tsong, the Barbarian King. Is the young man with a sword on his back Jian Wushuang? Did Jian Wushuang come too? He is 10th place on the earthly dragon list, but his ranking was not earned. Haha, really? I guess there are quite a few experts on the earthly dragon list who are not convinced by his ranking. Watch, after the selection battle starts later, there will be lots of people eyeing him. Isn't he unfortunate? I couldn't agree more. Many warriors were whispering, and what most of them talked about was Jian Wushuang. That's the way it goes. Experts on the earthly dragon list were ranked using convincing battle results. But Jian Wushuang's battle results were questioned by many people. They thought he was not qualified to be ranked in the top 10. Therefore, he was naturally more noticeable. Nobody noticed that on the raised platform in the center of the open space, the long-haired wicked young man, Shui Yun, also glanced at the people from Dragon Palace, with his eyes finally remaining fixed on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, the target of the Scarlet Kill Command. He made our Blood Feather Tower fail 2 times in assassinations, and it was because of him our Blood Feather Tower suffered a huge loss. He does not look that strong, Shui Yun murmured, but suddenly he slightly tilted his mouth, revealed a touch of a strange smile. Master has personally instructed me to kill him in this selection battle without fail. Since we will meet sooner or later, I will say hello to him in advance. Thinking of this, Shui Yun immediately turned into a cloud of fog and drifted straight over. Jian Wushuang, those people around you are talking about you. They all said you do not deserve to be ranked 10th on the earthly dragon list, Bailey Chen sneered. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang also smirked and couldn't help touching his nose. But at that moment, a sudden streak of light flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He instantly raised his head, watching as a shadow drifted towards him silently. A blast of amazing killing intent had firmly locked onto him. Many people had wanted to kill Jian Wushuang during his life, but this was his first time being locked onto by such a large and astonishing killing intent. Blood Feather Tower? Jian Wushuang slightly tilted his mouth and quickly stepped out. The triple kill sword was instantly unsheathed. Chew! An unbridled sword shadow directly cut through the air with irresistible force and swept forward. Using his supreme gold core, at the peak of the profound gold core realm, a power which had already reached the peak of the gold core realm instantly rushed forward. And the drifting dark shadow also directly released a black light at that moment. The sword shadow immediately collided with the black light. Suddenly, bang! The earth and the sky changed color. A terrible roar instantly exploded in the area, like a lightning bolt out of nowhere. As a large number of warriors around had not yet responded, they watched the space where the sword shadow collided with the black light directly. Two terrible forces formed a violent wind, which was like a destructive storm. It immediately swept out with an overwhelming strength. Rumble. The entire area trembled frantically. The place where Jian Wushuang and Shui Yun collided was the first to experience the blast, with dust and gravel flying out as the destructive storm expanded. Instantly, the power of the destructive storm increased. However, when the destructive storm expanded, a disaster occurred. Do you think that Jian Wushuang can get a spot this time? The two warriors in the gold core realm were standing at the side and talking casually. They were the closest to the point of collision. Suddenly, there was a huge roar, followed by a blast from the destructive storm. What? The two warriors in the gold core realm were directly knocked away before they could even react. At the same time, flying gravel hit them, causing them to immediately spit blood. As for the other warriors, they also changed their facial expressions at that moment. Oh no! My God! Run! Run quickly! What the hell is this? Chapter 155, Battle. Chapter 155, Battle. Run! A large number of warriors were crazily escaping in all directions at this moment, chased by the horrible destructive storm that was mercilessly rushing towards them. Shaking heaven and earth, they did not notice the two figures that were fiercely fighting in the center of the platform until the destructive storm calmed. It's them. One is Shui Yun. The other one is Jian Wushuang. It's them. The storm was created by them. At that moment, nearly 100,000 warriors were gathered in the field, looking towards the center in terror. The sword shadow and the black light were still in contact, and a terrifying spiritual power was constantly being released, spurting sparks occasionally. Not bad, Shui Yun said, revealing an evil smile and retreating in an instant. You want to escape? Not that easy. Jian Wushuang said coldly. The moment when Shui Yun retreated, Jian Wushuang thrust toward him with his triple-kill sword, instantly releasing fiery wind sword essence. The eighth move of the formless sword art. With the help of Gale, the sword light glided through the air like a fiery dragon, appearing in front of Shui Yun in a flash. With a calm look, Shui Yun used his blood-red blade to ward off the attack, instantly covering the area in darkness. Clang! With another fierce strike, the area began twisting due to failure to bear the strength. A strong gale rushed out, blowing away all the debris in the area. There was a horrid sound of thunder, and the ground trembled. The constant gale and the horrible roar released by the terrifying blast shocked most of the warriors in the area. At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, two figures appeared next to Shui Yun at the same time, one left and one right. They were Yang Zixuan and Su Rou. They joined the fight with no hesitation. A saber split through the air and glided directly towards Shui Yun. At the same time, Su Rou waved her long sword. A vast sword essence of water drop was released, and the spiritual power rushed towards Shui Yun's head. Huh! Shui Yun's face turned dark. Swaying his body, he suddenly disappeared from the area. When he reappeared, he was in the center of the platform. However, as soon as he appeared there, hum! A cold hum sound blew into Shui Yun's ear. Following the sound, a sword shadow which was cold and formidably powerful was fiercely moving towards him. With his pupils contracting, Shui Yun had to retreat again. Crack! The cold sword shadow glided directly over the several meters tall platform. In an instant, the platform was split into two pieces. Shock. The entire crowd was shocked. Seeing the two halves of the platform, many warriors could not help taking a deep breath. "You guys, what are you doing?" With a roar, a bunch of golden-armored sergeants approached Jian and Shui. Needless to say, these golden-armored sergeants were the royal guards who were in charge of the maintaining order here. They appeared in the center and stopped Jian Wushuang and Shui Yun. Although the royal guards appeared, they actually felt quite helpless. Normally, they would instantly suppress any battles when people messed around and made so much trouble, regardless of whether they were ordinary warriors or experts on earthly dragon list. However, this time they were. My God, are they really only in the gold core realm? Judging by the horrendous noise just now, they would not be weaker than some top experts in the Yin-Yang Void realm. They were not people who could be easily suppressed by the royal guards, who were only in the exceptional gold core realm. A random blade flash or sword essence from either of them was powerful enough to kill a whole group of them. Both of them are ranked in the top 10 on the earthly dragon list. One is obviously not just ranked 10th according to his true strength, and the other one is the indisputable first on the earthly dragon list. What are they fighting for? The sergeants were roaring in their hearts. At the same time, a large number of the surrounding warriors were scared as well. Powerful. They are too powerful. We are also experts on the earthly dragon list, but the strength disparity between them and us is too great. Too powerful, too terrifying. It's not a big deal for Shui Yun. After all, he is recognized as the strongest on the earthly dragon list, so his strength was never doubted. But why is Jian Wushuang's strength so powerful as well? Those warriors all felt it was inconceivable. Especially since many of them were still questioning why Jian Wushuang was ranked 10th just minutes ago. They believed that he was not qualified to hold that rank. But now? Even though the fight with Shui Yun ended quickly, the strength Jian Wushuang released was powerful enough to shock the experts who ranked in top 10 on the earthly dragon list. Jian Wushuang? His strength is really powerful. A beautiful and smart girl was staring at Jian Wushuang with a stiffened face at that moment as well. She was Mu Yingying, who ranked 4th on the earthly dragon list. After watching this short fight, she could not look down on Jian Wushuang's strength at all. Shui Yun is a monster. I don't even have the courage to fight with him. However, Jian Wushuang actually fought with him to that extent. Even though Shui Yun did not display his utmost strength, Jian Wushuang was already very powerful. A cold-faced man carrying a saber on his waist stood in the crowd, with his eyes sparkling slightly. He was the top genius of the gladiator arena, Feng Yutian, who was ranked 5th on the earthly dragon list. "Big brother," Ouyang Haoyue said, looking toward his brother. Frowning slightly, Ouyang Haoyan said, "Jian Wushuang's strength is indeed very good. I might only be a little bit stronger than him, but if we fight formally, I have confidence in defeating him." Other than the experts in the top 10 ranks, even those who ranked lower were discussing this as well. Too powerful. They are too strong. Ling Feng's body was shaking with his hand clenched. The short fight between Jian Wushuang and Shui Yun completely scared him. However, he did not notice that Shui Hanxin and Jian Ming'er who stood beside him were completely baffled as well. It's him? Shui Hanxin was looking at Jian Wushuang incredulously, the same as everyone else who was present at this moment. She had met him before. One of her disciples was defeated by him 3 years ago. She was very shocked and pissed at that time. She even threatened him, saying that she would cultivate her disciple vigorously in the next 3 years, and they would get revenge 3 years later. However, 3 years had passed. She did not expect this. Jian Wushuang. He is Jian Wushuang. Jian Minger's body was shaking as well. She looked at Jian Wushuang in shock and panic. Even senior brother Ling Feng is not Shui Yun's match. How could Jian Wushuang fight with him so equally and not appear weaker than him? Jian Ming'er could not say a word at that moment. Meanwhile, Shui Hanxin looked towards her. After staring at each other for a few minutes, the expressions on their faces became slightly self-deprecating. Chapter 156, Diamond Cuts Diamond. Chapter 156, Diamond Cuts Diamond. The surrounding warriors were currently in discussion. Jin Wushuang, in a black robe, with the triple kill sword in hand. Suddenly a sword essence was released through the air. The sword essence with a billowing battle intent radiated from Jin Wushuang. The billowing battle intent caused the whole area calm down. Everyone was looking forward to what might happen next. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures appeared next to Jin Wushuang. They were Yang Zishuan and Su Rou. Their faces were cold, and both were staring at the demonic youth, Shui Yun, who was not far away from them. Hee, I just wanted to say hello. No need to take it so seriously. Shui Yun smiled with an evil look. Say hello? The way you guys from Bloodfeather Tower saying hello is really special, Jin Wushuang sneered. Shui Yun raised his eyebrows and said, Jin Wushuang, I had never even heard of you 1 month ago, but now, you are quite well known in Bloodfeather Tower. More than 1 month ago, you raided the Clearwater stronghold in Qingshui on your own, killing more than 100 assassins there. Even 2 purple-masked assassins were defeated, with one dying and the other one escaping. Aren't you quite efficient? Shui Yun spoke casually. While listening to what he said, many warriors in the area were shocked. He attacked the Clearwater stronghold alone? He eliminated more than 100 assassins, and even the purple-masked assassins were defeated, with one dying and the other one escaping. Purple-masked assassins? Aren't they the supreme experts in the Yinyang Void Realm? Jin Wushuang has such frightening battle results? Unexpected. Compared to your Bloodfeather Tower, what I did is nothing, Jin Wushuang said coldly. Shui Yun sneered noncommittally. You too, a low voice sounded. The sound was from one of the royal guards who seemed to be the leader. Any hatred between you can be resolved during the coming selection battle. For now, I hope you will temporarily stop. Even if you are powerful, the royal guard will definitely suppress you. The sergeants of the royal guard in the area all looked serious. Having glanced at the royal guards who were gathering around them, Jin Wushuang lifted his head, looked toward Shui Yun, and said, I will be coming for you in the selection battle. I will be waiting for you, Shui Yun spoke proudly, with a slight smile. Their words immediately created a disturbance around the platform. Everybody became excited. Everybody knew that there would be an exciting and matchless battle in the selection battle. The fierce confrontation between Jin and Shui just now was only a warm-up. Several figures were gathered in the air, not far away from the platform. Some were floating, and some were riding on flying beasts. At first glance, there were at least 10 people. These people were all peak experts of the Yinyang Void Realm. They were the top experts from the sects, which included Palace Masters Black-White from Dragon Palace, Greyrobe from Bloodfeather Tower, and one of the Hall Masters from the Gladiator Arena. Those experts saw what just happened on the platform, and a few of them were in discussion. Haha, those little fellows have bad tempers. One is Shui Yun from Bloodfeather Tower, and the other is Jin Wushuang from Dragon Palace. So it's not surprising that they want to fight. After all, the hatred between Jin Wushuang and Bloodfeather Tower is well known. Exactly. Their fight will be a competition of diamond cutting diamond. I am looking forward to it. Palace Masters and Mr. Greyrobe, don't you have anything to say? Both of them are disciples under your commands. These Yinyang Void Realm experts were talking and laughing. There is nothing to say. Jin Wushuang is the target of the Scarlet Kill command from our Bloodfeather Tower. He needs to die no matter what, Greyrobe said coldly. You like to exaggerate. Be careful that you don't bite your tongue. Seems like the lesson you received 2 years was not enough. Palace Master White glanced at Greyrobe and spoke coldly. 2 years ago? With his mouth spasming, Greyrobe continued, if it wasn't for the other 2 forces secretly helping you 2 years ago, your Dragon Palace would not have put our Bloodfeather Tower in such a situation. How ridiculous. Oh, you are just quarrelsome, said the Palace Master White sneeringly. You are the one who is quarrelsome. Just wait, that exceptional genius will die in this selection battle, Greyrobe said. Hearing this, Palace Master White's face darkened. She was a little bit worried about Jin Wushuang. That boy should just participate in the selection battle like normal. Why does he need to engage himself in a fight with Shui Yun like a fool? Shui Yun is the recognized first place on the earthly dragon list. His strength was already frightening 3 years ago. In addition, during the past 3 years, his strength had improvements in cultivation and other aspects. All the people in the Tianzong dynasty knew that now Shui Yun was a hardcore monster, so nobody dared to challenge him. However, Jin Wushuang was determined to fight with this monster. If he avoided Shui Yun in the selection battle, he could definitely get a place with his strength. But once he faces Shui Yun, it will be difficult for him to survive, not to mention claiming a spot. Having glanced at each other, Palace Masters White and Black were both worried. But right at that moment, "Haha, it's quite lively here." A gentle and amiable voice suddenly rang out, as a golden chair appeared in the very center of the crowd of experts. On the chair sat a handsome man in a golden imperial robe. Seeing the imperial-robed man who suddenly appeared, the Yin-Yang Void Realm experts all became courteous. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Your Majesty." Many experts bowed to the imperial-robed man, included Palace Master White, Palace Master Black, and Greyrobe. They stood up from their seats and gave him a courteous bow. In the entire Tianzong dynasty, only one person was qualified to be called Your Majesty. He was Di Shi, the monarch of Tianzong dynasty. Di Shi was not only the present monarch of Tianzong dynasty, but also a peak expert ranked first on the Heavenly Dragon list. He was recognized as the strongest in the Yin-Yang Void Realm in Tianzong dynasty. Regarding Crazy Knife, who shocked the entire Tianzong dynasty 100 years ago and had been ranked first on the Heavenly Dragon list for several decades, he had been removed from the Heavenly Dragon list because of his long absence. "No need to be so formal. Please sit as you were." As soon as Di Shi waved his hand lightly, the people present all sat back down. "I saw the fight between those two young men. They are both very excellent, especially Shui Yun. His strength is very distinctive." "He did not display his full strength," Di Shi said casually. "The young man called Jin Wushuang is incredible as well. After all, he is only in the profound gold core realm right now. Once he achieves the exceptional gold core realm in several years, he will definitely be Shui Yun's match." It's a pity that these two outstanding young men enemies engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Chapter 157, Rules. Chapter 157, Rules. When it came to this, Di Shi was very helpless. The easternmost hunt was extremely cruel and could even be horrifying. As a small empire, the Tianzong dynasty could only compete with those middle-sized or large empires when all 15 geniuses participating in the hunt worked together. If there were internal conflicts, then it was the same thing as going to their death. Therefore, since Jin Wushuang was filled with a hatred toward Shui Yun, only one person between them could participate in the easternmost hunt. The other would have to stop at this selection battle. "It's almost time. Let's start," Di Shi said indifferently. Upon hearing this, a golden-armored general standing beside him respectfully nodded and then left. In the open space where a large number of warriors gathered, everyone was still focused on Jin Wushuang and Shui Yun. "Jin Wushuang, you have stolen the limelight." Bailey Chun walked up to Jin Wushuang and joked. "He started it." Jin Wushuang shrugged. "I know." Bailey Chen's expression suddenly grew dignified and said, "But you must be careful with Shui Yun. That guy is rather terrifying." "Terrifying?" Jin Wushuang glanced at Bailey Chun. An exceptional genius ranked second on the Earthly Dragon list actually used this word to describe a warrior at the same level. "He's very terrifying," Bailey Chun said seriously. 3 years ago, I teamed up with Qing Tsang to fight against him. It resulted in a draw. But at the time, he was only in the profound gold core realm. At the time, he had just entered the profound gold core realm, not even at the peak level. But now, his cultivation has reached the peak of the exceptional gold core realm. Just going by his cultivation, his power has increased a lot. Let alone counting his talent, in the past 3 years, His comprehension of the essence realm must have improved tremendously. In short, he is now a downright monster. Even if it was me, I'm afraid I would not be qualified as his opponent now. I feel like that too, Qing Song, who had been silent the whole time, also commented in a low voice. Although I haven't fought against him in the last 3 years, the second I saw him I felt like he has reached a level I can't even touch. Oh! Jian Wushuang's pupils slightly dilated. Bailey Chen and Qing Song were the two people who actually fought with Shui Yun, but they were both afraid of him. Jian Wushuang was also extremely serious. He knew that Shui Yun was exceptionally strong, but he was also quite strong. 2 years ago, he nearly killed a purple-masked assassin from Blood Feather Tower. 2 years later, his strength was much greater. At this time, zoom! The general wearing a golden armor suddenly appeared in the air above the platform, and an oppressive aura instantly radiated from him. For a time, the entire area was silent. All the warriors in the area, even including the experts from the Earthly Dragon list, were shuddering under the oppression of this aura. The Yang Void Realm. Jian Wushuang also flashed a trace of fear. The Yin-Yang Void Realm was divided into 2 realms, the Yin Void and the Yang Void, with the latter being stronger than the former. Each realm was divided into 4 sublevels: initial, profound, exceptional, and the peak. The 2 purple-masked assassins that Jian Wushuang encountered at the Clearwater Stronghold were all at the initial Yin Void Realm. They were the lowest among experts of the Yin-Yang Void Realm. The top 20 experts on the Earthly Dragon list were known to be able to match warriors in the Yin-Yang Void Realm, and the top 10 even possessed the strength to kill warriors in the Yin-Yang Void Realm. However, this only refers to Yin Void level of the Yin-Yang Void Realm. If it was the profound Yin Void Realm, it would be a completely different story. Like Lin Yun, the governor of Blizzard City. He was in the profound Yin Void Realm 2 years ago at Quiet Moon Lake. As for the Yang Void Realm, it was more formidable and more terrifying than the Yin Void Realm. Palace Masters White and Black, from Dragon Palace, and Greyrobe, from Blood Feather Tower, were all at the Yang Void Realm. The Golden Armored General who appeared at this moment was a supreme expert in the Yang Void Realm. This Golden Armored General, suspended in the air, used his aura to silence everyone below. Then he slowly began to say, "The 68 Gold Core Realm warriors, who are participating in the selection battle, should listen carefully. The location of this selection battle is in the Cloud Mountains next to you. The Cloud Mountains are made up of 15 giant mountains. At the moment, there are 15 spirit beasts, one on each of the 15 mountains. The goal of this selection battle is very simple. You just have to kill any of the 15 beasts and get its core. The selection battle will last for 7 days. After 7 days, the 15 men who give me a core will pass the selection battle." The voice of this golden armored general was magnificent and echoed throughout the entire area, so all the warriors in the area heard him clearly. Kill the spirit beasts and bring back the core? Jian Wushuang's gaze focused slightly and his expression grew a little weird. He fought with the spirit beasts numerous times, so he was not afraid of them. What surprised him was the duration of this selection battle. The Cloud Mountains were rather small. With a group of people searching, all 15 spirit beasts could be found and killed in half a day. In other words, all 15 cores might be claimed within a day. But the selection battle would last 7 days? Before the 7th day, even if someone had a core, it would mean nothing. The cores for passing the selection battle could only be handed over to the Golden Armored General 7 days later. 7 days. They just want to watch us fight for 7 days. 68 warriors in the Gold Core Realm are participating in this selection battle. However, there will only be 15 victors in 7 days. Once Jian Wushuang understood the rules of this selection battle, he smiled slightly. The voice of that Golden Armored General continued to echo. In the 7-day selection battle, nobody can leave the Cloud Mountain range unless they give up. In addition, you are allowed to kill in this selection battle. That is to say, if your strength is poor, dying here could be your destiny. Similarly, as long as you have the strength, you can kill your opponents to gain the core needed to pass the selection battle. If you are attacked by the sect or experts associated with the person you killed here, our Golden Dragon Palace's experts will help you. In other words, in this selection battle, you can do anything you want. But there is one rule. During this selection battle, it is forbidden to swallow elixirs that can increase your cultivation level in a short time. Anyone who breaks this rule will be executed. As for other means, feel free to show your full strength. Hearing this, the 68 Gold Core Realm experts that were participating in this selection battle all grew serious, barring a few people who were confident in their own strength. Obviously, this selection battle would be very cruel. Chapter 158, Cloud Mountain Range. Chapter 158, Cloud Mountain Range. It is currently noon. Give me the cores at this time in 7 days, then you will be counted as having passed the selection battle. Only then can you participate in the easternmost hunt in 2 months. Now, everybody enters the Cloud Mountain Range. After saying that, the golden armored general was finished. Several dozen figures in the field immediately glided towards the nearby mountain range without any hesitation. Jin Wushuang, Yang Zishuan, Su Rou, and the other 7 disciples of Dragon Palace suddenly moved forward as well. Shui Yun directly floated towards the Cloud Mountain Range too. On the way, he couldn't help glancing at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang also glanced at Shui Yun. Shui Yun opened his mouth, slowly mouthed a few words. Although he did not speak it out, Jin Wushuang could understand the words. It was, "You are a dead man." Who dies first is still uncertain. Jin Wushuang's face was cold. In just an instant, the 68 Gold Core Realm experts participating in the selection battle had already entered the Cloud Mountain Range. It was a remote mountain range, and normally few people entered it. But now, a fierce and bloody fight would be held there. Jin Wushuang, "Good luck to you guys," said Bailey Chen. "Good luck?" Jin Wushuang also nodded. Soon after, Bailey Chen and several other disciples of Dragon Palace scattered. The number of spirit beasts was just 15, with the same number of cores. That was to say, only a few people could get the cores. If the disciples of Dragon Palace Dragon stayed together, their overall strength was enough to get some cores. However, the distribution of the cores would be a big problem. So, they chose to fight separately. "Second brother, fourth sister, how about you guys?" Jin Wushuang asked. "I can get a core on my own," Yang Zishuan said coldly. "I also want to use my own strength to make it through the selection battle," Su Rou said. "All right, then we 3 will separate as well. We all must be careful. Even if it's not possible to get a core, don't worry about it. Staying alive is more important," Jin Wushuang said. Su Rou and I only have to face the ordinary experts of the earthly dragon list. You, on the other hand, have to face Shui Yun. You need to be very careful. Don't put yourself in a dangerous situation." With his lip curled, Yang Zishuan instantly left by himself. "Wushuang, you have to be careful," Su Rou said seriously. "Don't worry." Jin Wushuang smiled. But soon he took back the smile and asked, "Su Rou, let me ask you." After talking with Jin Wushuang for a moment, Su Rou left alone as well. Jin Wushuang touched his nose. Soon after, he raised his head and looked toward the giant mountain in front of him. "I'll just choose this one." With a smile, Jin Wushuang stepped forward and glided toward the mountain. The mountain was very huge. It took some time to find a spirit beast even when the mountain was very quiet. But right at that moment, howl! A fierce roar sounded from another nearby mountain, followed by an extremely violent aura. Noticing the aura, the Gold Core Realm experts in the Cloud Mountain Range all became startled. Yin-Yang Void Realm. As expected, it's a spirit beast in the Yin-Yang Void Realm. Judging from the aura, it should be an ordinary spirit beast in the Yin-Yang Void Realm. These Gold Core Realm experts already understood. When they were informed by the Golden Armored General that there were 15 spirit beasts in the Cloud Mountain Range, most of them already figured out that those beasts should be in the Yin-Yang Void Realm. After all, The participants in the selection battle were all the most talented geniuses in Tianzong Dynasty. The weakest among them was strong enough to defeat the experts in the initialine Void Realm, while the strongest in the top 10 on the Earthly Dragon list could kill experts in the initialine Void Realm. In such a high-level selection battle, it was impossible for them to just face spirit beasts in the Gold Core realm. So when they noticed the aura of this spirit beast, none of them were surprised. The first beast has already been discovered. Not sure who will get it, though, Jian Wushuang thought. But he quickly put the thought at the back of his mind. Instead, he paid full attention to this mountain, which also contained a spirit beast. 15 mountains, each with a spirit beast. Boom! A blazing energy suddenly roared from the top of the mountain. After immediately raising his head, Jian Wushuang saw a fierce spiritual power fluctuation. At the same time, he sensed a very violent aura. Haha, the spirit beast is over there. With his eyes glistening, Jian Wushuang glided towards the top of the mountain. At the same time, there were 3 other Gold Core Realm experts who noticed. They also eyed this mountain. In just a few moments, Jian Wushuang and the other 3 appeared on the mountaintop. Together, with the Gold Core Realm warrior who was already fighting that spirit beast, there were 5 people on this mountain. When Jian Wushuang appeared, the other 4 simultaneously looked towards him. It's understandable. Before the selection battle, Jian Wushuang had a fierce fight with Shui Yun and the fight ended in a draw. His strength was already recognized by everyone. He was certainly one of the most terrifying experts in this selection battle, so naturally, he would draw attention. Huh. Jian Wushuang looked at the spirit beast in the center instead of the 4 experts. It was a leopard spirit beast with a purple pattern all over its body, like a purple cloud. The spirit beast was not big, but an astonishing and violent aura radiated from it. Demonic Cloud Leopard. Jian Wushuang smiled because he had already identified it. Soon after, he looked at the 4 and muttered, "It should be easy for them to kill the demonic cloud leopard with their strength. However, they are waiting around. Apparently they are worried about something." Jian Wushuang was right. All of them were worried about a few things, and he was their biggest worry. "Jian Wushuang, we 4 found this demonic cloud leopard before you. It should be a contest among us 4. You go somewhere else," a red-robed woman among the 4 said. This red-robed woman was the strongest among the 4. She was also ranked 8th on the Earthly Dragon list. Demon Girl Ling Shuer, ranked 8th on Earthly Dragon list. As per the ranking, Ling Shuer was higher than him. But having experienced the fierce fight between Jian Wushuang and Shui Yun before the selection battle, Ling Shuer felt some apprehension upon seeing him. This is a selection battle. Even if you guys get the core, I can still take it from you. Not to mention that you have not killed the demonic cloud leopard yet. You don't have the power to make me leave, Jian Wushuang said and smiled coldly, while withdrawing the triple kill sword from its sheath. A fierce sword essence suddenly rushed out. "If you are not willing to leave, then I will have to drive you out," Ling Shuer said coldly, with an aquamarine long whip in her hand. Chapter 159, 3 Strips. Chapter 159, 3 Strips. A whip? Jian Wushuang queerly smiled. Whoosh! The demonic and seductive figure of Ling Shuer instantly moved. Like a glamorous viper, Ling Shuer appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, flicking out the aquamarine long whip. At that time, many streaks of the waves were rolling without cessation. Jian Wushuang felt that he was sucked down by the whirlpool, and the boundless seawater was squeezed toward him. With this level of strength, you are qualified to be ranked 8th on the Earthly Dragon list. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and then struck out with the triple kill sword. Fiery wind sword essence suddenly rushed forward, forming a fiery wind dragon which seemed to burn and tear up everything. In an instant, that endless wave was frantically scattered around with overwhelming strength. What? Ling Shuer was shocked. Previously, when she witnessed Jian Wushuang fighting with Shui Yun on the platform, she could tell that Jian Wushuang was strong, but she didn't know how strong. After all, she did not personally experience the power of Jian Wushuang's sword. But now, she was experiencing it. It's too strong. If I fight with him in close combat, I will instantly be defeated. Although Ling Shuer was shocked, she looked calm. When Jian Wushuang was stabbing towards her with his long sword, her figure began to retreat, with a streak of cold light flashing in her eyes. Go to hell. Ling Shuer roared, then 3 streaks of flowing light pierced the air and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang at an astonishing speed. Concealed weapons? The corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth were quirked up. Too easy. A burst of sword essence of earth rushed out from Jian Wushuang's sword, easily parrying the 3 streaks of flowing light. While the streaks were falling down, Jian Wushuang recognized that they were 3 tiny willow leaf knives covered with a greenish-black liquid. Obviously, that was poison. You are vicious. It's indeed correct to call you demon girl. Jian Wushuang and his sword shadow suddenly rushed forward. Ling Shuer could only try her best to brandish her long whip and parry it. However, Jian Wushuang's sword strikes were too fast and powerful. 6 moves were displayed in succession, and all of them were extremely powerful. After the 6 moves, Ling Shuer's hands were trembling and numb. Her face was pale, and her figure was quickly retreating. Ling Shuer, if you get in my way again, I guarantee that you will not see the sun tomorrow. Jian Wushuang looked at Ling Shuer with cold eyes. Ling Shuer was ranked 8th on the earthly dragon list. Killing her would take a little time. Ling Shuer's expression became gloomy. Although she was furious, now was not the time to show it. But at that moment, suddenly, there was a loud scream. Jian Wushuang and Ling Shuer immediately looked in the direction of the scream. Both of their expressions immediately changed. They saw the demonic cloud leopard standing on the ground with a corpse lying in front of it. The head, separated from the body, was in the mouth of the demonic cloud leopard. With a fierce chomp, the head was instantly crushed. What? What happened? Both Jian Wushuang and Ling Shuer were shocked. When they were fighting, the remaining 3 people began attacking the demonic cloud leopard. They were all experts on the earthly dragon list, ranging from the 30th to the 40th rank on the list. Logically speaking, any one of them could defeat a beast in the yin-yang void realm. It was more than enough to kill a demonic cloud leopard if they worked together. But instead, it was the demonic cloud leopard that killed someone. This demonic cloud leopard? Jian Wushuang looked at the demonic cloud leopard again, this time in astonishment. He was surprised to see that there were 3 purple cloud stripes on its abdomen. 3 stripes? Jian Wushuang was shocked. A 3-striped demonic cloud leopard? Ling Shuer was also shocked. Demonic cloud leopards, a kind of senior spirit beast, were rare in Tianzong Dynasty, and most of them were in the Gold Core realm. As for the demonic cloud leopards in the yin-yang void realm, it was estimated that only 1 or 2 existed in the whole Tianzong Dynasty. Demonic cloud leopards had 3 levels. The levels were based on the number of purple cloud stripes on their abdomen. The most normal demonic cloud leopard had only 1 purple cloud stripe. A demonic cloud leopard with 2 purple cloud stripes was very rare. As for 3 purple cloud stripes, it might not be possible to find one in 100 demonic cloud leopards. There was a huge discrepancy in the strength of demonic cloud leopards at each level. For a demonic cloud leopard in the yin-yang void realm, if it had 1 stripe, it was comparable to the most common experts in the initial yin void realm. A 3-striped demonic cloud leopard could absolutely be compared to an expert at the peak of the initial yin void realm, maybe even an expert in the profound yin void realm. When they arrived, they assumed the demonic cloud leopard was only a normal demonic cloud leopard with 1 stripe. No one had paid attention. Now, they realized it was a big mistake. I thought the 15 spirit beasts in the Cloud Mountain range were common spirit beasts in the yin-yang void realm. Apparently, I was wrong. Among the 15 beasts, there are some powerful and terrifying spirit beasts, such as the 3-striped demonic cloud leopard, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. After they discovered the 3-striped demonic cloud leopard, a large number of experts in the yin-yang void realm gathered in the air above the Cloud Mountain range, overlooking everything below. They could see everything that happened in the Cloud Mountain range from their position. Haha, these fellows really thought those 15 spirit beasts would be easily defeated. They underestimated the cruelty of this selection battle. It seems like all 15 spirit beasts are only in the normal yin-yang void realm, but 3 of them are unique spirit beasts with strength that is close to the profound yin void realm. They are hard to deal with. This 3-striped demonic cloud leopard is only the first one. There are 2 other spirit beasts that are close to the profound yin void realm, and they will soon come across these little fellows. How unfortunate for these little fellows. The experts of the yin-yang void realm were casually talking. On the mountaintop, Jin Wushuang's expression had become cold. However, the gazes of Ling Shuer and other 2 earthly dragon list experts were filled with fear after seeing this 3-striped demonic cloud leopard. The 3-striped demonic cloud leopard is in the yin-yang void realm. Even if I could fight it with my full strength, I'm afraid that I could not kill it. Squinting her eyes, Ling Shuer immediately made a decision and looked at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang, you wanted me to get out of the way, right? So, I'll leave. This demonic cloud leopard is yours. I hope you will cherish it and take good care of it. After that, Ling Shuer turned around without hesitation and left. Chapter 160, Fierce Fight. Chapter 160, Fierce Fight. After Ling Shuer left, the other 2 experts looked at each other and then left as well. None of them had the confidence to face this 3-striped demonic cloud leopard in the yin-yang void realm. On the entire mountain top, Jin Wushuang was the only one who stayed to fight with this demonic cloud leopard. During 2 years of earnest cultivation in the Sword Tomb, my strength improved a lot. However, I have not used my full strength in a fight since I left the Sword Tomb. But this 3-striped demonic cloud leopard, glancing at the animal in front of him, Jin Wushuang's eyes shined with battle intent. Indeed, since he left the Sword Tomb, he fought several times, but none of them were fierce battles. The opponents were too weak to be his match. The slaughter in Clearwater Stronghold was a good example. While facing 2 purple-masked assassins, he easily killed one of them. When he challenged the Heavenly Palace, he did his utmost, but the opponents were just puppets. Their strength was only enough to hold him back, not enough to be considered a life-and-death battle. Up till now, he had not experienced a truly fierce fight. Only a truly fierce battle would help him fully digest the progress he made in the Sword Tomb over the past 2 years. This 3-striped demonic cloud leopard, which possessed battle strength close to the profound yin void realm, was completely capable of challenging him. Come on. With a monstrous battle intent, Jin Wushuang's body flashed like a flowing light and rushed forward like a sharp sword. Human. Demonic cloud leopard's eyes were blood-red and surging with potent killing intent. Being a spirit beast in the yin-yang void realm, its intelligence was the same as a human. When the human expert captured it, it was told that it could live as long as it survived for 7 days. As a spirit beast, its survival instinct was very strong. Go to hell. With a roar, the demonic cloud leopard suddenly rushed forward with a speed that was even a bit faster than Jin Wushuang. It instantly appeared in front of Jin Wushuang, waving its sharp claws towards him. These claws seemed as if they could tear apart the world. Jin Wushuang simultaneously released the fiery wind sword essence. The triple kill sword suddenly rushed forward like a vast fire dragon. The 8th move of the formless sword art. Jin Wushuang used this move with his full power. Bang! Soon after, a deep collision was heard, and the demonic cloud leopard immediately retreated. In terms of pure power, I am stronger. Jin Wushuang smiled and muttered. He possessed a supreme gold core, so even in the profound gold core realm, his power was able to reach a whole new level. But the key reason was his sword art. Using the fiery wind sword essence with the formless sword art greatly enhanced his power. His strength was even greater than the demonic cloud leopard. Whoosh! Jin Wushuang displayed his second move, slashing out with the triple kill sword again. He used the 8th move of the formless sword art once more. But demonic cloud leopard wasn't stupid. It knew it could not win based on strength, so it aimed to win with its speed. With a dash, the beast evaded Jian Wushuang's attack. All four legs kicked against the ground as it opened its mouth and revealed its cold teeth, directly pouncing towards Jian Wushuang's head. This was exactly how the previous earthly dragon list expert died, while fighting with the demonic cloud leopard. Jian Wushuang did not panic at all. He immediately turned the fiery wind sword essence into earth sword essence, demonstrating the reincarnation sword skill. His long sword directly blocked the demonic cloud leopard as it closed in and prepared to pounce. Bang! With this collision, both Jian Wushuang and the demonic cloud leopard retreated backwards. This demonic cloud leopard moves pretty fast, and it's very flexible, Jian Wushuang muttered. This human, obviously. The demonic cloud leopard noticed that Jian Wushuang was much stronger than the person he just killed. After a short pause, they fiercely attacked again. As this was happening, it was all being watched by the experts gathered in the air above the Cloud Mountain range. What is that young man, Jian Wushuang, doing? Is he really fighting with the demonic cloud leopard? Stupid, really stupid. It's not easy to kill a three-striped demonic cloud leopard. He should leave that mountain and fight the other spirit beasts rather than wasting time fighting with this demonic cloud leopard. The other beasts are much easier. Exactly. It's stupid to fight with the demonic cloud leopard. Ling Shuer was smart. She chose to leave and immediately went to another mountain. She understood it's not easy to deal with this demonic cloud leopard. The spirit beasts in the mountain, she went to have ordinary strength. Plus, she is the strongest expert there, so she has a very good chance of getting a core. Haha, he is not even scared of Shui Yun, not to mention this demonic cloud leopard. A silly boy. What an impetuous person. The peak experts were wantonly talking and laughing. The two palace masters of Dragon Palace, who were among them, wore sullen faces after hearing what they said. What is he doing? Why not just leave and go kill other spirit beasts? Palace Master White said and frowned. Among the peak experts, only one person understood Jian Wushuang's purpose. He was Dishi. Is this little guy training himself? Using this three-striped demonic cloud leopard to train? Training? Yes, he was training. It's been more than 2 years since Jian Wushuang took part in a fierce battle. The reason he fought with the three-striped demonic cloud leopard was not because he was silly or impulsive. He had his own purpose, which was to experience a fierce battle. He was eager for an intense fight. At the same time, during this fast-paced battle, he was gradually digesting the great progress he made over the last 2 years. Jian Wushuang and the demonic cloud leopard had been fighting for a long time on the mountaintop. Good. This feels so good. Sweat ran from Jian Wushuang's forehead, but he was getting excited. I have not been this satisfied for a long time. The opponent is just a spirit beast, but my whole body feels comfortable. But this is enough. Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked at the demonic cloud leopard. The demonic cloud leopard had erupted with its full strength in this fight just now. But Jian Wushuang had only displayed the fiery wind sword essence and earth sword essence. The former was used to attack and the latter for defense. Offense and defense combined without leaving any flaws. However, he never displayed the water drop sword essence during the fight. It's time to end this. After taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang violently stabbed out with his longsword again. But as the sword light rushed forward this time, what it contained was not the monstrous fiery wind sword essence, but torrential water drop sword essence. Suddenly, the sword light glided through the air like a mist, leaving a peculiar wave rippling in the air. The demonic cloud leopard immediately felt the sword essence surging towards it like the tide, from all directions. It slashed out with its claws, continually swinging and tearing, trying to escape from this flowing sword essence. However, the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. Chapter 161, Ouyang Haoyan. Chapter 161, Ouyang Haoyan. Just as I expected. To deal with such a speedy and agile spirit beast, water drop sword essence is the most suitable way. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Raising the sword and churning up a wave, Jian Wushuang appeared right in front of the demonic cloud leopard. The demonic cloud leopard's maroon eyes fiercely shrank. It waved its claws, barely managing to block the sword. But the sword move suddenly changed, using fiery wind sword essence and fiercely stabbing right through its body at an amazing speed. Puff! The demonic cloud leopard's body hit the ground with its aura fading. It was already dead. This caused a large uproar up in the air. Water drop sword essence? That boy has such high comprehension in water drop sword essence. He has shown his comprehension in the earth, gale, and raging fire sword essences, even managing to combine the gale and raging fire sword essences. But who could have expected that he also comprehended water drop sword essence? Mastering 4 kinds of sword essence at the same time? Even those top-class experts were a little stunned. Mastering 2 essences is usually the limit for most warriors. Mastering 3 is considered the true limit. Then what does mastering 4 essences mean? This kid comprehended 4 sword essences. So bold. Palace Master White repressed a sigh of admiration, with no hint of blame in her eyes. She had recognized long ago that Jian Wushuang was a super genius who was far beyond the average. Thus, he could not be judged using ordinary standards. His comprehension of water drop sword essence is so profound that he was able to transition from it to the fiery wind sword essence. He could have killed that demonic cloud leopard earlier. So, why did he wait until now? Palace Master Black asked, then shook his head while smiling. At the top of the mountain. Right after killing the demonic cloud leopard, Jian Wushuang squatted down to collect the core. But right when he squatted down, clap, clap, clap. The sound of clapping rang out abruptly. Jian Wushuang's face stiffened. He looked over to where the sound was coming from and saw 2 figures walking slowly towards him. It's them. Jian Wushuang's eyes constricted. He knew the 2 men. He had encountered one of them before. It's Ouyang Haoyue and his big brother, Ouyang Haoyan. Jian Wushuang scratched his nose. The 2 men coming towards him were exactly Ouyang Haoyan and Ouyang Haoyue. Ouyang Haoyue had been holding a grudge against Jian Wushuang. The reason why Jian Wushuang ranked 10th on the earthly dragon list, so to speak, was that he defeated Ouyang Haoyue. At that moment, Ouyang Haoyue had said that when the selection of battle began, he would return twice the disgrace he got from Jian Wushuang. The 3-striped demonic cloud leopard had battle strength close to the profound Yin Void realm, and you killed it by yourself. Your strength really is outstanding, said Ouyang Haoyan, who wore a gloomy smile with coldness in his eyes. What do you want? Jian Wushuang looked at Ouyang Haoyan with a frosty expression on his face. He directly ignored Ouyang Haoyue. With your strength, I wouldn't normally be interested in fighting with you for that core. But there is bad blood between you and my little brother, and I can't pretend I don't know about you bullying him, Ouyang Haoyan said. Jian Wushuang, I told you over a month ago that I will return what I got from you that day 2-fold. And the time for that is today. Ouyang Haoyue roared with hatred. You'll return it to me 2-fold? With just the 2 of you? Jian Wushuang looked indifferent. Not the 2 of us. I alone am enough, Ouyang Haoyan said, with a hint of absolute confidence in his smile. Jian Wushuang looked over at him. Not long ago, Ouyang Haoyan had defeated Mu Yingying, who ranked 3rd on the earthly dragon list, and took her place on the list. His strength was undoubtedly formidable. But Jian Wushuang wouldn't bear him in mind with such a battle record. What surprised him was, why is Ouyang Haoyan so confident? Why don't you come and try? Jian Wushuang's voice was cold, and the sword essence that once ceased was explosively surging from his body again. Hee, I won't let you down. Just as Ouyang Haoyan's voice spread out, his figure rushed forward. He appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, with a streak of ice-cold light suddenly shining. He was holding a long, pitch-black spear, its head glittering with a metallic luster under the sunshine, incomparably dazzling. Soundlessly, the long spear thrust towards Jian Wushuang. Water drop and earth essences, Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. He recognized the water drop and earth essences. Not only that, they were combined together. Obviously, Ouyang Haoyan was also an absolute genius who could combine two essences. Among the 68 geniuses who participated in the selection competition, there were no more than 5 who had achieved the combination of two essences. Ouyang Haoyan was one of them. Humph! Jian Wushuang sneered and chopped out with his triple-kill sword, straight from the sheath near his shoulder. Shwa! It cut through the air. The sword's edge landed directly on the ice-cold spearhead, with the fiery wind sword essence bursting to its limit. Pia! A blast roared. The long, pitch-black spear tilted, but it quickly thrust out like poisonous snake's tongue. Shoo! 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 Whips of spear shadows stabbed toward Jian Wushuang in rapid succession, with each of the shadows aimed directly at his throat. Jian Wushuang, leisurely and unhurried, fended off the spears with the reincarnation sword skill. Clang! 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 The sound of continuous clashes burst out. The spear shadows were extremely fast and attacked at tricky angles, forcing Jian Wushuang to keep retreating. Dozens of spears thrust out. Although all of them were blocked by his reincarnation sword skill, Jian Wushuang has forced back tens of feet, until he finally crashed into a giant tree on the mountaintop. Crack! The giant tree, tens of meters high, exploded from the center. Jian Wushuang managed to regain his balance, then brushed the wood chips off his shoulder. He roused his strength, instantly causing the muscles and bones in his body to make loud cracking sounds. Then, Jian Wushuang looked toward Ouyang Haoyan. His voice was cold and hard as he said, "Ouyang Haoyan, please don't tell me this is all you've got." "Oh." Ouyang Haoyan raised his brows and said, "It's true that the strength I just showed is not a threat to someone like you, who killed a 3-striped demonic cloud leopard by himself, so—" An intense light flashed in Ouyang Haoyan's eyes, then his body rushed forward like lightning. The ice-cold spear shadow pierced through the air like an electric drill, instantly appearing in front of Jian Wushuang. The same spear move? Jian Wushuang looked indifferent. It seemed to be the same as the first move Ouyang Haoyan demonstrated just a moment ago because the essence comprehension in the move was being suppressed. While, still being cautious, Jian Wushuang immediately chopped toward the spear shadow with his triple-kill sword. However, when the spear shadow collided with the triple-kill sword, what? Jian Wushuang's face changed immediately. Chapter 162, Half-Step Yin-Yang Realm. Chapter 162, Half-Step Yin-Yang Realm. It seemed like the same spear move, but when the spear clashed with the triple-kill sword, Jian Wushuang sensed a tremendous power pass through his hand, instantly numbing his arm and forcing him to quickly retreat. Jian Wushuang hit the trees behind him again, but this time, he didn't stop until he had smashed 3 giant trees. Jian Wushuang's forehead nodded as he frowned, and the blood in his body was slightly turbulent. His strength suddenly increased so much? Jian Wushuang looked towards Ouyang Haoyan again, noticing a dramatic change in his spiritual power. His aura, Jian Wushuang's eyes froze. He could feel that the aura given radiating from Ouyang Haoyan was far beyond the exceptional gold core realm, but still slightly below the yin-yang void realm. It seemed like something between the gold core realm and the yin-yang void realm. Half-step yin-yang realm. Jian Wushuang understood immediately. The realm between the gold core realm and the yin-yang void realm was the half-step yin-yang realm. It resulted when a gold core realm warrior forcibly repressed his realm when it was breaking through to the yin-yang void realm. But under normal circumstances, no one would choose to do so. After all, a gold core realm warrior would naturally strive to break through, who would repress his own realm instead of ascending to the next level. Therefore, the half-step yin-yang realm was rarely seen in the Tianzong dynasty. Ouyang Haoyan was obviously in the half-step yin-yang realm. You noticed? Ouyang Haoyan sneered while looking at Jian Wushuang, then said, If it wasn't for the easternmost hunt happening so soon, I would have been in the Yin Void realm half a year ago, but I suppressed my realm so I could join the hunt. Jin Wushuang, you do not understand the pain of suppressing your cultivation when you are able to break through to a higher level, do you? I sacrificed so much, just to perform better in the easternmost hunt, and you will be my first stepping stone. After killing you, my next goal will be Shuiyun. Ouyang Haoyin's voice rang out coldly as he was slowly walking toward Jian Wushuang. Up in the air, those top experts were also in a tumult. Half-step Yin-Yang realm? Is it the half-step Yin-Yang realm? This little guy from the Ouyang clan is amazing. These experts were quite shocked. The half-step Yin-Yang realm, although not a complete Yin-Yang void realm, was much stronger than the gold core realm. Brother Ouyang, this time the Ouyang clan has trained an extraordinary little guy. Congratulations. With a cultivation at the half-step Yin-Yang realm and the combined earth and water drop essences, Shuiyun may be the only one with enough strength to overshadow him among the gold core realm warriors in this selection battle. There should be a place for this little guy in the 15 geniuses from this selection battle. He should also perform very well at the easternmost hunt. He might even be picked up by those old sections. If so, the entire Ouyang clan would gain great benefits. All these experts were complimenting him. The person receiving their compliments was a white-haired old man, the present master of the Ouyang clan, who was smiling from ear to ear while listening to their flattery. If a great genius from a clan joined an old sect, the whole clan would gain huge influence. The core disciples of those old sects will even be sought after by small empires like the Tianzong dynasty. On top of the giant mountain, Jin Wushuang was still struggling in his fight against Ouyang Haoyin. Shoop, 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 shoop. Streaks of spear shadows thrust coldly toward Jin Wushuang, each shadow piercing the air with immense power. Jin Wushuang could only fend off these spears by using the reincarnation sword skill to the limit of his ability, but the gap between their strengths was slowly exhausting him. My cultivation, which is in the profound gold core realm, is only on par with the exceptional gold core realm because my supreme gold core can enhance my power by 100-fold, but it still can't compare with the half-step Yin-Yang realm. Jin Wushuang shook his head. His current level of cultivation was not strong enough. If he could reach the exceptional gold core realm, with the support of his supreme gold core, he could match a normal Yin-Yang void realm, which was stronger than Ouyang Haoyin. But for now, he was still weaker than Ouyang Haoyin because he was in the profound gold core realm. Since I can't defeat him with strength, I'll have to depend on my comprehension. A billowing battle intent flashed in Jin Wushuang's eyes. In 7 days there would be a life and death battle between Shuiyun and him, and Shuiyun was far stronger than Ouyang Haoyin. If he could not defeat Ouyang Haoyin, then fighting Shuiyun would be the same as putting his head on the chopping block. Haha, go to hell. Ouyang Haoyin laughed as the spear in his hand began to change its movements. The spear sometimes slashed out, swung up, pounded down, and thrust forward with a cold light from time to time. The spear moves, perfectly combining the earth and water drop essences, was incredibly powerful. As he struggled to fend off the attacks, Jin Wushuang's face suddenly changed. Then he stared at the movements Ouyang Haoyin displayed, and his eyes flashed as he sensed the realm embedded in the spear moves. This spear move, water drop essence. Water drop essence can be used this way? At this moment, Jin Wushuang had an epiphany. In the 2 years he meditated in the sword tomb, it took him only 1 year and 3 months to combine the Gale and Raging Fire sword essences. He spent the remaining time trying to combine a third sword essence. He had experienced some enlightenment during the following months. But, regardless of whether it was the Earth sword essence or the Water drop sword essence, he was missing something crucial that prevented him from combining either of them with the sword essences of Gale and Raging Fire. It was indeed the little things that he missed that troubled him for a long time. But now, seeing the endless water drop essence that was bursting from Ouyang Haoyin's spear moves, Jin Wushuang was inspired, and the thing he was missing gradually became clear. Boom! The long pitch-dark spear struck out like a majestic mountain, which Jin Wushuang barely managed to ward off with his sword. A loud bang rang out as the power exploded, and then Jian Wushuang's entire body sank down into the ground. "Prepare to die, you little brat." Ouyang Haoyan laughed, and then pierced forward with his spear, directly toward Jian Wushuang's heart. But Jian Wushuang suddenly hacked out with his sword, making Ouyang Haoyan immediately withdraw. "What?" Ouyang Haoyan looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had already struggled out from where he had sunk into the ground and lifted his head. A touch of a weird smile emerged on his cold face. "I have to thank you, Ouyang Haoyan. If it were not for you, I would not have broken through so quickly." Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled. At that moment, the triple kill sword in his hand had the sword essences of gale, raging fire, and water drop perfectly combined together. Chapter 163, The Combination of Three Sword Essences. Chapter 163, The Combination of Three Sword Essences. Breakthrough? Though Ouyang Haoyan's face changed, he still sneered and said, "It won't be enough to save your life." As soon as the words finished, Ouyang Haoyan launched another attack. A spear shadow immediately struck out like a flickering serpent's tongue. While watching this with cold eyes, Jian Wushuang clenched his triple-kill sword and combined the sword essences of Raging Fire, Gale, and Water Drop. The long sword instantly turned into a flowing light, slashing forward through the air. Selfless sword technique, the first move. Bang! The sword light collided with the spear shadow, splitting the inky long spear in half. Then the powerful sword light continued, hacking straight through Ouyang Haoyan. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang appeared beside Ouyang Haoyan at the same time. Speaking slowly with a cold voice, he said, "This is the first time I have used this move in the selection battle. Consider it your honor to be killed by it." After hearing what Jian Wushuang said, Ouyang Haoyan widened his eyes with an unbelievable expression, then his body slowly collapsed. It was not until Ouyang Haoyan landed on the ground that his blood began flowing from the center of his forehead. Looking closely, there was a huge sword scar that ran from the center of his eyebrows to the lower half of his body. This sword scar ended his life. Ouyang Haoyan, ranked third on the earthly dragon list, in the half-Yinyang realm, was killed by a single move. In the air above the Cloud Mountain range, there was a tense atmosphere surrounding the many experts that were watching this battle. As they watched Jian Wushuang and Ouyang Haoyan continue fighting, they began talking and laughing. "Look, those two guys are still going at it." "Haha, still?" But it's obvious that Jian Wushuang is being completely suppressed. It's normal. In this selection battle, Shuiyun is the only one who is stronger than Ouyang Haoyan. As for the others, there's no one who could be his equal. Not the second on the earthly dragon list, Bailey Chun, and not Jian Wushuang either. This guy is really impetuous. It was understandable for him to have a fierce battle with demonic cloud leopard if you consider its strength. However, there is a distinct gap between them in the strength. He is just being foolish by fighting with Ouyang Haoyan. Does he want to die? Haha, he is a little silly. These experts continued talking casually, but Palace Master Black and Palace Master White showed unnatural expressions while listening to them. What the hell is he doing? Why isn't he escaping? He is obviously unable to compete with Ouyang Haoyan. Palace Master White's forehead scrunched up tightly. Then suddenly, something strange happened on the battlefield. Jian Wushuang forced Ouyang Haoyan to retreat with a sudden outburst from a single move. When such a fantastic move was displayed, those experts watching from above were all attracted by it. The sword light fell, and Ouyang Haoyan died instantly. Silence. Dull. Dozens of experts had been watching this battle from above, and all of them were stunned at this moment. A few minutes ago, some of them regarded Jian Wushuang as foolish and impetuous, but now, Ouyang Haoyan had been killed in a single move. Was he really impetuous? Foolish. The combination of three sword essences. Seeing that, even the Emperor, Di Shi, who sat in the center on a throne, couldn't help standing up with a bright light flashing in his eyes. 3 sword essences? Exactly. That move didn't just contain 3 sword essences, it combined all 3 of them perfectly. He actually combined 3 sword essences in such a perfect way. It's no wonder he was able to increase his strength in such a short period. Those experts exclaimed in surprise. When combining sword essences, the power naturally became stronger. The power of 2 combined sword essences was much stronger than only 1 sword essence. As for the combination of 3 sword essences, the strength would increase explosively. Jian Wushuang used to conjecture that if he combined 3 sword essences, his fighting strength would at least triple, but his strength had actually increased by a factor of 5. This rapid improvement in strength made it possible for him to kill Ouyang Haoyan, who was in the half-step Yin-Yang realm. It's extraordinary for a warrior in the Gold Core realm to combine 2 essences. No more than 5 people in this selection battle can combine 2 essences. Someone who can combine 3 essences is more truly an exceptional genius. Dishi said in a low voice, and then he looked at Palace Masters Black and White, then asked, "How old is he?" "Your Majesty, Jian Wushuang is 19 years old this year," Palace Master White directly responded. "Only 19 years old? Not even 20 years old?" Even she couldn't help exclaiming after hearing his true age. The other experts were also shocked. Was it possible for a 19-year-old kid to combine 3 sword essences? "This young guy definitely has a promising future," Dishi said. Hearing this, Palace Master Black smiled. It reminded him of what he had said when Jian Wushuang challenged the Dragon Gate. "He is very promising. If we give him chance to grow, he'll definitely become a top expert in Dragon Palace. Even ascending the Heavenly Dragon list will not be a question." However, as such an exceptional genius, he faced several assassination attempts from Blood Feather Tower. Palace Master White said in a cold voice, involuntarily looked at Greyrobe. "Assassination attempts?" Dishi's face fell as he looked at Greyrobe. "Your Majesty, the assassination was ordered by the Tower Master, and it's a Scarlet Kill command. If there are any questions or issues, Your Majesty, you would have to speak directly with Tower Master," Greyrobe replied. Dishi's pupil slightly shrunk. Although he was the monarch of the Tianzong dynasty and the strongest expert ranked on the Heavenly Dragon list, he was unwilling to make contact with that Tower Master unless he had to. Simply put, the mysterious Tower Master of Blood Feather Tower was an insurmountable person. 2 years ago, when Dragon Palace crazily seeking revenge on Blood Feather Tower, that mysterious Tower Master personally went to Dishi and convinced him to order Dragon Palace to stop. "Leave it alone." Dishi waved his hand and then sat down again. But the other experts in the area were still having trouble recovering completely. At this moment, Palace Master Black and the Palace Master White were laughing loudly and feeling very delighted. Some people were happy, but others were distressed, like the elder of Ouyang clan. This white-haired old man turned his face away with an extremely gloomy expression. His heart was full of joy just a moment ago. But the most excellent person in the Ouyang clan, the one that most likely to be accepted as an exceptional genius by those ancient sects, was killed in front of him. How could he not be angry? His heart was bleeding. Now, those experts who flattered and envied him before were all looking at him with pity. Chapter 164, 7 Days. Chapter 164, 7 Days. At the summit of the mountain, while watching Ouyang Haoyan's body fall down, Ouyang Haoyue's original cold-smiling face instantly turned pale. Brother, how could it be possible? How? Ouyang Haoyue couldn't believe it. Just now, his brother completely overpowered Jian Wushuang, but in a matter of seconds, it had been reversed. His brother had died by Jian Wushuang's sword. "Your brother is dead. Now it's your turn." Jian Wushuang's cold eyes suddenly looked towards Ouyang Haoyue. That look was enough. Ouyang Haoyue was scared out of his wits. He attempted to flee, but he was much slower than Jian Wushuang. A beam of sword light flashed past Ouyang Haoyue's body, instantly killing him. After combining 3 sword essences, Jian Wushuang could already kill Ouyang Haoyuan, who was in half-step yin-yang realm, with 1 move. Killing Ouyang Haoyue was a piece of a cake. The moment Ouyang Haoyue was killed by Jian Wushuang, a chair suddenly cracked up in the air. The leader of the Ouyang clan stood up, with his hair and long beard billowing out, generating an overwhelming aura. And his eyes were burning with fury. Seeing this, everyone understood why this white-haired old man was so angry, and they didn't say anything. Seriously. Though the Ouyang clan was one of the 7 top clans in Tianzong dynasty, it was rare for such a genius to appear. They were lucky enough to have 2 genius born in this generation, and they were brothers. However, both of them were killed by the same person in this selection battle. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be angry as well. If it was anywhere besides the selection battle, the white-haired old man would have already killed Jian Wushuang. At the summit of the mountain, Jian Wushuang directly sat cross-legged on the ground and started recovering his spiritual power after killing the Ouyang brothers. These 2 successive battles had consumed a lot of his spiritual power. How are second brother and fourth sister doing? Jian Wushuang wondered, but he was not actually worried about it. With his strength, Zixuan could rank in the top 10 or above on the earthly dragon list. Even without being reckless, with his strength, it would not be difficult for him to get a core. After all, only those who ranked in the top 5 could threaten him. Among the top 5, Shui Yun, an exceptional genius, ranked first, and no one dared to challenge him. Therefore, as soon as he got a core, he would stop fighting. Bailey Chun was a disciple of Dragon Palace and ranked second. He would definitely not challenge Yang Zixuan. Ouyang Haoyan, who ranked third, was killed by Jian Wushuang. Mu Yingying and Feng Yutian, ranking 4th and 5th respectively, could threaten Yang Zixuan. However, even if Yang Zixuan couldn't defeat them in a head-on competition, he was able to save his own life. As for Su Rou, Jian Wushuang knew Su Rou had many secrets, and she was also full of tactics. All the warriors in the selection battle, even the strongest, Shui Yun, might be unable to truly kill her. I already have a core. I need to use the next few days to prepare for the battle with Shui Yun. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining. The selection battle lasted for 7 days, and today was only the first day. Before the selection battle ended, he would definitely confront Shui Yun. Therefore, he needed to be well prepared. For that reason, he stayed on the top of the mountain and made his preparations for the battle with Shui Yun. Throughout the Cloud Mountain range, the fighting and killing continued. On the first day in the Cloud Mountain range, 68 Gold Core Realm experts experienced the fiercest and craziest fights over the 15 beast cores. Of the 15 spirit beasts, 3 of them almost reached profound Yin Void Realm, while the other 12 were in the initial Yin Void Realm. However, they were all killed within half a day. After the spirit beasts were killed, the Gold Core Realm experts fiercely fought with each other. Among the 15 mountains, fierce fights happened on the top of almost every mountain. In a single day, all 15 cores had been claimed, and less than 30 Gold Core Realm experts were still alive in Cloud Mountain range. 68 Gold Core Realm experts joined the selection battle. However, only a day later, more than half of them had been eliminated. Among those who were eliminated, 90% of them were killed in a fierce battle. Only a few of them left the Cloud Mountain range, realizing that the selection battle was horrifying, and because they lacked confidence. The remaining Gold Core Realm experts who didn't get cores lingered on, looking for opportunities. After all, the selection battle would last for 7 days. On the second day, it was quiet during the day. But during the night, a fierce fight took place again, after 3 experts joined together and sneak-attacked another expert who possessed a core. Though it was not as fierce as the first day, several experts were eliminated. On the third day, there was a fierce fight in the Cloud Mountain range that caused a lot of noise. It was the battle between Yang Zixuan and Ling Shuer. Ling Shuer, ranked 8th on Earthly Dragon List, had once competed with Jian Wushuang for a short time. While Yang Zixuan, who was unknown before and was not even on earthly dragon list, made his name known to all after this battle. During the battle, Ling Xuer tried her best to keep the beast core. However, Yang Zishuan directly killed her with a thunderbolt attack. After the battle, the experts who were watching from the air thought Yang Zishuan was qualified to rank in the top 5. On the 6th day, the last day was almost here. All the Gold Core Realm warriors who did not have a core could not wait any longer, so they all acted. So did Su Ro. Su Ro had kept a low profile during the selection battle. It was not until the 6th day that she joined with some others and killed a warrior with a core. Then they fought for the core, which was taken by Su Ro. Then she was besieged by several Gold Core Realm warriors. However, even after they used all their skills, they could do nothing to her. She was like a ball of cotton which could not be crushed or smashed. In the end, she succeeded in getting a core. On the same day, Qing Tsang, the disciple of Dragon Palace who ranked 6th on the earthly dragon list, was sneakily attacked by several Gold Core Realm warriors and eventually killed. Other disciples of Dragon Palace could only feel sorry for him. Finally, it was the last day of the selection battle. After sitting at the top of the mountain for 6 days, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, with a sharp light shining in them. "It's the last day. Come on." After saying that, a sharp sword essence radiated from his body, soaring into the sky. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.